At the darkest ducal mansion in the empire, the duke, clutching his head, yelled, "What in the world have you done? Are you even sane right now? What about your ladylike virtues? Have you forgotten you are a lady? After causing such a ruckus, you shamelessly return here?" The girl currently being lectured was named Meliara Darchus. The duke slammed his hand on the table and roared, "You've dragged the ducal mansion through the mud, making it a laughingstock for all. Do you have any shame left? I am the second daughter of Duke Darchus, from a family that has held the ducal title for 3 generations in the empire, and the political fiancé of the crown prince. Specifically, I just had my engagement broken. Even more specifically, I am not Meliara. I am a Korean who transmigrated into this body. Encouraging Goodness, Eradicating Evil. This is a novel, true to its title, Encouraging Goodness, Eradicating Evil, which tells the story of the male lead, the crown prince, who possesses everything from power to good looks, and the female lead is a Saintess, who is kind yet decisive. Just when everyone thought the ending would be a happy one, during the wedding of the 2 main characters, the demon race suddenly appeared and destroyed everything. Although it wasn't complete annihilation, all the side characters died, making it a case of a dragon's head and a rat's tail. No, it was a deadly ending.
Meliara clutched the suitcase in her hand. She thought angrily to herself, "It was already sad enough that I was hit by a car and left for dead in my previous life. Why did the world I transmigrated into also have to be one destined for destruction?" Suddenly she paused and turned her head. Moreover, the body I transmigrated into had been abused and confined by its father since childhood. Ultimately, she was disinherited, had her engagement broken off, and was kicked out of the house, a villainess with an unfortunate life. That's why I made a firm decision. I absolutely will not live such an unhappy life anymore. I have to leave the empire, because 3 months from now, the demon race will appear and burn this place to the ground, and yet he chose precisely this moment to kick me out of the house. The duke pointed directly at her face and roared, "Get out of the ducal mansion immediately." Meliara thought, "Okay, thanks a lot." I walked out really coolly, because I'm alive now after all. As for you, go fall into the hell that the demon race will give you, you abusive criminal. Running away from home requires cash, so where can I exchange money now? As the young lady of a 3-generation ducal lineage, I'd definitely be recognized if I went to a shop on the main avenue. I guess I'll have to go to the outskirts of the city. Suddenly, at this moment, a dog barked. Meliara immediately turned around. A dog's bark. Oh, I absolutely love animals.
When she saw the dog, Meliara froze, her body rigid. A 3-headed dog looked incredibly grotesque. Meliara exclaimed in panic, "Oh, isn't that the hound guarding the gates of hell?" Before she could even think, the 3 heads lunged forward. Meliara clutched the suitcase in her hands, her face pale. This novel's worldview has that too? Oh no, don't come here. The 3 heads rushed at Meliara, leaping high. Meliara, terrified, covered her face. Oh, it's going to bite me. But the 3 heads' next action was something Meliara hadn't anticipated. This wet feeling. Instead of attacking, the 3 heads licked all over her. Meliara's face was soaking wet. What is this? It's just a dog with 3 heads. Immediately after, the 3 heads stretched out on the ground. Meliara smiled. "You want me to rub your belly? All right." At this moment, a man walked over. He called out, "Gelber." Then he approached the 3 heads. Meliara also stopped, raising her head to look at him. He approached and said, "Did you suddenly slip your leash?"
"What is this?" Meliara's jaw dropped. "Wow, he's incredibly handsome. Is he even human? That face is totally my type. No, snap out at it." Then she asked, "Are you the master of these little ones?" He replied with his arms crossed, "Yes." The 3 heads seemed a bit timid and hid behind Meliara when they saw him. He continued, "Gelber is being friendly to a stranger? That's unusual." Meliara replied with a smile, "Haha, animals tend to cling to me a lot." In Meliara's previous life, she was constantly surrounded by a great many animals. Meliara stroked Gelber and said, "What a cuddly little one." All 3 of them have their own unique personalities, which is quite interesting. The white-haired man asked, looking puzzled, "3 little ones?" Meliara replied, "Because it has 3 heads, I called them the 3 little ones. Is that a bit odd?" Hearing this, he remained silent for a moment.
Seeing this, Meliara immediately asked, "What's wrong, sir?" Whitehaired said nothing and immediately knelt on one knee. He pulled Meliara towards him, causing her hat to fall off, then lifted Meliara's chin. Meliara, before she could even process it, was bewildered. Huh? She thought. If he's suddenly like this, then I'm really getting a bargain. Meliara was stunned. No, we're on the street, and he's suddenly doing this." In Meliara's heart, she was fluttering. "Oh my goodness." Whitehaired began to speak. Could it be? Meliara was pouting her lips when suddenly someone ran up. "Sir, you found Gelber. So you're here." Meliara awkwardly stood up. The butler bowed and said, "Thank you for helping us find Gelber." Meliara, seeing the newcomer, exclaimed, "Wow, a handsome middle-aged man. Looking at his attire, he must be a butler, right?" Then she waved her hand and replied, No, I just happened to pass by and met him." She thought, "So that person must be a noble, right? Why does he look so elegant? Anyway, he's excessively handsome. The more I look, the more he's exactly my type." Suddenly, he looked over, making Meliara feel shy. It startled me completely. The butler offered 2 gold coins and said, "Although it's nothing major, please accept this as a token of our gratitude." Meliara began to say, "Oh, a token of gratitude for what? At this point, Meliara saw the 2 gold coins, and her eyes lit up like car headlights. She thought, it was just playing with a few dogs, and with this money I can sleep 10 nights in a luxurious place. How great! Then she extended her hand and replied with a smile. Yes, then I won't refuse, she thought. Too much gratitude, so I've changed my mind. Better take it quickly and run. Well then, if you'll excuse me. After taking the 2 gold coins, Meliara immediately grabbed her sandals and ran off.
The butler watched her, smiling, and said, "What a lovely person." Seeing Whitehair deep in thought, the butler asked, "Is something wrong, sir?" Whitehair replied, "No, I just have something bothering me." Then he called out to someone nearby, "Hey, you there." The young man startled and turned around. "Yes, sir? Did you call me?" Whitehair pointed at Gelber and replied, "Yes, I have something to ask you. How many heads do you see on this dog?" Gelber stared at the young man with incredibly menacing eyes. The young man, startled, pointed at Gelber and replied, That, isn't it obviously one?" Gelber barked at him, making him panic. "Please don't bite me." Whitehair remained silent, pondering something. Then he said, "All right, you may go." The young man frantically ran off. I'm sorry." The butler turned and asked, "Why are you so troubled, sir? It's not like you at all. It's enchanted with a concealment spell, so ordinary people would naturally only see 1 head." He replied, "That girl, she saw 3 heads. She saw through Gelber's concealment spell." Recalling Meliara's earlier words, "Since it has 3 heads, I call it 3 pups. Isn't that a bit strange?" The butler asked in disbelief, "How can that be? Could she be a demonkin or someone with a contract with a demonkin?" Whitehair replied, "I don't feel that way at all."
The butler hesitated. So, could it be that person? The white-haired man thought to himself, turning away coldly. No, absolutely not. That's right. Compared to the girl in my memories, her appearance is different, but then he sharply turned and said, "Tanma, you must investigate her." Tanma replied, "I understand, sir." He thought to himself, different appearances don't mean different souls. Who knows, maybe this time I can find her. Meanwhile, on Meliara's side, well, I've got my pay now. The first thing I have to do, of course, is go shopping. She quickly entered a fashion store. Oh my, it suits you perfectly. When she came out, her eyes lit up at the sight of an eatery. After eating her fill, Meliara delighted. Ah, I'm so full. I've wanted to eat this ever since I appeared in the original story. I've got comfortable clothes and my stomach is full. So next, should I officially plan my escape? This place will soon be eliminated by the Demon King, so I need to escape as far from the Empire as possible. Next, I need to find the opportunities that appear in the novel.
What is a fated artifact? It's a sacred item used for defense, mentioned in novels that encourage good and eradicate evil. Perhaps it's my lifeline, since it's used for defense. But the problem is that this fated artifact is right next to Grand Duke Arvis, probably in the Moon Temple. Why is that a problem? Because Grand Duke Arvis is the Demon King who will destroy the Empire. But Grand Duke Arvis has lived in seclusion for nearly 100 years, so why would he suddenly attack the Empire? Why did the Demon King initially live as a Grand Duke in the human world? At this moment, someone nearby noticed her and approached. He crossed his arms and asked, "What's a Demon King?" Meliara immediately turned around. He rested his arm on the chair, smiling, and said, "I didn't expect the lady to draw so poorly. Art is basic knowledge for a duke's daughter, isn't it?" Meliara immediately noticed his appearance. Wow, he was incredibly handsome. The cuteness on his handsome face stimulated her maternal instincts, exactly the face of an idol group's center. But who was he? She rarely saw a face like this here, so she unconsciously got excited. He pulled out a chair, sat down, and said, "It's my first time seeing a girl wearing pants, so I thought I was mistaken." Meliara stammered, "Oh, is that so? Why are you here?" Meliara wondered to herself, "Who is this? An acquaintance of Meliara's? Ah, I'm Meliara now, aren't I? I probably won't be exposed, right? She knows someone this handsome? I'm so jealous." Suddenly, he looked stunned. Meliara asked curiously, "Is something wrong, sir?" He replied, "No, it's just that you haven't dropped the honorifics all this time, but now you have." Meliara stammered an explanation. "Huh? Oh, that? It's been a long time since we last met, so I just forgot." She thought to herself, "Isn't this a relationship where honorifics can be dropped?" Next, he clasped Meliara's hand and said cheerfully, "No, it's fine, actually. Dropping honorifics will make us feel less distant, won't it? It's good. Since we've already changed the way we talk, why don't we change how we address each other, too?" Meliara asked, "Address each other? What should I call you then?" She blushed and thought to herself, "Absolutely adorable, top tier. That expression should be illegal." He said, "Calling me Your Highness is too stiff. Just call me Linden." Meliara secretly marveled. Amazing. So even the side characters in this fantasy romance world are handsome. Then she said, all right, Linden." Suddenly, Meliara's face darkened in shock. Linden Ezasan Van Bacarda, the second prince of the Empire, who encourages good and eradicates evil. And he's the novel's male supporting character after all. Linden saw her looking dazed and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Meliara pouted. "Oh no." Meliara forced a laugh and said, "Haha, it seems a bit hot here." Meliara thought in surprise, "I can't believe I ran into the male supporting character right away.
Why is the second prince in a place like this, quite far from the capital? But thinking about it, after his mother's suspicious death, it must be about the struggle for power, right? I heard that the head of the merchant guild, Aegison, his father, raised Linden outside the palace. Is that why not many people recognize him? Linden scratched his face and called, Meliara. Meliara flinched. Linden worriedly touched her forehead to check her temperature. Then he said, You don't have a fever. If you're sick, let's go home. Meliara, feeling like her heart was about to drop out, awkwardly said, No, I'm not sick. Oh, my heart, don't flutter at that handsome face and affectionate voice. He might look like this, but in the original story,
He is a schemer who stops at nothing to win over the female lead, even though Olivia ultimately ends up with his brother, the male lead. Linden asked, I heard your engagement was broken off. Are you all right? Linden looked at him and made an assessment. He's being so friendly with me. Perhaps it's because he thinks I have some exploitable value, given that I'm the young lady from a ducal family of 3 generations, even though now I'm a failure, with no ties to the ducal estate anymore. In any case, it's better to cut ties here. Then she immediately stood up and said, My mood is a bit volatile due to the broken engagement. Please don't mind me. I have plans tomorrow, so I'll take my leave. Linden tried to hold her back. Meliara, wait a moment. Meliara sighed in relief. Phew, this should be enough, right? Was I too decisive? No, even so, it's best not to get involved with a red flag. But what if he was genuinely worried about a friend just now? Moreover, around this time in the original story, Linden lost his grandfather, and he was extremely exhausted, which is why he was with me. Then she turned back and spoke. Your Highness Linden, thank you for your concern just now, Your Highness. It brought me comfort. If ever Your Highness needs comfort, please come to me. Although I can't say cool things, I'm confident I can listen. Meliara mused. Anyway, the original female lead will comfort him. Linden hesitated. Then,
Please call me Linden again. No need for honorifics. We agreed on that earlier. Meliara replied with a smile. All right. She thought to herself, he's more whiny than I thought. What can I do? Suddenly, the door opened and something darted in, catching Meliara's attention. Its movement was not small, causing Meliara to fall with a thud. Meliara opened one eye and saw Gelber standing in front of her, wagging its tail. Gelber, why are you here? Linden came over to help her up. Meliara, are you all right? Where did this dog come from? At that moment, the dog's owner approached. Gelber, come here. Gelber, you're being rude. Meliara looked up. We meet again, don't we? The white-haired man looked at her for a moment, then said, You changed your hairstyle? Meliara touched her hair and replied, Oh, it was too inconvenient, so I tied it up. Does it look strange? He chuckled softly and replied, It looks very comfortable. Meliara's heart pounded. Oh, don't jump out, my heart. Then she asked, Are you staying here tonight, sir? He replied, For now I intend to. Linden immediately interjected and asked, Meliara, who is this person? Meliara replied, He's someone I coincidentally met this morning, the master of Gelber. Linden extended his hand. Pleased to meet you. I am Linden Azison Fan Bakarta. The white-haired man merely stared at him without a word. Linden then said, annoyed, When greeted, shouldn't one return the greeting out of politeness? The white-haired man coldly said, Why should I? After that, the two exchanged affectionate glances, making Meliara confused. Oh dear, the atmosphere. What's suddenly gotten into them? If he heard Linden's surname, he should know immediately that he's a member of the royal family, shouldn't he? Linden sneered. Aren't you being quite rude? Such behavior isn't good. Immediately after these words, everyone present also got into a ready stance. Meliara was astonished. Are all these people here Linden's guards? The white-haired man crossed his arms and said, That's my line. His gaze turned cold, and in an instant, Linden's subordinates collapsed. Linden was astonished. What is this? Could it be? Then the white-haired man approached Meliara. He spoke. Rhett. My name is Rhett. Meliara replied, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Oh, and I'm Meliara. Rhett said, Ara. Meliara scratched her head, forcing a smile. Haha, you can call me that. Meliara thought with a start. What a shock. I never expected to hear my past life's name here. Rhett suddenly asked, Haven't you ever met me? Meliara was puzzled. I don't know. My memory isn't very good. She secretly wondered, could he possibly know Meliara? Then she continued, Although I don't have any memory of meeting you before, it's fine as long as we get to know each other from now on. Rat looked at her with disappointment, while Meliara, still not understanding anything, merely forced a smile. But actually, I'm planning to leave here, so I don't have much time left. What a pity. Rat immediately asked, Leaving? Where are you going? She replied, I'm heading to Shivan village in the east, so if we meet again. Ret immediately interrupted her. I'll go with you too. Then he rambled on, explaining, I was already planning to go east. Security outside the capital isn't good, so you'll be safer if you come with me. Meliara was flustered and awkward. But we've only just met. It will probably take several days, and I'll become a burden to you. Rhett said without hesitation, If you can't trust me, then let me swear an oath before the moonlit lake. With that, he drew his sword. I swear before the lake that I will protect you. Meliara was stunned. Huh? Rhett declared confidently, No matter where you intend to go, I will be responsible for your safety until you reach your destination. If I break this oath, the moon god will punish my soul instead." Meliara's eyes widened. Wait a minute," she thought, puzzled. What is this person thinking? Then she shouted, "Stop it!" Meliara grabbed his arm. "You don't need to do that. Let's just go together." She thought to herself, what kind of oath before the moonlit lake is this? For those who worship the moon god, it's almost like an oath pledging one's life. It's like a lover's vow before going off to war. I've heard that if you break such an oath, the moon god will curse your soul. It's just a few days of travel. Why say such grand words? Meliara smiled and said, "I felt uneasy thinking about traveling alone, but with you, Sir Rhett, accompanying me, I feel much more at ease."
Meliara paused, then she smiled. "All right." Linden stopped when he saw that, his expression darkening thoughtfully, but he said nothing. The next morning, Meliara, after a good night's sleep, stepped out and stretched. "Gelber, did you sleep well?" Gelber wagged his tail, greeting her good morning. The butler was also awake by this time. He stepped out and asked, "Did you sleep well last night? It's an honor to see you again, young lady." Meliara immediately approached to greet him. "We meet again, Mr. Butler. From now on, please feel free to just call me Meliara." Tanma placed a hand on his chest and replied, "Yes, Miss Meliara, I am Tanma." Meliara forced a smile, thinking to herself, "I meant I wanted to be called by my name, without Miss." Tanma turned. "I've prepared breakfast downstairs. Let's go." As Meliara was just going downstairs, an arm was raised. "Meliara, did you sleep well?" Meliara smiled and replied, "Yes, did you two sleep well?" Seeing two handsome men, Meliara brightened up considerably. Her eyes had been blessed so early in the morning. Linden pushed a plate of food towards Meliara and said, "The breakfast here is very good. You should try some." Seeing the full plate of food, Meliara replied, "Oh,
She thought awkwardly to herself, What should I do? I don't normally eat breakfast. In my previous life, I was frantic on my way to work. Normally, I would eat toast and cereal, partly because I was busy, and if I ate too much, I'd feel bloated. But they've already prepared it for me anyway." Thinking this, she picked up her spoon and fork. I will eat it with gusto." Before she could even eat, Rhett pushed 2 pieces of bread towards her, making her pause, stunned. Rhett put down the cup of water and said, "If you eat a lot in the morning, it will be inconvenient when you move." Meliara, with an awkward expression, replied, "Thank you, Rhett."
Meliara took a sip and froze. She was surprised. This is cereal. So this world also has cereal. Rhett rested his chin on his hand, turned to her and asked, "Is it good?" Meliara stammered, "Yes, the cereal powder is very handsome." Rhett, on the other hand, "Huh? What are you saying?" Meliara put down the glass of cereal and thought to herself, "Right, come to think of it, the staple food here is powder, so it's impossible for this place not to have cereal." Rhett offered a suggestion. "I heard it's really delicious if you add honey instead of sugar." Meliara's heart pounded. That's right, it's good with honey." Meliara awkwardly thought to herself, "Saying things like that with that face is against the rules, against the rules." At this moment, Linden also spoke up. "Hey, Meliara, you said you're going to Chiva village in the east, right?" Meliara replied, Why?" Linden continued, "This morning I received a telegram, and coincidentally I have something to do in the east. May I come along?" Meliara froze for 5 seconds. "Huh? You too?" Linden's eyes sparkled pleadingly. "Can't I? Can't I?" Meliara's mouth dropped open at his beauty, causing her to drop a piece of bread. It's not that you can't." Then she turned to Rhett and asked, "Rhett, what do you think?" Rhett replied, "If you're okay with it, then I'm fine." Meliara awkwardly thought to herself, "Yesterday their relationship was so bad, and now it's really okay? I felt uncomfortable with the prince coming along and hoped Rhett could stop him, but then again, Rhett doesn't have the standing to do that." Meliara sighed and said, I guess it's fine. So once we finish breakfast, let's depart right away." A moment later, Rhett escorted her to a carriage, an incredibly luxurious carriage. Meliara was surprised. "Is this Rhett's carriage?" Rhett replied, "Yes, it is. Well, get in." Meliara was stunned when she saw him extend his hand. "Huh? No, there's no need. I can just take a public carriage." Rhett immediately asked, "We're going the same way. Is it really necessary to take separate carriages?" Meliara hesitated. "Well, but..." Meliara thought for a moment. Then she said, "In that case, I'll be imposing then. Thank you, Rhett." Meanwhile, Linden was discussing matters with his guards. "Well then, I'll see you all in the capital," Linden said, then walked over. The two stared at each other, but neither said a word. Then Linden smiled and said, "My carriage hasn't arrived yet. May I join you?" As he spoke, he exuded killing intent. Rhett was silent for a moment. He recalled the conversation with Linden last night. Last night, Linden had said, "I've heard my father's stories, Grand Duke. I didn't expect us to meet here, and with Princess Darchis." Rhett replied, "Prince, you should have said so sooner, the fact that I am Grand Duke Arvis." Meliara thought to herself, "It's better not to tell her. As a child, I once overheard a conversation between His Majesty and my brother. His Majesty said, 'Zykan, no matter what happens, never oppose Grand Duke Arvis.'" Zykan asked curiously, "We are royalty. Why should we have to consider his feelings?" The Emperor replied, "He is not just a descendant of the founding meritorious official. No matter how absurd the situation, you must never ever oppose him. The moment he points his sword at us, the Empire will turn into a wasteland. Linden broke out in a sweat. Just what?
What was he thinking? Back to the present, the carriage had started to depart. Meliara sat in the carriage, hands clasped tightly, feeling embarrassed, so awkward. Or was it because Linden was also coming along? Earlier, Linden had approached urgently. Meliara, can I come with you? Can you give me a ride too? Meliara, who was hitching a ride on the carriage, hesitated. I'm sorry, it's not my carriage. Rhett calmly replied. It's fine. If you're comfortable with it, then go ahead. Meliara breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Rhett didn't find it inconvenient, thankfully. Meliara's flashback ended. Wait, hold on. We'll be traveling together in the carriage for the next 3 days. I don't want to be this awkward. Meliara immediately stood up. So let's have a really fun trip together until we reach Chivon village. Linden worried. Meliara, it's very dangerous to stand up like that while the carriage is moving. Meliara excitedly said, let's go. But I overlooked something. To protect the eyes of the channel viewers, we replaced X with adorable chicks. Could it be that I have carriage sickness? Linden, holding a bucket, just asked, are you all right? Meliara was clearly not okay. She replied, I'm sorry, Linden. Rhett spoke up. Let's stop here for a bit and then continue. A little while later, at a house, Linden approached. Are you really okay staying by yourself? Meliara forced a smile. Please don't worry too much. Linden continued. Then let me find some good medicine for motion sickness for you. You rest, Meliara. Meliara replied. Thank you, Linden.
Linden walked away, but her heart remained anxious. Meliara waved goodbye, saying, off you go. After Linden departed, Meliara mused thoughtfully. In my previous life, I suffered from severe motion sickness, and I can't believe I still have it after transmigrating into another body. If you have motion sickness, you should drink chamomile tea, but it's probably hard to find here, isn't it? As she was pondering, a knock echoed from outside. Meliara spoke up. Oh yes, come in. Reth entered from outside, holding a cup of water in his hand. He said, drink this, then offered the cup of water to Meliara. Meliara reached out and took it. What is this? Reth replied, chamomile tea. Meliara, surprised, held the cup of chamomile tea in her hands, her eyes wide. Meliara immediately asked, how did you… Reth hesitated for a moment, then said, Tanma said chamomile tea is good for motion sickness. Meliara smiled. Ah, so that's it. She thought to herself in surprise. They have that folk remedy here too? Meliara then took a sip and beamed brightly. Thank you, Reth. Reth, with his hands on his hips, said, I used magic to keep the tea warm. Just rest here today. We'll depart tomorrow. After that, he turned to leave when Meliara suddenly called out, Reth.
She smiled brightly. Lord Rhett is truly very friendly. Rhett flinched and stopped. Then he also opened the door. He left, not forgetting to tell her, get some more sleep. Then the door slammed shut. Rhett stopped outside, thinking to himself, how could it really be her this time? Rhett's heart swelled. He recalled Meliara's words, which aligned with a certain image. Rhett is very friendly. Don't you recognize him? Rhett's heart pounded. This time maybe it's true. The next day, Rhett ordered, bring the palanquin from the Grand Duke's estate here. Tanma raised a hand and said, that will certainly help with motion sickness, but what if the young lady sees its true form? Rhett crossed his arms and said, if she can see its true form, then we will be even more certain. Tanma smiled and asked, aren't you already certain now, my lord? Rhett let out a sigh. Just seeing Gelbert's true form isn't enough to conclude anything. Tanma's next words made Rhett feel a bit chagrined. Is it true that you don't believe it, even though you searched the entire village just to find chamomile tea? The gentleman I know isn't like that. Surely you believe she is the one, don't you? Rhett crossed his arms and said, she doesn't remember me, and her appearance is also different. Tanma smiled. But you noticed that the way she smiles is exactly the same, didn't you? Rhett's gaze became serious. That's right. I know whenever she's stressed, she'll purse her lips. Whenever she looks at someone else's expression, her eyes will dart around. Also her kindness towards Gelber. Eating only a little in the morning, and looking for chamomile tea when she gets motion sickness. All of it I remember clearly. There's no way I couldn't recognize her. Tanma hesitated. Sir? Reth interrupted. Anyway, once we reach the temple, we'll find out. Tanma bowed and replied, I understand. Tanma looked up and thought to himself, is he hesitating because of that? 2 years ago at Duke Arvis's mansion, a sun Saintess once came to bestow blessings, but the Arvis ducal estate inherently worshipped the moon god and had already received countless blessings from the moon god, so there was no need for the sun god's blessings. Reth said, clearly annoyed, that's sun Saintess, she's truly irritating. Tanma spoke from behind. But sir, wouldn't it be better to be on good terms? If we lose to the Soul and Chalk factions, the situation will become more complicated. Reth ordered, we can't let that happen. Let her in. Because he didn't intend to contend with the Soul faction, he reluctantly allowed the girl into the Duke's mansion. However, she pointed at Gelber and said precisely that it was the three-headed dog. However, she was merely a contractor with the demon race, not the one he was waiting for. This time, hopefully, nothing will happen to disappoint him. While deep in thought, a shout rang out nearby. Hey, you, snap out of it. Both of them immediately turned their heads. A black-haired young man was coughing violently. When he looked at his hand, he had coughed up blood. Reth was stunned. Blood, red. Not long after, Meliara, in a daze, heard someone calling, Ara, Ara. Meliara broke out in a sweat. Who's calling me? The voice called out continuously. Ara, open your eyes. Meliara wondered, this isn't the orphanage, so who is it? The voice continued, surely you haven't caught that disease, have you? Meliara. A loud call startled Meliara awake.
Meliara, you all right? Meliara looked bewildered. Huh? What's wrong, everyone? Why are you all staring at me while I sleep? She quickly wiped her mouth, thinking, no, did I drool in my sleep? Linden asked, how are you feeling? You're not having trouble breathing or anything, are you? Meliara replied, no, I just woke up from a good sleep, so I feel very refreshed. What happened? Linden looked up. It's a relief you're all right. Well, about the village now. Meliara panicked. Is there an infectious disease in the village? Meliara quickly went outside. Linden spoke. The situation seems more serious than I thought. Already half the villagers are infected, and there isn't enough space for patients. Even though we've set up tents in the square, it's still not enough. Although I've used my authority to seal off the village, it seems it will be very difficult for us to get out. I wanted to at least get you out of here, but… Meliara raised her hand and replied, no, I don't want to be the only one receiving special privileges. The situation seems very urgent. I'll help in any way I can. Linden continued, thank you, and wait a moment. Just then, his communicator beeped. A communicator can help contact people who are far away. Meliara looked at him, thinking to herself, although Linden doesn't tell everyone, in times like these, he steps up and takes responsibility as a prince. Then she clenched her fists in determination. All right, I'll do what I can and help everyone, even with small tasks. With that thought, Meliara immediately got to work. I'll move this, okay? Suddenly, she saw Rhett talking to the doctors.
She asked, Rhett, what did the doctor say? Rhett replied, without borrowing divine power and relying solely on medical skills, it will be somewhat challenging. Meliara put a hand to her chin in thought and said, that's quite serious. Knowing the cause would certainly help. Rhett also put a hand to his chin and replied, that I will take care of myself. Meliara replied, all right, that's fine, Rhett. Rhett noticed the pile of things Meliara was holding and asked, that's one thing. You said you were going to rest, but it turns out you're running errands? Meliara smiled and replied, I felt awkward resting by myself, and I'm feeling much better now. Oh, and most importantly, you said that without divine power it can't be resolved, so we have to contact the temple, right? She thought to herself, if it's an urgent illness, the temple's power would… Wasn't this mentioned even once in the original work? She, the original protagonist, Olivia, is a Saintess. Nominally, I'm someone who transmitted into the novel, but the amount of information I know is far too little. Rhett spoke up. It's not necessary to contact the temple.
Meliara was stunned and asked, what? Reth shook his head. No, it's nothing. Then Meliara turned and left. I'll go deliver this quickly and be right back. Meliara thought to herself, puzzled. Strange. Everything Reth says is so vague. Meliara went to hand over the pile of things, saying, here you go. If you need any more help, just say so. Then she went to the sick people. Are you all right? Sunset finally fell. Meliara plopped down and let out a sigh of relief. Now I can finally rest and breathe a little. Just then Reth approached and asked, are you only resting now? Meliara saw him and asked, you must be very busy. Why are you here? Reth replied, there was something I couldn't say earlier. Suddenly a scream nearby made Meliara jump. Damn it, these wretched bastards. Linden was panting heavily. Meliara ran over and asked, Linden, what's wrong? He said angrily, I contacted the Royal Palace's magic tower, but they said they couldn't send aid troops.
Meliara heard it as if struck by lightning. What? What was that? Linden's face darkened as he said, even though I've explained the situation, they said they can't send personnel here for such trivial matters. Meliara recalled the scene of the patients and their families crying and wondered, trivial matters? Linden continued, even at a time like this, they're still engaging in political infighting. Meliara thought to herself, but then again, the Imperial Magic Tower is the Crown Prince's faction. Linden, to those who support the Crown Prince, he is like a thorn in their side, but he is a person of very high magical power, to the extent that he could endanger the position of the Magic Tower Master, which is why they make things difficult for him in everything. But compared to the safety of the Empire's citizens, is their own political standing still more important? How selfish. Linden stepped forward and made a suggestion. Meliara, why don't you try contacting them? Meliara was surprised. Me? She hesitated before replying. That's a bit difficult. When my engagement was broken off, rumors spread everywhere. Linden awkwardly said, oh, I'm sorry. You must still be very upset, and here I am talking nonsense. Meliara turned away and thought to herself, what's there to apologize for? I'm the one who should be apologizing for not being able to help, because now I have absolutely no connection to the Crown Prince anymore. Then she held out her hand and offered her own opinion. As I see it, the only place we can truly rely on is the temple. Meliara pondered. But the problem is, before I transmigrated into this body, Meliara was suspected of poisoning the Saintess. How dare you? I wonder if they'll grant my request? But there's no other way.
Meliara sighed and said, people really shouldn't bet their lives on this new power struggle. Suddenly, Meliara remembered something and her eyes lit up. That's it. Besides the Sun Temple and the Imperial Magic Tower, there's still one more power that can help us. Linden gloomily asked, besides those two places, is there anywhere else we can count on? Meliara immediately replied, no, think carefully, both of you. Linden, Rhett, there isn't just one sun god in this empire. If there's a sun god, then…
The two seemed to realize her intention. Meliara, don't tell me. Meliara smiled and replied, exactly. The lunar cult worships the moon god.
She thought to herself, because from the very beginning, the lunar temple was the place she chose to hide herself. Then she spoke up, the lunar sect has a bad relationship with the soul sect, so on the contrary, they would welcome us, wouldn't they? Rhett asked curiously, have you thought of a way to contact the temple yet? Meliara froze stiff upon hearing that. I haven't thought of that yet, she said awkwardly. So therefore, I was planning to inquire among the surrounding guilds. Rhett immediately interrupted. No, the lunar sect doesn't use the communication tools that the soul sect uses, so using this will be faster. Then he presented a sparkling necklace. Meliara took it, wondering, this? Rhett handed it to her and said, try blowing into it. Meliara hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath. Then Meliara blew out a breath, and a remarkably clear sound rang out. Lyndon was surprised. What a beautiful sound! Meliara turned to look up at the sky and asked, but can this really be used to communicate? Before she could finish speaking, a cawing sound rang out. Red looked out. It's here! Red held out his hand, and an eagle immediately landed on his arm, flapping its wings. A smile spread across Rhett's face, and Meliara exclaimed in surprise, oh! She gasped, oh my goodness! Meliara's eyes lit up. It's so adorable. Can I touch it? Rhett handed it to her and said, you just need to send a message through it, and the priests of the lunar sect will confirm.
Meliara happily turned to him. Lyndon, you should try touching it too. Its fur is so soft. When she turned back, she saw Lyndon had teleported far away. His face darkened. Meliara, you're really good at touching those kinds of things, aren't you? Meliara looked at him, thinking to herself, Lyndon doesn't seem to like animals much, while she even liked the dog that looked like a wolf. Meliara handed the eagle to Rhett and said, then I'll go get the letter paper and pen. As she was about to leave, a small hand gently tugged at Meliara's sleeve. B-sister, did that sound just now come from the whistle you're wearing? Meliara held the whistle in her hand and asked, this one? The boy asked, yes, it's such a mysterious and beautiful sound, isn't it, big sister? Meliara sat down in front of him and smiled. Do you want to try? The boy joyfully asked back, may I? Meliara took off the necklace and said, of course you may. Suddenly, the boy coughed. Meliara asked worriedly, are you okay? If you're hurting anywhere. Suddenly, the boy coughed up a mouthful of blood, stunning Meliara. The bloodstain still lingering on his hand made her even more stunned. Meliara's face darkened as she thought, dark purple blood. Meliara immediately sprang up. Everyone, stay away from me. She was aghast and worried. To be vomiting blood means the illness is quite severe. I was close to the boy, so it's already too late for me, but I must do something to prevent the spread until the priest arrives. Until then, it's enough for me to bear the pain alone. Suddenly, Rhett walked over and took her hand. Rhett, please step away. What if you get infected? Rhett said nothing and immediately pulled up the boy's sleeve. On the boy's arm was a dark red mark. Rhett said, this is a symptom of an infectious disease. Meliara worried. No, Rhett. What if Rhett gets infected because of me? Meliara shouted, I don't want that. Suddenly, her hand glowed, and the golden light on her hand astonished her. Lyndon exclaimed in surprise, This is... Rhett braced himself and stood up.
Meliara wondered to herself about what had just happened. Rhett held out his now-healed arm and said, look at this. Meliara was surprised, thinking to herself, the black spots, they're gone. The boy joyfully exclaimed, Sister, I don't feel uncomfortable anymore. You helped me get well, didn't you? Just like a priest. Meliara stammered, No, Rhett said, You did it. You didn't mishear. Trust me, you definitely healed the boy. Meliara fumbled, Huh? I don't have any powers. Suddenly, a booming voice rang out. No, it is you. Meliara and Rhett immediately turned their heads to look. A group of 3 hooded youths cheered. Oh, that noble aura, that melodious voice, that graceful figure like the moon. The 3 of them then pointed at Meliara. You are the one we have been waiting for day and night. Meliara was bewildered. Huh? Who are these people? The boy beside her clapped his hands delightedly, while Meliara was too surprised to speak. Meliara was confused. Why are you... The 3 of them shook Meliara. Oh, Saintess, oh! Suddenly, someone approached. Everyone, stop! You're making her unable to speak. Meliara was surprised to see the person approaching. Oh, I can feel an aura from her. The girl approached. Please forgive us for startling you. Meliara immediately asked, I'm fine, but who are you? The woman bowed, placing a hand on her chest in greeting. I apologize for the belated introduction. I am Lydia, the bishop of the lunar sect, which worships the moon god. A moment later, Meliara, the bishop, and everyone else went into the living room.
Lydia spoke, We are already here, so everyone can rest assured about the spread of infectious diseases. Meliara sighed. What a relief, thank you. Come to think of it, I haven't even sent a telegram yet, so how did you all know to come? Lydia then looked up and asked, Didn't you blow the whistle? Meliara replied hesitantly, Even so, I can't believe the lunar temple could hear it from such a distance. Lydia chuckled. That whistle contains divine power, so no matter where it is, we can receive the signal. But not everyone can use it. Only one person, a person of immense nobility and specialness, chosen by the moon god. Only the Saintess of the lunar sect can use that whistle. Allow me to formally introduce myself. Lydia knelt down. I am Lydia, a servant of Lunar, and I have waited a very long time to meet the successor Saintess. Meanwhile, Meliara was still processing what was happening. Meliara then sprang to her feet and shouted, "Impossible! There's clearly some misunderstanding." Lydia smiled and asked, "May I ask why you are so certain?" Meliara replied, "Meliara, no. I once met a priest of the Soul sect, and he told me I have no divine power."
Meliara lowered her head and thought to herself. Because of her lack of divine power, Meliara had been abused by her own biological father. That person doesn't deserve to be a parent. I should probably curse them out to vent all my frustration. Lydia put a hand to her chin, pondered for a moment, then said, a priest of the Soul faith? Then Lydia chuckled. That senile old man said that? Of course, the relationship between the Soul faith and the lunar faith isn't good. But to meet the Saintess of the lunar faith and say nothing? What should be done about this old man? Meliara looked at Lydia's smile and thought, her smile is so terrifying. Lydia returned to her serious demeanor and continued. Even so, that statement isn't entirely wrong. Perhaps it just means that you don't have the ability as a Saintess of the Soul faith. Meliara was stunned. So you're saying... Lyndon also jumped to his feet. So Meliara is truly the Saintess of the lunar faith? A hooded person immediately jumped up and yelled, "What? Look at what that person is saying. Are you doubting the words of our noble priest?" Lyndon replied, "No, I didn't say that." Two hooded people nearby pulled the other person down. "Calm down." Meliara was surprised. "They can be so casual with the prince?" Lydia spoke up. "According to my judgment, that is exactly the case. There are many reasons if you ask, but the most important reason is the amount of divine power. Furthermore, including the Saintess, there have only been 2 people with such profound and refined divine power until now." Meliara thought of Olivia, pondering, 2 people? So is the other person the female lead, Olivia? Meliara immediately asked, "If someone with more divine power than me appears, will that person become the Saintess?" Lydia replied, "No, ma'am. Even though a Saintess hasn't appeared for several centuries, there are no records of 2 children of God appearing at the same time." Meliara hesitated. "But if I truly am the Saintess, why do I only have divine power now?" Lydia explained, divine power doesn't manifest from the beginning. Although, of course, I was born with special power, it took quite a long time to discover my abilities. Lunar's divine power, a power originating from the soul, manifests in the body through an intermediary. Therefore, it can only be discovered when the soul and body are unified. Furthermore, I manifested my talent at the age of 4, but the priests here only become priests in their teenage years. Meliara was surprised. The body and soul must become one for the power to be discovered? So does that mean the owner of this power is inherently my soul? How can that be? I was just an ordinary employee. Lydia asked, "Have any marks appeared on your body recently? Once power is discovered, a similar symbol sometimes appears on the body." Meliara suddenly recalled her past before transmigrating into this body. A friend of hers approached and asked, "Era, did you get a tattoo on your back?" Meliara replied, "Oh, that's just a birthmark I've had since I was little. It has a unique shape, doesn't it?" Her friend was also surprised. "Really? It looks so naturally beautiful. If you said it was a tattoo, I'd believe you." Meliara smiled. "Awesome, saved me money on a tattoo." Even when I transmigrated into Meliara's body, I saw one in a similar position, but I just thought it was a coincidence. Am I really the moon goddess Saintess? The next day, people bustled about on the busy streets. Meliara was sitting lost in thought when someone approached and asked, "What are you doing sitting here alone?" Seeing Lyndon approach, she exclaimed, "Ah, Lyndon! I was going to help everyone with some work, but the priests told me not to worry and sent me back." The priests had told Meliara, "It's all right, Saintess. Please go back and rest. We'll take care of it." Lyndon smiled. They truly are people full of willingness to work. Meliara recalled what a priest had said. "Saintess, you held my hand. I won't wash my hand for the rest of my life." Her face darkened. "Huh? Is that so?" she thought to herself. "To be honest, they're a bit too much like a cult, so I'm a little scared." Lyndon continued. "Anyway, thanks to the priests of the lunar sect, the situation improved much faster. What a relief." Previously, Lydia had bluntly stated, "Contact the Soul sect?" The Soul sect's divine power heals injuries like bruises and broken bones, but this infectious disease requires the purification ability of our lunar sect. Meliara spoke up. "That's right. It's fortunate we were able to contact the lunar sect." Lyndon sat down beside her and asked, "So you can also use divine power?" Meliara replied, Though I can't use it proficiently yet." As she spoke, Meliara extended her hand, and a glow appeared in her palm. "But since I've resolved to use it, it seems I've learned a little how to. Here, go ahead and touch it." Lyndon asked worriedly, "Is it safe to touch?" Meliara smiled and replied, Of course, of course." Then he pointed his finger at it, and the orb of light shot upwards and exploded like fireworks. Lyndon watched intently, unable to tear his eyes away. Then he turned to Meliara and asked, "Could you show me again?" Meliara looked bewildered. "Huh?"
Linden bowed his head slightly. Ah, never mind. I apologize for making you uncomfortable. Meliara waved her hand. No, what's there to apologize for? As she spoke, Meliara's hand created several floating orbs of light in front of Linden. She said, You can watch as much as you like. I can show you until my divine power runs dry. Do you think I wouldn't do even that much for you? Linden spoke. Meliara. That evening, Rhett stood with his arms crossed in a dark place, his gaze fixed on a snake slithering towards him. As it approached Rhett, it hissed. Beside the snake, a person also stepped forward and said, It's been a while, my brother. Gelber saw this and growled. The other person slowly approached and said, I hear you only have one dog left that you brought with you now. It seems quite useless, doesn't it? Rhett spoke. Interfering with humans without permission is taboo. As for poisoning the well,
Prodi, I know it's you, because that poison can only be found in the demon realm. But luckily, the poison was diluted in the water, so it only spread to the level of an infectious disease. You wanted to drive them to mass death. Do you think you can escape punishment? Prodi smiled, raised his hand, and asked, Why are you like this? Your plea to form a contract was an exception. We all know that truth. How could I forget that? As he spoke, halos of light appeared around Prodi. Prodi continued, After all, my younger brother is also a great demon lord. How could an older brother like me go against the rules? Flowers flew towards Gelber, making the dog behave strangely. Rat immediately realized that he was using his inherent enchanting ability. Prodi declared loudly, Our noble demon lord has been in the human realm for too long, hasn't he? He's even confusing the rules of the demon realm. That's why I said I should fill the demon lord's vacant position. As he finished speaking, a surge of dark energy grabbed Prodi by the neck. Rat spoke. I've left that position vacant for too long, so it seems you've forgotten. How did I ascend to that position?
Prodi slumped to the ground, that bastard. Prodi's snakes, seeing their master attacked, immediately rushed forward, but were seized by Rhett's dark aura and pinned to the ground. Rhett continued, I've already shown you mercy. If you don't want to lose your other horn, you'd best stay put. With that, he turned and walked away. Prodi gritted his teeth. Damn it, what an arrogant jerk. Even though I discovered that woman 100 years ago. Suddenly, a necklace with a blue stone fell down. Prodi clicked his tongue and quickly picked up the necklace. He stood up, staggering. Just you wait and see. Not long after, on the priest's side, the priests arrived and the infectious disease gradually subsided. But there was another problem. Even though the illness had improved, there were still external wounds, so the help of doctors was greatly needed. But in this village of Jabashe, there were only 2 doctors.
Meliara volunteered, I'll help too. Let me go gather herbs. So I volunteered to help them. Oh dear, my hands have no strength at all. Although I helped because I noticed I was the only one doing nothing, medical work is truly not easy at all. I had been running around day and night for 4 whole days. As a result, yesterday I fainted right after returning to my room. Meliara shuffled to the door, pulled it open, and was surprised. What is everyone doing here? Linden anxiously jumped up and asked, Meliara, are you all right? Meliara replied, After a good sleep, I feel much better. Linden clasped her hand tightly. Yesterday I was so surprised when you suddenly fainted. Everyone was very worried about you. Meliara turned to look at everyone, and Rhett also offered a faint smile and a nod, which made Meliara bewildered. Then she gave a bright smile. Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry for troubling you all. Linden immediately refuted her words. Trouble? Not at all. Rhett stepped towards her, extending his hand, and said gently, You don't have to overexert yourself like that. If you're tired, just say you're tired. With that, Rhett pulled her into a warm embrace. He softly whispered into her ear, It's okay to complain. You are allowed to do that. Meliara looked at him, deeply moved, and remembered her past life. Before Era transmigrated into this body, when she was still young, her friend said, That's why yesterday I was playing a game and my mom hit me on the back. Oh my god, that must have hurt a lot, huh? There might even still be a mark on my back. Meliara immediately chimed in. Yesterday, while I was eating, I kept my eyes glued to my phone watching YouTube, so the preschool teacher hit me. Upon hearing this, the 2 friends froze. Meliara wondered, what's wrong with you guys? The 2 friends, wait, an orphanage teacher hit you? This needs to be reported, doesn't it? Meliara replied, It's just that the orphanage teachers and I have known each other for a long time, so they treat me casually. The 2 friends continuously asked questions. Do they often hit you? Do they hit hard? This is really unsettling. Do they threaten you? We'll report them for you. Meliara hesitated. No, it's not like that. It's just like when your mom scolds you. The 2 friends immediately said, What? They're not mothers. They're orphanage teachers. You really are something. If this becomes serious, you absolutely must tell us. That's right, we'll protect you. Meliara stared blankly, confused. What are they talking about? Jian, let's go eat tteokbokki. That's a great idea. Absolutely wonderful. My dad just gave me some pocket money yesterday. Meliara thought, What I went through was no different from what you guys did, yet my childhood complaints have been turned into a serious societal issue.
Ever since then, I vowed to myself not to complain about anything. In truth, it seems I truly once longed to hear the words Rhett said to me. Meliara was moved and she burst into tears on Rhett's shoulder, sobbing. Linden, seeing this scene, was stunned, then gloomily lowered his head. He recalled his previous conversation with Meliara. As Meliara was sitting and drinking tea, Linden approached and called out, "Meliara, long time no see. I had already heard the news of your arrival in the capital. Why didn't you tell me?" Meliara stammered in response. Your Royal Highness, I'm very grateful that you came to see me directly, but many eyes are on us. My father would not be pleased about us speaking privately like this." Linden's gaze darkened, then he smiled faintly. "Princess Drachest, you are also the Crown Prince's fiancée, and the entire populace of the Empire knows of your affection for my older brother, so what are you still worried about? And besides, I always thought we were friends. It's just that I'm very happy to occasionally meet you and talk like this. If you don't want to, then so be it." Meliara immediately held him back. Wait, it's not that I don't like it. In fact, I'm also very happy to talk with your Royal Highness."
I also want to hear about Sir Zicken. Linden smiled brightly. "All right then, let's stay like this forever." Linden thought to herself, "Look at that, it's so easy. A woman starved for affection can't even refuse fake affection, just like me." Meliara Darchess, the first time I met her was at the temple. Back then, amidst the commotion of the crowd, Meliara was kneeling on the ground. No, I didn't steal that necklace. Someone framed me." Linden, standing nearby, mused. "Lady Darchess, her face is beautiful, but her habit of petty theft is terrible." Suddenly, the Duke slapped her, making Linden flinch. He angrily yelled, "Have you no shame? Go apologize to the Saintess immediately, you disrespectful wretch who doesn't know her place."
Linden broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, isn't this a bit too much? After all, she is his daughter, the only Duchess of the Darchess family, one of the 3 great ducal families of the Empire, the Crown Prince's fiancée. The only reason he approached her was this, a girl with exploitable value. Linden rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought, when something suddenly caught his attention. He said in surprise, "Meliara, your wrist." Meliara immediately covered her wound. "Oh this, I accidentally spilled hot tea on myself." Linden pondered. She didn't treat the burn and just left it like that? The Meliara he knew was living a tragic life no less than his own, precisely because of her father's coldness and abuse. She was always desperately clinging to a little bit of attention, a woman who easily opened her heart even to false affection. That was the Meliara he remembered. At this moment, Linden was stunned as he recalled Meliara's previous words. "Sometime, if your highness needs comfort, just come find me. Even if I cannot speak eloquent words, I am confident I can listen to your story." Was Meliara truly a girl who knew how to say such things? Returning to the present, Linden stood thoughtfully, looking towards Meliara without saying a word. A priest, deeply moved, sobbed, "Did I truly dine with the Saintess? Even if I were to die now and fall into hell, I would have no regrets." Meliara replied, "Why would you go to hell, father?" Linden saw her flash a bright smile and thought to himself, Meliara knows how to smile like that too, huh?
Initially, I only started accompanying them because I wanted to know why Duke Arvis cared about her. But how did things turn out this way? Linden's memories flooded back, of when he was a child, always lonely. Hey, is anyone there? No one? His mother had passed away when he was young. Only his grandfather stood by him. When someone approached, Linden turned around. "Grandfather." A boy walked up and said, "The concubine's son." A man also approached. "Be sensible, that's your place." Linden sobbed uncontrollably, rushing away. As he ran, he wiped away his tears. Unfortunately, he bumped into someone. That person asked, "What's wrong?" Hearing the voice, he peeked open one eye to look and was stunned. Before him was a beautiful girl who gently repeated the question, "What happened to you?" The girl extended her hand towards him and softly said, "Don't cry. Would you like me to show you something interesting?" Then, from the girl's hands, countless sparkling bubbles appeared and floated into the air, making Linden so astonished that he completely forgot he was crying loudly. At this moment, the beautiful girl sat down opposite him, and he looked up into the air with her, admiring the beautiful scene she had just created. Then she smiled brightly and asked him, "What do you think? Isn't it beautiful?" She took his small hands and said, "I'll show you as much as I can. I can keep showing you until I run out of things to show." Hearing her words, Linden looked at her with teary eyes, deeply moved, a feeling he had never experienced before. Ending the stream of memories, Linden lowered his face. Then he walked towards Meliara. Meliara sensed someone approaching and turned her head. Seeing that it was Linden, she waved and called out, "Linden!" But unexpectedly, Linden collapsed to the ground, covering his face and laughing heartily, which left her bewildered. After laughing until both his cheeks were red, he opened his eyes. He turned to Meliara and asked, "How are things going?" Returning to the present, a table laden with food had been set. Linden smiled brightly. "Meliara, try this. I heard this is juice made from a type of wild berry that only grows in this village." Rhett, who was nearby, also urged her, "Drink this tea, and your body will feel more comfortable." Meliara felt awkward. "No, you too." After that, the two young men exchanged truly affectionate and warm glances. Meliara awkwardly said, "I'll drink it myself."
Suddenly, a priest sprang forward, holding a plate of pastries in his hand. Saintess, you should try this too. Another priest also approached. No, Saintess, please eat mine. Meliara awkwardly thought to herself, I wonder if it's because of the large crowd, but I don't feel any spirit at all. Then Meliara offered a smile. Even so, everyone is thinking of me, so it's not bad, is it? Meliara laughed out loud. Ha ha, thank you everyone, I'll enjoy it heartily. Everyone saw her smile and stopped their activities, looking bewildered. She worriedly thought to herself, but it looks like my stomach is in for a rough time. Everyone kept passing food over. Drink this too. Here, have some more. Not long after, the servants arrived to clear things away.
Meliara said, I'll head back to my room to rest for a bit. See you all later. Rhett replied, Get some rest, Ara. Linden smiled, See you later, Meliara. As the room door closed, the smiles on Linden's and Rhett's faces vanished. Both turned away coldly. The priests murmured amongst themselves, Why are those two just standing there pining away like that? Well, we'll be leaving too. The door opened, and by then the priests had also left, leaving only Linden and Rhett. Rhett turned to him and said, Say what you want to say. Your face looks like you're bursting with questions. Linden glanced over, then approached Rhett and said, Then I'll ask you directly. Why are you so concerned about Meliara? The Duke is known to be someone who doesn't care about politics or power. If your intention is to exploit her, then now, Rhett immediately cut him off. That's not your concern. Linden, having been hit where it hurt, grew angry. It's true it used to be that way, but not anymore. Rhett glanced at him for a moment, then said, I have something I need to confirm with Ara. Linden, puzzled, immediately asked, Confirm? Is that so? Do you mean the matter of her being the Saintess of the lunar sect? Rhett turned away. That has nothing to do with you. Linden flared up in anger. Seeing you constantly concerned about Meliara, I have a duty to ensure the Saintess's safety.
Meliara and I are friends. Before I could finish speaking, a surge of dark energy from Reth caused Linden to float in the air. Reth said, Protection? Then first, you must get rid of that unpleasant aura within you. Suddenly, something caught Reth's attention. Linden shone as if blessed by the Saintess behind him. Reth continued, It seems you've received the blessing of the blonde Saintess, haven't you? That's not Soul's power. Linden was stunned. What are you talking about? Reth replied, I don't hate Soul's power, it's just different from Lunar's, as is the power of the gods. However, that unpleasant aura in your body is a counterfeit from the Soul cult. Linden was confused. Are you saying the goddess's blessing is fake? Reth replied, If you believe it's fake, then so be it. What you choose to believe is your decision. Linden was speechless after hearing that. He watched Reth walk away and asked, Why are you telling me this? Reth turned his head sharply and said, Because compared to that deluded emperor or crown prince who can't distinguish right from wrong, your mind seems sharper. If you want to know more, this infectious disease outbreak could very well be a clue. Linden stood rooted to the spot after hearing that. That evening, a bonfire was lit, and everyone gathered around. Meliara smiled as she gazed at the peaceful scene. At this moment, Linden approached and said, It's hard to believe we have to leave tomorrow already, isn't it? Meliara replied, Yes, having to leave so suddenly makes me a little regretful, doesn't it?
She let out a sigh, thinking that ever since she entered this body, these had been the busiest days. Anyway, it was fortunate that the village had returned to its original state. Linden stared. Then he turned to Meliara and suggested, Meliara, would you like to dance too? Dance with me? Meliara looked bewildered. Huh? Dance? She waved her hand. Oh, I can't dance. Linden asked curiously. Is that so? But I thought I heard you say you liked it before. Meliara was startled. So Meliara liked dancing. Then she stammered. Liking it and being good at it are two different things. Linden replied. Well, he gazed at Meliara intently for a while.
Linden spoke, Meliara, are you originally from the lunar sect? Hearing this, Meliara spat out the mouthful of water she was drinking. She gave a wise smile and said, my family follows the soul sect. As for me, it turns out I don't follow any religion at all. Linden was surprised. You don't believe in any deities? Is that even acceptable? The question made Meliara think anxiously. Is it really that rare to have no religion in this place? But what if it's not true, that there are no gods? Then she awkwardly said, so I'm not exactly an atheist. I believe in agnosticism. It's not that I don't believe in deities, but rather that I haven't been able to truly comprehend the divine. Let me explain agnosticism. Agnosticism is when one cannot understand the nature of the divine, lacking the ability to perceive the existence or nature of God. Therefore, we cannot define God by our own standards. I believe that is not a realm that humans can presume to understand. Meliara sulked. What am I even saying? I don't know. Then Meliara tried to explain again. What I mean is, all the deities in this world are truly magnificent. Linden was dumbfounded after hearing that. Meliara covered her face. What a stupid thing to say. A wave of embarrassment washed over her. Suddenly, something caught Meliara and Linden's attention, making them look up to see Rhett sitting next to Meliara, stroking his chin and saying, You're right, all deities are great. Hearing him say that, Meliara blushed deeply and said, Don't tease me, Rhett. Suddenly, Rhett took a strain at her hair and continued, Remember this, whether you believe in gods or not,
As he spoke, he placed a kiss on her hair and then continued, "You are the Saintess." Amidst the warm and cozy gathering of everyone, Rhett spoke, "You are receiving boundless love. All you need to do is believe in that."
Meliara looked at him blankly. She was about to say something, but then scratched her head awkwardly. Reed, honestly, it's not that serious. Don't worry, I won't say I doubt my faith in front of priests or anyone else. Reed replied, "That's not what I meant." Meliara stood up to leave. "Well, I'll head back now. I think I'm tired, maybe from drinking too much beer."
I'll go ahead. Have a good evening, everyone. With that, Meliara left, leaving Rhett bewildered. Meliara walked to her room and opened the door. She stood rooted to the spot for a moment, then plopped down. Rhett, really? Saying something like that out of nowhere made her heart want to leap out of her chest. Rhett must have said that to comfort her because he saw she was worried, as a devotee of the lunar faith, right? It was the same last time. Normally, when comforted, one's heart should calm down. But why is her heart beating so fast? Rhett, he only treats her affectionately because he believes she's the Saintess, right? Just like how the priests were initially fond of her because she was the Saintess. That's why Rhett said she was chosen by Lunar. How can he be so sure? Anyway, don't flatter yourself too much. At this moment outside, everyone was still milling about. Lyndon silently called her name, Meliara. Suddenly, someone approached and called out, "Your Highness." He whispered, "It's the news you asked me to look into. The intelligence just arrived. Let's move somewhere else for now." Upon hearing this, Lyndon stood up and turned away. When they reached a secluded spot, both stopped. Lyndon crossed his arms and asked, "So, what about the movements of the Saintess of the Soul Faith these past few days?" The young man stammered, "About that. According to sources from the Holy Temple, a few days ago, Miss Olivia, who was hiding in the Holy Temple, was found unconscious not far from there. Your Highness, how did you guess that Saintess Olivia had been here?" Lyndon thoughtfully recalled Rhett's earlier words. The disgusting aura in your body is a counterfeit from the Soul Faith, because compared to the Emperor or that deluded Crown Prince who can't distinguish right from wrong, your mind seems sharper. This infectious disease incident could very well be a clue. Not long after the moon waned, the sunlight of a new day shone through. Meliara exclaimed, "Oh, what is this? What's going on? Am I dreaming?" Tanma approached with a sparkling smile on his lips. "It seems the young lady gets very severe motion sickness from carriages, so I've prepared a slightly more comfortable mode of transport."
Meliara shuddered upon hearing that. A comfortable vehicle that? Here, colossal snails like that are considered a means of transport, huh? Tanma cut off her train of thought. "Oh, this must be the first time you've seen this kind of carriage. It's a famous specialty of my land. Don't let its appearance fool you. It's very fast." Meliara thought to herself in disbelief. "But it's a snail."
Tanma pointed at the snail and said, "If you can see it, just take a look before we set off. It's good to greet it and ask for its help first." Meliara's face darkened. "Huh?" Her hand trembled as she reached toward the snail. I really hate slimy things. But because she was the type of person who couldn't refuse others, Meliara had no choice but to touch it. When her hand touched it, she flinched. "Oh, I touched it." Meliara slowly opened her eyes. "Oh, it's not what I thought, is it? It wasn't sticky at all. On the contrary, it was clean and dry, just like a freshly washed plate. It's incredibly cute. I like snails now." Lyndon, who was observing nearby, was also bewildered. Meliara seems to really like horses. Wait, pause for about 2 seconds. Why did Lyndon see the snail monster as a horse? The reason was the illusion spell on it. What is an illusion spell? It's a type of magic used to make ordinary humans see monsters, whether they have 3 heads or are extremely large, as just normal animals. For example, Geber looked like a dog. This spell is only effective on ordinary humans. Demons, those with contracts with demons, and saints can all see the monster's true form.
Meliara saw Gelber in tears and laughed, saying, "Ha, Gelbert, don't worry, you're the cutest." Rhett also approached at this moment. "Ara, let's depart now." Meliara turned back and replied, "Ah, Rhett, I understand. But what about Lydia and the priests?" Rhett answered, "The priests have the ability of instant teleportation, so they don't need to travel by carriage." Meliara then realized, "Ah, so that's how it is." Meliara wondered, "I heard that the temple in Tree Van Village is a ruined temple. Isn't there anyone managing it? Is it all right for us to go without contacting the temple beforehand?" After sitting properly, Rhett explained to her, "It's simply because there's a shortage of priests, so no one has been sent there. The temple isn't actually closed." Meliara replied, "I see." Then she turned outside the carriage and called, "Lyndon, we're about to depart." Lyndon was fiddling with his hand, then smiled brightly and said, I'll be right there." Meliara felt a little wistful. "It seems I have to say goodbye to Jaboke Village now. Although I was devastated by the infectious disease incident, fortunately everything has been resolved. Now I suppose we can go straight to Tree Van Village, right?" Suddenly someone ran up, shouting, "Your Highness." Lyndon immediately turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" The person, panting heavily, said, "Your Highness, the matter. Azazin Merchant Guild Master reported that Your Highness's grandfather is on his deathbed." Lyndon was thunderstruck upon hearing this. Seeing the noisy chatter among themselves, Meliara worried if Lyndon was all right. In the original work, it was clearly written that this period when Lyndon's grandfather passed away. Meliara approached Lyndon and cautiously said, "Lyndon, are you all right? What did they say about his symptoms?"
Lyndon, flustered and worried, said, "He faints occasionally, but nothing has happened recently, so I'm sure he'll be fine this time." Meliara was surprised. "He looks completely unwell." Then she became extremely worried about him again. Lyndon offered a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, he has many renowned doctors by his side. Let's go quickly, we've been delayed for too long. If we keep this up, the sun will set. Meliara immediately grabbed his sleeve. Lyndon stopped short and asked, Meliara? Meliara said, Lyndon, you should go to him. Lyndon chuckled in response. Meliara, I just said I'm fine. Meliara sighed. I know you're not fine. Lyndon, you only want to go to the east because of me. Lyndon's face flushed, his heart pounded, and he stammered. That, Meliara immediately said, because I broke off my engagement with the Crown Prince, you want to bring me to your side, don't you? Lyndon was startled upon hearing that. That, Meliara with a bitter look in her eyes said, Lyndon, though I'm only saying this now, I'm actually the one whose engagement was broken off. Father said I disgraced the Darchus family, so he will remove my name from the ducal estate, and I agreed to that. Lyndon was stunned. How could that be? Meliara replied with a smile. That's why I'm going to the east, because I want to live a new life. I am no longer a lady, and for you to expend so much effort trying to use me for political purposes is a waste of time, so you should quickly go to him. I'm sure he misses you very much. Lyndon was surprised, then he lowered his head. No.
Meliara, not hearing clearly, asked again. What did you just say? Lyndon replied with a sad look in his eyes. It's not because you're a princess that I befriended you. Of course, it might have been that way at first. Meliara smiled and said, I'm not complaining about you at all. I just want to say that the time you dedicate to your own people isn't even enough. Don't waste it on me. Lyndon immediately interrupted her. Don't say that. Don't talk as if you mean nothing to me. Where my time is spent is for me to decide. Who is important to me is for me to decide. So don't say such things. Meliara was stunned. Oh, Lyndon. Lyndon called. Meliara.
Could you show me those bubbles you create with magic again? Meliara didn't understand what he meant, but still replied, Sure. As soon as she finished speaking, Meliara created sparkling bubbles that floated into the air, and Lyndon closed his eyes tightly, taking it all in. Then he opened his eyes and said, It was the same before. You didn't ask me why I wanted to see them? Meliara replied, Well, whatever the reason, it's not difficult, and besides, I can easily show them to you. Lyndon continued, I see. I can't be like that. Ever since I was little, I've been surrounded by people who sold my information to the royal family for profit. I had to prove my worth to those people. Lyndon, as a child, would write and mutter to himself, forged land deeds, handing over large sums of money like an idiot, and then being accused of fraud myself. If you're going to make things up, at least make them plausible. Without this, your situation would be quite difficult, wouldn't it? If I help you this time, what can you do for me? If the other party needs something I possess, I will plan to exploit it. Finally, I got what I wanted from those who once looked down on me. I always calculated even the smallest things for my own survival. But you are the first person, the very first person I want to treat sincerely, no matter the cost. When we met again at that inn, if I were you, I would have understood the other party's intentions and wouldn't have let them follow no matter what. Meliara realized this too, thinking to herself, well, I had intended to do that initially. Then she forced a smile and replied, Oh, is that so?
Lyndon continued, Either you ask me to come back in exchange for you showing me the magic bubbles. Meliara looked puzzled. Huh? Isn't this an uneven exchange? Lyndon replied, Well, yes, only I benefit. I get to meet you, and I get to see the magic bubbles. It's what you call killing two birds with one stone. It's tough. You're the first person I haven't bothered to calculate with, after my father and mother.
I will go see him. Hearing him say that, Meliara immediately smiled brightly. Really? You're absolutely right. Lyndon puffed out his cheeks and asked, Is breaking up with me something to be happy about? You're a bit too happy, you know. Meliara stammered, Huh? No, Then he gave her an affectionate smile. I know, you're worried about me, that's why. Meliara's heart pounded as she thought to herself, Is this what Lyndon is truly like? Lyndon took Meliara's small hand and then placed a sweet kiss on the back of it. He said, You have to be obedient to be liked. Hearing his flirtatious words, Meliara's face flushed crimson. Suddenly, someone walked over and swatted Lyndon's hand away. Meliara flinched. The Rhett? Lyndon immediately spoke up. Sir, you. Rhett exuded a murderous aura. Go on, you're done talking, aren't you? Seeing this, Lyndon also felt intimidated and could only force a smile. The butler stood there, witnessing everything. He hummed and mumbled. The Duke is quite flustered, even stepping in to intervene like that. Meliara looked over and said, Well then, Lyndon, please take care until you reach the capital and meet him. Lyndon replied, All right. As Meliara was being helped into the carriage by Rhett, Lyndon suddenly called out, Meliara. Meliara turned back. Huh? He said, Next time we meet, can I call you Era? Meliara was momentarily stunned. She smiled and agreed. Of course. Lyndon looked up, watching the carriage with regret. At this moment, Meliara was settled in the carriage. She sighed and thought to herself, Although it was a short time, I might have developed a lot of feelings, and now I suddenly feel so sad. When she looked at Rhett, his face was grim, as if he had just stepped in shit. Meliara hesitated for a moment. Then she spoke up. Hey, Reth, is something bothering you? Reth turned to her and replied coldly, No.
Looking at Reth's expression, she immediately realized that face absolutely wasn't saying no. Meliara hesitantly asked, Perhaps I said or did something that upset you? Reth suddenly realized something, and he spoke up. It's not that. You didn't do anything wrong. It's just... He hesitated for a moment, then decided to turn his face away without stating the reason. In short, it's not your fault. In his heart, Reth was regretting not preparing the carriage a little earlier. The carriage continued to speed along. Meliara suddenly remembered and asked, Reth, what's in the east? Reth replied, My home is there. Meliara asked with surprised delight, So you live in the east? I heard the east is quite vast. What's it like there? Reth replied, A place where the Milky Way is clearly visible and there are many mystical animals. You'll like it too. Hearing this, Meliara's eyes widened with immense anticipation. She joyfully said, Just hearing about it makes it sound like a beautiful place. I really want to visit it once. Reth naturally agreed, welcoming her anytime. Meliara bowed slightly and said, Even though it's just words, thank you, sir. If I have time, I'll come immediately. She thought to herself, I must go to the ruined Temple of the Moon to be certified as a Saintess, and I also need to find my fated opportunity. Wait, fated opportunity? That's right, I was supposed to be seeking refuge. I completely forgot. This world will be destroyed by the Demon King. Suddenly, Meliara called out, Ara, are you all right? Meliara wondered what Reth would say if she revealed she was going to seek an opportunity for refuge. In Meliara's imagination, she said, Reth, actually, this place is a world from a novel, and the Demon King is about to invade. At that time, all of us will be wiped out, so we must quickly flee to another empire. Reth would coldly turn away. I don't understand what you're saying. Meliara's head throbbed. It's true. Who would believe it if she suddenly said the Demon King was invading and the world was ending? She probably wouldn't believe it herself. But she couldn't pretend not to know everyone, including Rhett, Linden, Tanma, Gelber, and then run away by herself. Or perhaps after her certification as a Saintess, she could tell Lydia. If she said that God had sent down a message, maybe everyone would believe her.
Meliara spoke, interrupting her own thoughts. Was she hesitant about becoming a Saintess? Meliara quickly denied it. Huh? Oh no, that's not it at all. She thought to herself, although at first I found the idea of becoming a Saintess a bit stressful, I could use this to persuade people, so it might actually be a good thing. I'll give it a try. Rhett looked at her for a moment, but said nothing. Then he asked, Where do you plan to live after becoming a Saintess? Meliara replied, I don't know yet. Perhaps I'll live in the Grand Temple. I heard Lydia lives in the temple too. Rhett said, The Grand Temple is fine, but Saintesses usually live in parish houses. He offered a suggestion. How about coming to my house? Meliara froze. Rhett's house? Rhett continued. The estate and mansion are spacious, and there are enough servants, so there won't be any inconvenience living there. The garden is also full of flowers, and if you need anything else, it can be brought to you. Meliara thought to herself, so he's trying to persuade me to come to his house now? Thinking this, she burst out laughing. Then Meliara replied, All right, after I'm certified as a Saintess, I'll come to Rhett's house. In Meliara's imagination, Rhett was like a little boy saying, Come to my house, there are puppies, beautiful flowers, and juice too. She smiled, thinking, He's really trying hard to entice me, isn't he? This man has a hidden adorable side. Actually, no one has ever taken care of me like Rhett, to the point of swearing to protect me. Suddenly, she realized something and immediately stood up, calling out, Rhett! Even after I'm recognized as the Saintess, will you still swear to protect me? Just like the oath before Moonlight Lake, before we came here, swearing that no matter what unexpected danger arises, no matter if the world turns upside down, you will still protect me. She pondered. With someone as trustworthy as Rhett by her side, what more was there to fear about invasion? Although she felt a little guilty for constantly relying on him for protection, it was only natural for a guardian to protect the Saintess. Rhett smiled. He took her hand and said, Of course, if you wish. Then he pulled Milvan's hand closer and placed a kiss upon it.
I swear to give everything I have to protect you. Suddenly, the carriage braked sharply, and Meliara fell into Reth's arms, her face flushing with embarrassment. She immediately flustered. I'm sorry, it's because the carriage suddenly stopped. The coachman spoke. We've arrived, sir. Having reached Chivan village, both quickly dismounted, with Gelber trailing behind. Meliara turned and asked, Have Lydia and the new priests arrived yet? She then mused, They've probably arrived ahead of us and finished preparations. Meliara put a hand to her chin, pondering. Indeed, they have teleportation magic, so they're very fast. Maybe next time I should ask them to take me along. Reth, who was beside her, spoke up. Oh, Ara. Meliara turned and asked, Yes? Reth asked worriedly, That thing earlier in the carriage, when you asked me to protect you no matter what danger arose. Are you worried about something? Meliara broke into a sweat, stammering with a nervous laugh. That it's just because I'm afraid something might happen once I become a Saintess. She thought to herself, I can't tell him that the destructive ending is approaching. Reth continued seriously. No matter what happens, my vow will not change. No one can harm you, because I will always be by your side. A gentle breeze swept past, and Meliara smiled brightly. Thank you, Reth. Her heart fluttered. This feeling was like... Reth then placed a kiss on the back of her hand. Meliara exclaimed, "I have a trustworthy night protector, just like in a fantasy romance novel." A moment later, 3 priests burst with joy. "The Saintess? Has the Saintess arrived?" Meliara smiled brightly. "Everyone arrived safely, didn't they?" The 3 priests rejoiced. "Because we arrived quite a while ago, we've been eagerly awaiting the Saintess, practically worn out from waiting. We've already rented the best room, cleaned it, and blessed it. We've also prepared fresh fruits."
Meliara awkwardly said, "Thank you, everyone. You must all be hungry by now. Let's eat together. Let's quickly head inside." Suddenly, she stopped short. Now that I think about it, what are all your names? It feels strange to keep calling you Reverend Father. I apologize. I should have asked sooner." Meliara worriedly thought, "Will they be annoyed that I'm only asking now?" Sobbing, "The Saintess asked for our names? I will absolutely never forget this moment." A red-haired priest stepped forward and removed his hood. "Everyone calm down. The Saintess is asked."
"Shouldn't you be answering quickly?" Meliara was at a loss for words. "Please calm down." A black-haired, black-eyed priestess introduced herself. "My name is Urin Equitom, and I'm 22 years old. That tall young man over there is Peter, a few years younger than me, and this red-haired person is Uncle Zion. We are all priests of the same rank, so we don't strictly differentiate by age." Meliara replied, "I see." Urin continued, "Actually, because I heard that the lunar sect hadn't had a saintess appear for a long time, when I was first appointed as a priest, I was worried I wouldn't get to meet one. But to meet the Saintess directly like this, it's truly a very fortunate event, and those two feel the same way, don't they?" Meliara said hesitantly and worriedly, "But I haven't been officially certified as the Saintess yet." Urin tilted her head, thought for a moment, then spoke. "Well, but Lydia was so certain, and besides, I can feel a special aura from the Saintess. Even if it's not true, it doesn't matter. When the infectious disease spread through the village, I saw it myself. The Saintess tried so hard to help the villagers that she even fainted. Even if you are not truly the Saintess, the fact that you are a good person remains unchanged." Meliara couldn't help but be surprised by these words of praise.
Urin coughed once and continued, "And honestly, I really hope someone like that becomes the Saintess." While she was rambling, someone called out, "Urin, come here quickly." Urin immediately turned and said, "Yes, coming." Before leaving, she brightly turned back to Meliara and said, "Saintess, let's go eat. We need to eat quickly so we can go to the temple." Meliara unconsciously smiled. She then went inside and replied, "Okay." Sunset had now fallen. On a dirt path, one side was a cliff face and the other was an abyss. Meliara, panting heavily, asked, Is it still very far?" Lydia pointed to the peak and said, "Just a little further and we'll be there. It's the place right up there." Meliara's jaw dropped upon hearing this. Lydia explained, "Because it's a place that has been abandoned for a long time and become a ruined temple, the path is a bit rough." Meliara painfully collapsed. "A bit? Well, if they built the temple all the way up on the mountaintop from the start, it's only natural that no one would come. If it were my original body, I don't know how it would be, but how could the noble Lady Meliara walk on such a dangerous mountain path? She has no physical strength." Just then, Meliara slipped, having tripped over a rock. She stumbled and fell, but fortunately, Reth arrived in time to catch her. Meliara, embarrassed, said, "Reth, thank you." Reth asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Meliara replied, "Oh yes." Reth said nothing, staring at her intently. Immediately after, Reth stepped in front of her and knelt down. Reth said, "Ara, I'll carry you on my back." Meliara immediately shook her head, refusing. "Huh? No need. I can walk by myself."
Tanma approached. "Just let him carry you, lady. The mountain path is dangerous. If you accidentally sprain your ankle, it would be a big problem." Meliara was worried, however. Suddenly, Peter turned around and shouted oddly, "What? The Saintess sprained her ankle? Saintess, let me carry you. Just think of me as a carriage. I'm the carriage of this area." Meliara had no other choice. "I'll let Rhett carry me." Quickly, she was carried on Rhett's back. Meliara asked, "I'm sorry, I'm very heavy, aren't I?" Rhett chuckled and said, "I didn't expect you to let me carry you." Meliara forced a smile. "What are you joking about? You're making me embarrassed." Rhett replied seriously, "I'm serious. Do you eat your meals on time?" Meliara said apologetically, "It seems I'm always indebted to Rhett."
Rhett smiled, seeing her silly worries. It seemed she was a little more comfortable with him now. Meliara clung tightly to his shoulder, hoping that she would soon be confirmed as the Saintess so she could order Rhett to be her guardian knight. Rhett also smiled when he heard her say that. Meliara's heart was full of anticipation, and besides, only when she was the Saintess could she see Rhett's affectionate side like this. A moment later, everyone arrived. The priest turned around and said, "We're finally here." Hearing this, Meliara looked up. By the time they arrived, the sky had already darkened. Meliara excitedly stepped down. "Wow," Lydia said, "Follow me this way." Meliara followed, unable to help but exclaim, "I thought it was a ruined temple, so it would feel eerie, but this place is so beautiful." Lydia added, "Even so, this place hasn't been cared for in a while, so please be careful not to get your clothes dirty." After a few more words, they arrived. Lydia approached a holy relic. Meliara wondered. "This is," Lydia explained, "that is the holy relic of the temple. Try picking it up." Meliara replied, "Ah yes." With that, her hand touched the holy relic. From within the holy relic, a sacred light shone. A shimmering wave of water also appeared from inside. Meliara immediately turned to ask, "Suddenly there's water in the bowl?" Lydia replied, "When Lunar's power touches it, it will automatically fill up." Lydia turned and said, "Take the bowl and follow me this way." Hearing this, Meliara slowly picked up the holy relic and followed. Lydia stopped at a stone pedestal and said, "This is the support pedestal found in all temples. When building a temple, this pedestal is erected first. If this pedestal is destroyed, the temple will also collapse. Try pouring the water from the bowl onto this." Meliara immediately followed Lydia's words. She began to pour the water, and it flowed with a trickling sound, accompanied by shimmering lights. Lydia continued, "Now use your divine power on it. Slowly channel your spiritual energy into it." Meliara then also slowly began to do so. She slowly channeled her energy inside, and suddenly the water glowed. Immediately after, a pillar of light shot straight upwards. Inside, the water began to ripple, and a whirlpool started to spread out around Meliara's feet in a circular pattern. Then, through the gaps, the water spread everywhere, creating pillars of light. When these pillars of light converged, a brilliant radiance burst forth, making everyone look up. Within the light, the water also spread inside, and Meliara was surprised as the water slowly formed into a shield. Meliara was bewildered. "Is this a shield?" Lydia spoke. "This is the sacred artifact that has been passed down for 100 years. Only one person in this world can control it." Meliara froze, speechless at the shield before her. She thought to herself, "Why? I don't feel unfamiliar at all. This is a feeling I've clearly encountered somewhere before." Once again, the shield glowed brightly. Meliara closed her eyes and felt. She gradually sensed the emotions of the person who created the shield. Utterly devoted, it felt as if all their thoughts and feelings for someone had been poured into its creation. "Honestly, I'm still not sure if I'm qualified to be a Saintess. I'm not a good enough person to become one, because from the very beginning I knew the novel's ending and intended to run away alone. But then, she recalled the images, the smiles of everyone. I don't want to disappoint those who trusted me, so I want to try just once." Meliara stepped forward. "Give me more courage, won't you?" Meliara closed her eyes tightly, and the light once again flared up in the darkness. The commotion around them was not subtle. Meliara still held the shield, hovering in her hand. Then the shield transformed into a streak of light, whizzing around Meliara. She let out a sigh. Everyone was dumbfounded, their mouths agape. Lydia immediately knelt down. "Congratulations, Saintess." Everyone present immediately knelt down after Lydia and said in unison, "Congratulations, Saintess." Meliara quickly waved her hands. Everyone, please stand up." At this moment, Reth approached her. "Ah, Reth."
Meliara smiled. "Now I can fully exploit your labor as my guardian knight, right?" Red said, "Just as I thought." As he spoke, his hand snaked around her waist, then he embraced her tightly, much to her surprise. Red held her even closer. "It really is you, just as I thought." Before pulling her into his arms, Red had silently observed her every move. He froze when Meliara's figure resembled someone who had long been in his mind. That figure turned, and at the same time, Meliara also turned. He pressed his lips together and then embraced her tightly. "It really is you, just as I thought." Meliara looked bewildered. "Rhett?" Rhett said, "I promise, until the day this world forever closes, I will be by your side and prevent all evil in this world from reaching you." Rhett knelt down, looked up into Meliara's eyes and said, "Only if you allow it." Not long after, Rhett carried Meliara on his back as they descended. Lydia spoke up. "Well then, after the preparations for the Saintess's announcement ceremony at the main building of the temple are complete, I will contact you. See you later."
Tanma came over and said, "The young lady is asleep. It's understandable that she's exhausted from using divine power." Reth then quickly carried her into the carriage and gently laid her down. He turned to Tanma and ordered, "Bring the blanket here." Seeing Tanma smiling to himself, Reth immediately asked, "Tanma, you seem quite happy." Tanma replied, "How could I not be happy? The person you've been waiting for over 100 years has finally appeared. In the Demon King's castle, abandoned for 100 years, will finally see its return day drawing near." Reth grumbled, "It sounds like your words have thorns."
Tanma clearly stated again, "Besides, I've been looking forward to this moment no less than you, so I'm very happy." Recht smiled. Then he entered the carriage and saw Meliara still breathing steadily. Recht gently placed Meliara's head on his shoulder. He softly called, "Ara." Suddenly, a flickering light appeared, accompanied by a voice. "I told you to just wait and see, didn't I? Later you'll surely be so captivated by me that you won't be able to leave my side. I told you, didn't I, that we would definitely meet again, and then I won't leave you alone." Recht mused vaguely. "I've waited 100 years. Even if her appearance has changed, it's still her. Why am I hesitating, uncertain, and wasting time? This time, I will definitely protect you. You just need to stay by my side."
The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room, and Meliara finally opened her eyes. Meliara sat up abruptly and stretched, thinking, "It seems I had a very happy dream, but I can't clearly remember what the dream was about. Moreover, it seems they use good quality beds here. Unlike other inns, the bed here is very soft." Suddenly, she realized something and froze. Oh, she looked around bewildered. Where is this? No matter how I look at it, it's not a normal inn. Did I get dragged to the Grand Duke's mansion while I was sleeping? What's with this extraordinary room? Just then, a maid appeared. "Are you all right, young lady?" Meliara flinched. Who are you?"
The maid bowed and replied, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Salt, and starting today, I will be in charge of everything and attend to you, young lady." Meliara stammered, "Yes, I apologize for shouting, but in charge of everything? Where exactly is this place?" Salt looked surprised. "It seems you haven't heard anything from the master." Meliara recalled Rhett's earlier words, "How about coming to my house?" She thought to herself, if he's the master, then could this be Rhett's house? Then she spoke, "So this is Rhett's mansion in the east." Salt politely replied, "This is a bedroom in the main building of Grand Duke Arvis's estate." Meliara let out a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. Then, as she realized, she became utterly terrified. "What? You said Grand Duke Arvis's estate, right?" Salt replied, "That's right." Meliara immediately realized that Grand Duke Arvis was the demon king who brought about destruction in the original story. No matter what, she had to escape from here first. Thinking this, Meliara got out of bed, making the maid confused. "Young lady?" Meliara put on her coat and asked, "What about Rhett? Did you see the man who came with me?" Salt replied, "I don't know about anyone else, but Grand Duke Arvis is waiting outside the door right now." Just then, a knock echoed from outside. The door opened and someone entered the room, making Meliara jump and look over. Rhett, looking cheerful, stepped inside. Seeing Meliara awake, he asked, "Are you up?" Meliara couldn't help but recall the vision she knew. A desolate scene, flames burning everything to ashes, Gelbert relentlessly slaughtering, and there was Rhett, holding a blood-soaked sword in his hand. He opened the room door and saw two people sitting inside. The man shouted, Grand Duke Arvis, why did you suddenly do this?"
"I followed the previous agreement, not touching the Grand Duchy, didn't I? So what do you want from me?" Reth said coldly. "Because the roses have withered." The man trembled. "What does that mean?" Reth raised his hand and a light flashed in it. Something shattered in his grasp. He clenched his hand and said, "I have waited 100 years, so I intend to erase every trace. If I don't, I will truly go mad." Immediately after, a blood-curdling scream echoed. Returning to the present, Reth stepped inside. Meliara thought in disbelief, "I can't believe it. How could such a handsome and perfect man be the Demon King?" From Ara's perspective, Reth said, "Truly foolish humans, daring to follow me all the way here. Before turning the Empire into a fireball, should I use her as a test subject to adjust my firepower?" Salt, standing nearby, also held a sharp knife in his hand. "What do you think, my lord, if we play human dart-throwing as entertainment before dinner?" Meliara's face darkened in horror. "What should I do? After learning he's the Demon King, I suddenly see him completely differently." Then she abruptly turned away.
Meliara repeatedly hit her head. "This is insane," she thought. "Forget about seeking refuge. How can I possibly manage running headfirst into the Demon Lord's territory like this?" Rhett, puzzled, turned to Salt and asked, "What's wrong with her? Is she hurt somewhere?" Salt replied, "Perhaps she's just not fully awake yet." Then Rhett turned back to Meliara and said, "Ara, breakfast is ready, so if you're feeling better, let's go to the dining room." Meliara immediately raised her hand, awkwardly refusing. "It's fine, actually. I don't feel hungry right now." No sooner had she finished speaking than her traitorous stomach rumbled loudly. Rhett said, "Then I'll tell them to prepare a few simple dishes." Meliara replied, "Yes." Her eyes welled up with tears as she thought, "I've been eating 3 meals a day lately, so my stomach automatically growls whenever it's mealtime." A little later, Meliara followed Rhett down to the dining room. Tanma saw her and called out, "Young lady, did you sleep well last night? To ensure you don't feel uncomfortable staying here, I am currently renovating every part of the mansion. After your meal, you can take a stroll and explore the surroundings. There's a beautiful garden that His Grace the Grand Duke personally tends to." Meliara replied, "Thank you, sir." She thought to herself, "Butler Tanma, now is not the time for a leisurely stroll. Wait, does the butler know that Rhett is the Demon King? And the servants here too? Could it be that they—" Tanma spoke up. I've kept you too long. Please go to him quickly. If he doesn't see you, young lady, I don't know what he might do. I'm just kidding, of course, but he truly considers you that special." Before he could finish speaking, Meliara had already vanished.
Meliara ran off quickly, saying, "Yes, I'll go straight to the dining room immediately." Meliara, bewildered, murmured, Little lady." Meliara quickly ran to the dining room. "I just thought everything would be all right once I became a Saintess." When she arrived and saw Gelber, she exclaimed, Gelber!" She immediately sat down and stroked Gelber, saying, "Although my mind is in turmoil, touching you still brings me comfort. Pet therapy is truly the best." Hold on, pause for about 5 seconds. Wait a moment. What is the probability that an animal raised by the Demon King is not a demon beast? The answer? 0%. Gelber really is a demon beast, isn't he? I thought he was just some kind of mystical animal companion from a fantasy world. This is too surreal. So this is what reality is truly like? So all this time I've been sleeping while hugging a demon beast? Meliara immediately stood up and slowly backed away, saying, "Haha, sorry, I'll treat you better from now on." Still backing away, Meliara wasn't paying attention and bumped into Rekt.
He asked curiously, Meliara, what's wrong with you? Seeing Rett's cold gaze, she stammered, that... In her heart, she also felt a chill. It was so scary. Meliara immediately bit her tongue. Reth asked, "Are you all right? Yesterday, the cold wind blew a lot, so it seems you're not feeling well." Meliara tried to suppress her thoughts. "No, it's because of you. Because you are the demon lord that I'm like this." Reth raised his hand towards her. Meliara fearfully squeezed her eyes shut. She thought he was going to do something, but it turned out he gently caressed her and rubbed her back. Reth said, "If I had known you were still unwell, I would have suggested we dine in your room." Meliara stared blankly at him, thinking to herself, "This is truly the Reth I know, the one who was by my side the entire journey here. A Reth who was always warm and affectionate. That's right, there's no way Reth could be the demon lord. Or perhaps there's another Grand Duke Arvis. There must be some misunderstanding." Meliara uttered, Reth, there's something I really want to do with you right now." Reth stared at her for a moment, then asked, "May I?" Reth put his arm around her waist. Meliara wondered, What is it?" Looking directly into Meliara's eyes, he said, "Kiss." Then his face slowly moved closer to Meliara's, when suddenly a voice spoke up. "Quite passionate in broad daylight, aren't we?" Both of them startled and turned. Prody spoke, "Since when did our demon lord become so actively involved in dating? But in my memory, it wasn't like this. Is that my brother's new lover?" Meliara wondered to herself. He said, "Brother?" Reth said, "Prody." Meliara wondered, "If so, is that person also a demon?" Reth stepped in front of Meliara, shielding her, and said, "Why did you suddenly burst in through the window and speak so disrespectfully?"
Prody shrugged slightly. "Oh, I should have politely knocked, shouldn't I? That's why I called you rigid." His snakes immediately slithered over and hissed at Rhett. Immediately after, something darted past. Dolber advanced and hissed at Solo and those snakes. Meliara was surprised. "Gelber?" Prody glanced at Gelber and said, "I know that dog only protects the person it thinks it's its owner, and there's no way a rigid person like you would have another lover. Oh, is it the Saintess? It's a pleasure to meet you, new Saintess." Rhett immediately pushed his hand away. "Don't come any closer." Prody's hand stung as he pulled it back. "What's wrong? Already possessive? Anyway, this Saintess is much gentler than the strong Saintess from last time. Haven't your preferences changed?" Prody sneered. "Or is it just any Saintess?" Hearing these words, Meliara couldn't help but be astonished. Rhett gritted his teeth. "It seems my warning last time wasn't enough. Get out of here before I tear that mouth of yours apart." Prody chuckled. "What's wrong with you? I was just going to give you some advice. It seems this Saintess is a pitiful person who knows nothing at all, doesn't she?" A surge of dark energy appeared from beneath Rhett's feet, and Gelber emerged. His eyes turned deep red, filled with killing intent. Gelber growled, and the three-headed snake was not to be outdone.
Prody continued, "Saintess, I advise you to be more careful, because the man beside you is actually the Demon King who has lived for hundreds of years. The previous Saintess also acted naively and was deceived. Now she has vanished without a trace." Meliara thought in surprise. He said Rhett once loved the previous Saintess, and now she's gone? In the original story, Rhett was the Demon King who brought about the downfall of the Empire, so it would be more convincing to say he was inclined to eliminate the Saintess rather than protect her. Rhett saw her looking distracted and suddenly felt worried. He spun around towards Prody, thinking, what nonsense. Rhett's dark aura flared intensely. Prody said, "This time I wanted to find you first, but it's not like there won't be another chance." Then Prody snapped his fingers, creating flowers that intertwined with Rhett's dark aura. Meliara suddenly realized, "Oh, this scent." Then she felt dizzy, stumbled, and began to fall. Rhett caught her just in time. He asked, "Ara, are you all right?" Rhett glared at Prody with murderous intent.
Prody hesitantly retreated. Whoa! Just then, a pair of hurried feet ran over. The door burst open, immediately catching Reth's attention. Seeing this, Prody also clicked his tongue. That person took a deep breath and shouted, "Don't you dare tease my lady." His face was flushed with anger, veins bulging. Prody sneered. "The fool has arrived." Reth clutched his head and asked, "Tanma, why did you bring him here?" Tanma pulled him back and said, "There's an old saying, a mad dog is best suited for hunting a madman." Prody snorted, then raised both hands and said, "All right, that's enough talk for today, because it's very difficult to talk any further with that idiot." The young man yelled, "What? You bastard, where do you think you're going to run off to?"
Prody jumped onto the door. "Well then, until we meet again, Saintess. Sooner or later, we'll meet privately." With that, Prody left. Meliara wondered, "He's gone?" The young man clenched his fists in frustration. "Meet again? Try lingering around my lady one more time." Tanma looked at his boisterous demeanor and thought, "That look is just like..." Reth called, "Tanma, Muso, both of you go outside. I have something to discuss with Era." Muso naturally didn't want to leave. "But your majesty, I also wish to greet the lady." Tanma picked him up. "As your majesty commands." After they left, Wrath let out a sigh.
Meliara recalled Prote's earlier words. Saintess, I advise you to be careful. She hesitated, thinking, those words just now keep bothering me. She spoke. Reth, are you truly the Demon King? Reth replied frankly. Yes. Meliara immediately questioned angrily. Why? Why didn't you tell me all this time? No, even if you are the Demon King, Reth even hid the fact that you are Grand Duke Evisk.
She thought to herself it was clear he had plenty of opportunities to speak up, but why did he deliberately hide it? Reet, say something. Why on earth did you do this? Reet clenched his fists, remained silent for a moment, then suppressed his emotions and said, I can't say I had nothing to hide from you. If people knew I was Grand Duke Arvis, they would fall into two categories. One type would approach me calculatingly, hoping to gain something from me. The others would flee or avoid me out of fear. Meliaria pondered. It was true. Grand Duke Arvis of this world, in the original story, was known only as a descendant of the nation's founding hero, and nothing more. The Grand Ducal estate not only possessed vast territories, but also commanded a powerful army. So people's reactions when faced with such overwhelming power would naturally not be favorable. But Meliaria's heart ached. She spoke, So you think I'm like them too? Reet continued, At first I wasn't sure about you, so I couldn't reveal who I was. Meliaria asked, puzzled. Sure. Do you mean whether I was the Saintess or not? Recalling Prote's words, or just being the Saintess? Meliaria lowered her head again, looking gloomy. Reet replied, I needed to be sure you were you. Whether you were the Saintess or not didn't matter. Meliaria clutched her skirt in her hands.
She shrieked loudly, Liar, you were the happiest when you found out I was the Saintess. Meliara's eyes were also welling up with tears at this moment. In fact, wasn't it because I was the Saintess that you treated me well from the very beginning? Reth reached out his hand towards her, calling, Ara! She thought to herself, I know, the person Reth truly treated well wasn't me, but that other Saintess. Reth said, It's not like that. I just thought it wasn't the right time. I didn't intend to deceive you. Meliara immediately replied, Isn't intentionally not saying something a form of deception? Because I trusted Reth. At least I thought every aspect of your demeanor you showed me was genuine. If I had known you were deceiving me, I wouldn't have followed you here. Reth was startled by her words. Meliara turned and walked away, saying, I will leave before nightfall. Reth immediately stepped forward and grabbed her sleeve. He said, No, I had such a hard time finding you. Meliara's tears were already falling profusely. Reth stared at her tear-filled eyelashes, and his hand slowly dropped. Meliara shook his hand off and continued walking. As she reached the door, Meliara turned back and said, I told you I hate men who lie. The door slammed shut, leaving Reth standing rooted to the spot. Not long after, in Meliara's room, she lay on her bed, sobbing. She had loudly declared she would leave, but she had neither a carriage nor travel expenses, so she couldn't leave immediately. She just kept crying, wasting the entire afternoon. Is Reth okay? He must be very angry because I yelled at him so much and then left. The words that man once said echoed in her mind. The previous Saintess also acted naively and was deceived. Now she has vanished without a trace. Although she didn't entirely believe all those words, the fact that Reth was the Demon King who would bring about the world's destruction was true.
But why did the Demon Lord suddenly want to destroy the Empire? She recalled Reth's words when he destroyed everything. Because the roses have withered. Meliara mused. Destroying the world just because a rose had withered was truly too strange. Reth, the Demon Lord, his relationship with the previous Saintess. Why did that truth make her heart ache more than his deception? Suddenly, a knock came from outside. Meliara was startled, wondering if it was Santa. She said, Come in. The door opened, and someone stepped in from outside. The person you entered was not Santa, but Reth himself. He hesitated. Wait, do you have time? I have something I want to show you. With that, Reth led her somewhere, a flower garden full of flowers and beautiful lights. Meliara looked around and exclaimed, Wow.
It turns out there's a place like this in the Grand Duke's mansion. Suddenly she paused. Rhett walked forward, and when he arrived, he stopped, his hand reaching out towards a rose. Then Rhett turned to Meliara and said, Ara, come here. Hearing that, Meliara immediately approached. She stared in wonder, light emanating from the rose. A rose encased in glass emitted streams of light. Meliara asked, Is this also a rose, or is it some kind of magic? Rhett's gaze suddenly surprised her. Rhett replied, Yes, that rose shines just like that. In a romantic setting, Meliara's hand touched the rose, and Rhett said, This rose is a flower created from the remaining fragment of the Saintess's soul from 100 years ago. Meliara felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing that. The Saintess from 100 years ago.
Sure enough, there was some kind of connection between Rhett and that Saintess. Rhett continued, It's true that I've been waiting for the Saintess of the Moon God, and it's also true that I'm very happy to know you are the Saintess. But I didn't wait because you are the Saintess of the Moon God. I waited because it's you. I have been waiting to confirm your return. Meliara asked, puzzled, What exactly do you mean? Rhett explained, You might find it very confusing now, but you are indeed the person I've been waiting for. We met 100 years ago. Meliara was utterly shocked and immediately asked again, What? You said 100 years ago? How absurd! And besides, I At this point, Meliara clamped her mouth shut. I'm not the real Meliara. I just accidentally transmigrated into the world of the novel and took over Meliara's soul. She avoided Rhett's gaze and said, in short, I'm not the person Rhett is waiting for. Rhett immediately interrupted. No, it is you. Meliara immediately asked, how can you be so sure? Rhett extended his hand towards the rose, lifting the glass frame that enclosed it. He lifted the rose, making it float, and said, the soul fragment nurtured within this rose only reacts to a soul similar to itself. Even if the appearance is different, if it's the same soul, it will assimilate with the original body of that soul and glow. Like this. Meliara thought to herself in surprise. The same soul? So I have the same soul as the Saintess from 100 years ago? Red continued. You said that we would definitely meet again, and at that time,
You would absolutely never abandon me. With that, Rhett immediately walked towards her. He leaned his head on her shoulder and said, I believed those words and have waited for 100 years. So now, can you stay by my side? The next day, Muso was sweeping under the scorching sun. Did everyone have a comfortable night? Are you asking who I am? I am the manager of this mansion in the absence of His Majesty and Sir Tanma, the talented servant Muso. At this moment, a maid from above shouted down, Muso, you've been sweeping just that one spot this whole time. Well, what can I do? Self-introduction isn't important, so I'll stop here. Today, I'm in an exceptionally good mood because Tanma finally introduced me to her ladyship. At that time, Tanma said, Milady, this is Muso. From now on, you can have this young man do the housework. Meliara replied, It's a pleasure to meet you, Muso. We met once before, didn't we? Muso beamed with joy. The day to meet her ladyship again and formally greet her has finally arrived. What an honor it is.
Tanma smiled and said, as you can see, though he's a bit noisy, he's very useful. This kid is so innocent, it's easy to tell him what to do. Hearing these words, Meliara pondered, why does it feel like he's publicly belittling the boy? Then she extended her hand. I'll be relying on your help from now on, Muso. From Muso's extremely subjective perspective, he thought she was an angel. Back in the present, Muso's arm trembled. That smile makes me marvel. It is truly an honor to serve someone so radiantly bright. I, Muso, swear that if your highness calls, even if it means going through hell and high water, I will rush to your side immediately. Unbeknownst to him, Meliara had been hiding behind him, watching Muso. She murmured, it's true, it can only be that person. Earlier this morning, I heard Muso has been waiting for me. Did you meet me 100 years ago? Muso's eyes welled up with tears. As expected, you don't remember anything. But it's all right, because I still remember, your highness. I remember it as clearly as if it happened yesterday. Just then, the butler approached. Muso, stop making so much noise. Go sweep the courtyard. Back in the present, she thought to herself, Rhett said I was indeed the Saintess from 100 years ago, but no matter how much I think about it, I can't understand. First, I need to find out what kind of person I was 100 years ago. Muso's eyes lit up when he saw a flower. A flower! Your highness would surely love it if I gave it to her, wouldn't she? Meliara, however, had her own calculations. To do that, I need to extract all the information from that person. She approached and called out, Hey! She accidentally stepped on a branch, and Muso, on alert, spun around. He shouted while using magic, Who's there? An intruder! Meliara screamed in fright. The violent commotion caused the branches to snap and crack as they broke and fell.
Meliara gaped in bewilderment. When Muso saw that the person who arrived was Meliara, he was also startled. My lady, why are you standing there? Muso immediately ran over. Are you all right? I thought there was a thief hiding again. Meliara replied in a fright. I'm fine, I was just passing by. She thought to herself, she looks innocent, but a demon is still a demon, isn't she? The scene shifted to the holy temple. At this moment, the Saintess was praying. Her face was slightly bowed, when suddenly something caught her attention. She spoke. Look, what are you thinking about? Huh, Prody? Prody was currently wearing a sinister smile, looking down below. The Crown Prince yelled, Get out of the way! The priests immediately intervened. The Saintess is currently praying, so even His Royal Highness the Crown Prince cannot disturb her. The Crown Prince continued to shout, Won't you move out of my way immediately? I told you Livy is still unwell. From above, Prody stared at him from the window. Olivia approached and asked, What's wrong, Prody? You're not saying anything. It's not like you at all.
Prody turned back and asked, What's wrong? Sad because I didn't pay attention to you? Olivia stammered, No, it's not like that. Your expression looks too serious, so I'm worried. Prody immediately lifted her chin. He said, Lies. You're afraid I'll leave you behind, aren't you, Saintess? Saying so, he flashed another meaningful smile. The wind from outside the window blew in, making her cloak flutter in the sunlight. Olivia turned sharply away and said, Prody, this is the holy temple. You can give me power elsewhere. Prody turned her face back. Since when have you cared about such things? We used to do it in the holy temple before. What's wrong? No one comes here anyway. Isn't that right, contract holder? Olivia mumbled in response, Yes, Then a beam of light enveloped the two of them. Olivia gasped,
She smiled contentedly and said, "Ah, Prody, a little more." Prody smiled. "It's not a bad thing for you to truly be the Saintess." As soon as he finished speaking, another beam of light surrounded the Saintess. She trembled and said, wait a moment. This is too much." Prody gave a faint smile. "That's true. Although, if that's the case, my temptation won't work anymore." The Saintess was dazed. "Stop, stop." Saying so, she staggered and collapsed.
Prody caught her and said, "That's why I say love is truly a useless thing." He stared at the aesthetic Saintess. After 100 years of waiting, he only now craves power and seeks another Saintess. It's a bit strange. He used to be someone who seemed not to care about maintaining his position as the Demon King. Furthermore, he acted as if he cared quite a bit about that woman. At this moment, the Crown Prince's voice echoed from outside. Livy, it's me. I have something to tell you. May I come in?"
Prody clicked his tongue and smiled. Psst, he thought. Even so, it seems worth trying to stir up trouble and see what happens. At this moment, the Crown Prince had rushed inside. Livy, are you all right? You've overexerted yourself with prayer again. I told you to rest more." The Saintess smiled and replied, "Your Highness, I'm fine, just a little tired. Please don't worry." The Crown Prince bristled. "What do you mean, fine? Your body hasn't fully recovered from the previous poisoning. Meliara Darcius, that woman, I will definitely make her pay." The scene shifted to Meliara. Meliara's ears tingled as if someone had just cursed her. Muso asked, "Your ladyship, what's wrong?" Meliara forced a smile. "Oh, it's nothing. My ears just feel a bit itchy for some reason." Muso said, "Oh, that happens sometimes, I get that quite often myself. By the way, your ladyship, why do we have to be like this?" Meliara started, flustered. Well, because..." She recalled her previous conversation with Reth. Reth had said, "Well then, you must be tired. Go get some rest." As Reth left, she immediately called out, "Reth, what kind of person was I 100 years ago?" Reth smiled. "Back then, you were a very strong, emotional, and confident person, because right from our first meeting, you declared that I would definitely fall for you." Meliara's jaw dropped as she thought to herself, "Isn't that just being delusional?" Reth continued, "And in the end, I truly did." Hearing him say that, Meliara's heart ached. She bowed her head slightly and replied softly, Well then, about the rose I just saw, which is said to contain a fragment of my soul, you said it has been there, unfading, for 100 years. If that rose withers, what will you do?" Rhett bowed his head slightly and said, "The rose withering means your soul is destroyed. You no longer exist anywhere in this world, unable to be reborn, nor to reincarnate. Ultimately, it means I have completely lost you. If that truly happens, perhaps I will endlessly resent this world for taking you from me. After despairing for too long, I will erase everything that exists in this world." Meliara immediately asked, "Why would you go to such an extreme?" Rhett smiled. "Isn't that obvious?" Rhett recalled the image of the person he held dear. "Rhett, look, the flowers are so beautiful, aren't they? Here, people say you should give flowers to someone you like. Thanks to you, for the first time, I realized flowers could be so beautiful. For the first time, things other than war, bloodshed, or hatred existed in this world. And it was also the first time someone looked at me with eyes so full of affection, as if the moon and sun rose for her and everything in this world existed for her. Because you said we would surely meet again, and because that rose hasn't withered all this time, I was able to wait until now. If I could never see you again, neither the flowers, nor the moon, nor this world would have any meaning. What good would their existence be? This world would no longer have you." His gaze turned hateful. Meliara immediately called him back. "Rhett." Then his gaze softened. Just then, Meliara's coat slipped off her shoulders. He stepped closer, pulled her coat back up, and said, "But now you are here with me, so I don't want to imagine such a horrible thing."
"Good night, Era." After wishing her good night, he also left. Meliara remained standing there, watching his retreating back. Meliara quickly returned to her room and took off her coat. Meliara sat down on the bed and sighed. That night, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. It seemed that only now did she truly understand Rhett's fervent and passionate feelings, something she had pretended not to know all this time. Back to the present, Muso called out, "Your Highness, are you all right? You've been spaced out for a while now. Your Highness, you don't seem well." Meliara interrupted him. "I'm just thinking about something else, so..." Meliara pondered. "After thinking all night, I've come to a conclusion. All right, I'll just stay here then. After all, I was originally running away to avoid destruction. And furthermore, after learning that I was the Saintess from 100 years ago, Rhett doesn't seem to have any intention of destroying this world. So first, I'll gather information about myself from 100 years ago, even if it's just a little. If I can't remember, I'll just imitate." Muso spoke up. "So your Highness wants to know what you were like 100 years ago?" Meliara nodded. "Yes, that's right." Muso asked. "You could just ask His Highness." Meliara immediately felt a pang of unease. Why must it be me?
She replied shyly, saying it would be too embarrassing to ask Reth directly. For that matter, Muso seemed the most trustworthy, so Muso's mouth fell open. "I'm the trustworthy one?" He grabbed Meliara's hand. I, Muso, will do my utmost to help your highness regain your memories. Meliara replied, Thank you. She thought to herself, I absolutely can't tell him it's because he's the easiest one to deal with here. Suddenly Muso stopped. As he rummaged for something, he said, Your Highness, you won't be comfortable sitting like that. Please sit on this handkerchief. Then he offered Meliara a handkerchief. Meliara took it and replied, Muso, thank you. I'll wash it and return it. Muso smiled and replied, You can keep it, Your Highness. Meliara wondered, But why are you so kind to me, Muso? The servants were always attentive to Meliara. Your Highness is also very beautiful today. I'll bring some freshly bloomed roses to your room. Another maid said, Your Highness, you'll be more comfortable with this bedsheet. She thought to herself, Actually, it's not just Muso. Everyone here treats me very well. Muso spoke up, That's because Your Highness is my lifesaver. Meliara was stunned to hear that. Muso bowed his head and said, And my name, Muso, was also given to me by Your Highness. Meliara stammered, I did? The me from 100 years ago was truly special. She thought to herself, Even if he looks as tough as a rhinoceros, how could I have named him Muso? Muso smiled and replied, Yes, Your Highness is indeed a special person. Your Highness saw me rolling around in the trash, looking wretched. At that time you said that with the meaning of becoming an omnipotent person who can do anything, your name would henceforth be Muso. That's what you said, Your Highness. Of course, besides me, many others have also received favors from Your Highness.
Butler Tanma had always worn an eye patch due to a pigment disorder. The pigment disorder was considered a symbol of bad luck in the lower demon realm, but Her Highness said that uniqueness would bring good fortune. After she said so, the butler switched to wearing a monocle. Meanwhile, Muso was suddenly surprised when he saw Meliara had started to cry. He stammered nervously, Your Highness, why are you crying?
She fell into deep thought. No, it's no good. I absolutely cannot win against her. She is the benefactor who gave someone a name, and also the one who transformed someone's insecurity into a symbol of good fortune. And for another, she made him fall so deeply in love that he was willing to wait for 100 years. Meliara's sobbing made Muso flustered. My lady, please wipe your tears, lest someone sees. Suddenly something appeared, startling Muso. Meliara quickly wiped the tears from her face. Someone approached. Rhett approached full of murderous intent and asked, What's going on here, Muso? Meliara flinched. Your Highness, Rhett asked coldly. I ask you, what exactly is going on here? Surely you know that even taking your life wouldn't compensate for Ara's tears, right? Muso immediately knelt down. Your Highness, you've misunderstood. I didn't make my lady cry. He then turned to Meliara. Oh no, my lady, did I perhaps make you cry? Meliara spoke up. Rhett, no, it's not that. This matter. The atmosphere became silent. Meliara called. Rhett. Rhett walked towards her and picked her up, surprising her. Rhett. Rhett said, Whatever the reason, let's go inside first. Then Rhett turned to Muso, who was trembling, and said, I'll deal with you later. Muso was thunderstruck. Your Highness. A moment later, the two had returned to the room. Rhett draped a coat over her and handed her a steaming cup of water. Meliara looked bewildered. Rhett, what exactly is this? Rhett said, They say that when you're sad, you should wrap yourself in a blanket and drink something warm. It makes you feel better. Meliara asked, Who said that? Rhett replied, The lady from 100 years ago.
Meliara was flustered. It was the girl from 100 years ago. Reth asked curiously, Can you tell me why you were crying just now? If it's truly because of Muso, then I will punish him accordingly. Meliara immediately worried. No, it's not because of Muso. The truth is, it's because of you, Reth. Because you are so affectionate, Reth, I found myself crying without realizing it. Reth let out a sigh of relief. You're the only one who says I'm affectionate, whether 100 years ago or now. Meliara froze upon hearing that. She gripped the glass of water in her hand once more, and her thoughts went to that girl first again. Then she looked up and said, Reet, the thing is, what do you think if we start over? I mean, regarding this ambiguous relationship that's neither lovers nor strangers. Reet was stunned to hear this. She continued, It's not that I don't understand you. The person you've waited for 100 years has appeared, and you must be very happy and joyful. But I'm not so sure anymore. I don't recognize the 100-year-old me in Reet's words. So gradually, I've grown afraid of Reet's love for me. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed when you see how different I am now compared to 100 years ago. Reet hesitated. Ara. Meliara propped herself up, stood, and continued. Therefore, let's start over. I want to understand more about who Reet is, as much as Reet knew about me 100 years ago. So Reet, please see me as I am now, instead of the me from 100 years ago, okay? As Meliara finished speaking, the conversation reached an impasse again, and silence filled the air. Meliara blushed shyly. Did I speak too frankly? Suddenly, Reet smiled, making her even more anxious. What is it? What does that smile mean? Then he burst out laughing. So this is what it feels like to hear those words. She mused. It seems this is the first time I've seen Reet laugh like that. Reet continued. Don't worry. Even if this world were to split into two, there's no way I'd be disappointed in you. Even if your image is completely different from 100 years ago, my heart will not change, because what I love is your very existence. But if you still have reservations in your heart, then I promise, I will only look at the you of now. If you feel pressured, I will try not to go too far. However,
I hope you can forgive this heart of mine, which occasionally beats so wildly it feels like it wants to burst from my chest, okay?
Because you are just too lovely. These words were like an arrow shot straight into her heart, making it pound. The next morning, as the sunlight streamed into the room, Meliara sat up, yawning widely. Salt, who was tidying up at the time, saw Meliara wake up and immediately asked, "Did you sleep well, miss?" Meliara replied, "Good morning, Salt. Those flowers were brought by the gardener, weren't they? They're so beautiful." Salt said, "No, miss, these are flowers from the master." Meliara was surprised and hesitantly asked again, "Reft?" Salt replied, "Yes, at this time of year, tulips bloom very beautifully."
Actually, he told me not to tell the young lady. She then remembered what Meliara had said. I will try not to go too far. Meliara poked at the blushing flower. Rhett really is... Salt approached with a letter and said, "Oh right, a letter arrived for the young lady this morning." Meliara took the letter, wondering to herself, who could it be? Not many people know I'm here. Or did something happen at the temple? Meliara opened the letter, her face darkening in alarm. 2 days later, in the capital of the Bacchatus Empire, under a torrential downpour, Meliara stepped out of a carriage. Seeing her, the people there couldn't help but whisper, "Isn't that girl Princess Darchis? After her engagement was broken off, she's been in seclusion. What's going on?" The room door opened, revealing Meliara's bewildered face. The person who appeared before her was Linden. Meliara approached, asking anxiously, "I came because I heard the news. Are you all right?" Linden smiled and replied, "Meliara, you've arrived. I'm fine." She glanced over, thinking to herself, how could he be fine? Merchant Guildmaster Azazin was like Linden's only family. Linden said with a sorrowful gaze, "He didn't have to suffer when he passed, as I had feared." Meliara continued, "Even so." Suddenly someone approached and said, "Who is this?" Meliara flinched and turned around. Seeing the person who appeared, Meliara was stunned as she recognized the face. The story must go back to before she transmigrated into this body. At this moment, the pedestrian green light had clearly turned on, but the next scene was a car and a girl lying in front of it. Meliara in a daze. "My body can't move. Am I going to die like this?" At this moment, someone approached, grinding his teeth. "Ace, what bad luck."
Why is she wandering around at this hour? This is driving me crazy. If I cause another accident, my license will be revoked. Damn it! It seems there are no CCTVs or witnesses around here. As for the dash cam, I guess I can just burn it. That's why I said, why did you jump in front of my car? Back in the present, Meliara snapped out of her memories. This person? No, it can't be. The Crown Prince said, crossing his arms. "If I had known you were here, I wouldn't have brought Livy." The words of the young man who hit her with his car echoed in her head. "Whoever finds you will probably take you to the hospital, though it's not certain if you'll survive until then." Meliara pondered. The criminal who hit her in her previous life. How could he look exactly like that scoundrel? Or perhaps not. Besides, this is a character from a novel. But the male lead of the novel I like has the face of the person who killed me in my previous life? She felt betrayed. Zyken, seeing her staring at him, wondered in confusion. What is this? Why is she staring at me like that? At this moment, the Saintess also ran over. "Your Highness, I'm fine." Meliara was taken aback when she saw her. A beautiful face. Her whole body seemed to glow. Meliara thought to herself, that person is the female lead, Olivia. She looks even more beautiful than I imagined. The Saintess, seeing Meliara also looking at her, quickly avoided her gaze. Meliara's mind supplied the Saintess's surprised voice. "How can you look me straight in the eye after sending me poison?" Meliara also felt guilty. That's right, in the novel, Meliara had intended to poison Olivia. Why would Meliara do that? At this thought, Meliara approached. She politely bowed and said, "Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Saintess, have you been well recently?" The Crown Prince crossed his arms, frowned and snapped. "Well? You ask if I'm well? How utterly shameless. Have you already forgotten what you've done?" Meliara replied, "No, that's not it. I'm not sure if I've angered your Royal Highness with empty words, but I sincerely apologize." She also thought to herself, although it was the previous Meliara who caused it, since I've already entered Meliara's body, I must take responsibility. She bowed her head even lower and said, "I have absolutely no intention of pretending nothing happened. I will reflect on myself for the rest of my life for causing harm to the Saintess." The Crown Prince immediately yelled in anger. "You committed such a terrible act and only offer an apology? Aren't you being too shameless? Even praying with both hands and feet wouldn't be enough." Meliara said worriedly, "If the Saintess wishes, I am willing to do so." At this, Meliara glared. "But does your Highness have the right to say such things to me?" The Crown Prince, unable to believe it, asked again, "You, what did you say?" Meliara replied boldly, "Didn't all of this happen because of your Highness's liberal views on love? Your Highness cheated on me, your fiancé, and furthermore, you made me a public laughingstock. I am not asking your Highness to forgive my actions, because it is your Highness's fault. However, just as I sincerely apologize to the Saintess, your Highness should also admit your mistake and apologize to me." The Crown Prince gritted his teeth. How dare a mere lady demand an apology from the Crown Prince? Seeing his brother grow angry, Linden quickly spoke up. "Brother, Lady Meliara." At this moment, Rhett stepped forward from behind, truly unable to listen any longer. He He then stood in front of Meliara, shielding her. Meliara was surprised. Rhett? Rhett replied, "Forgive me for interfering, but I can't bear it anymore." Crown Prince pointed directly at Rhett and said, "Who are you to dare interfere?" Meliara wondered to herself, "This person? Could it be that he doesn't know who Rhett is?" Then she shouted, "This is Arvis." Meliara then turned to Linden and called, "Linden." Linden approached and whispered, "There's no need to let the Crown Prince know the Duke's identity." Meliara looked bewildered, so Linden already knew Rhett was Grand Duke Arvis. Rhett crossed his arms and said, "The fact that your Highness doesn't know me means that the king has not yet recognized your Highness as the successor emperor." The Crown Prince was still blustering. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Just then the Saintess arrived and quickly asked, "You are Grand Duke Arvis?"
"You are the Grand Duke, aren't you? Do you still remember me? 2 years ago I came to your territory to bestow a blessing." Rat replied, "Yes, I remember, son Saintess." The Saintess smiled. "That's right, you remember." She smiled and said, "Everything was too chaotic back then and I couldn't properly bestow a blessing upon you." Meliara, not understanding, turned to look at Linden, only to see that his expression mirrored hers. Meanwhile, she continued to prattle on. "I've always wanted to bestow a blessing upon you when we met again, and now we finally have." As she spoke, she reached out, wanting to touch Rhett's hand, but he suddenly pulled his hand back. Seeing this, Meliara also looked bewildered and called his name. Rhett's face, meanwhile, had darkened, and he said sharply, "Let me tell you once more, as it seems you've forgotten. When we were at the Temple of the Moon God, I said that we were fully blessed by the Moon Saintess, so don't try to mix it with anything else." She still wasn't done with her act, lowering her face and replying in a low voice, "However, isn't Sol's blessing superior to Luna's blessing?" Rhett asked imperiously, "What does that mean?" She said, "The lunar sect has fewer priests, so its blessing power must also be weak. The proof is that no Saintess has appeared in the lunar sect for the past 100 years. Rhett immediately sneered. "No Saintess has appeared, you say? Can't you recognize the person right before your eyes?" Seeing this, Rhett turned to look at Meliara. He smiled. "She's right here." Son Saintess Olivia was stunned. "You mean—"
Meliara whispered anxiously, "Rhett, why would you reveal that here? It's not even time for the Saintess's proclamation ceremony yet." Rhett asked gloomily, "Is there a law that forbids revealing the Saintess before the proclamation ceremony?" Meliara clenched her hands, thinking to herself, "No, but—" Suddenly, the Crown Prince shouted, startling Meliara, "Lies! Plotting to harm Livy with poison wasn't enough, and now you intend to play the role of a Saintess too? Even shamelessness has its limits. How dare you blaspheme the divine?" Meliara closed her eyes tightly. Then she said, "Your Royal Highness, it's true that I don't possess the divine power of the Soul Sect, but I have been recognized as the Saintess of the Lunar Faith." The Crown Prince shouted again, "Furthermore, how dare you even think of deceiving Grand Duke Arvis?" Meliara, furious internally, wanted to scream. Does he think being loud makes him right? The Crown Prince pointed at Meliara and continued, "What kind of Saintess could an evil woman like you be? Who do you think would believe such a wicked lie?"
She immediately apologized for deceiving the people here, including Taddy. Meliara immediately replied, "I never lie." Suddenly, Linden's voice spoke up. "That statement, can you take responsibility for it? For saying Meliara is not a Saintess. I'm asking if you can stand by those words." Meliara turned anxiously. "Linden, I'm sorry. The funeral became chaotic because of me." Linden smiled and replied, "It's all right. I'm the one who should apologize, because my brother caused you trouble." Meliara looked towards everyone and thought to herself, "But if Linden takes my side in front of everyone, his position will become awkward." The Crown Prince said nothing, only staring at Linden. After a moment, he crossed his arms and said, "Since when did you two become so close?" Linden shrugged lightly and replied, "I'm not sure. Perhaps since you broke off the engagement? Now that she has no relation to you anymore, I thought I'd try to be a bit charming. But don't misunderstand. Our relationship isn't close enough to be a concern. Because unlike someone else, Ara was the one who tried to maintain some decency with her former fiancé." For the umpteenth time, the Crown Prince bristled again. "What? How dare you belittle me and side with that fake Saintess? You must have truly lost your mind. It seems that clever head of yours doesn't work so well in front of women, does it?" Linden replied, "Whether she's fake or real, you'll know once you see for yourself. Oh, and you'll also know who truly has an unclear mind when standing before women." The Crown Prince angrily said, "You—" Olivia, standing nearby, called out, Your Highness." Linden turned and said, "Ara." Meliara looked bewildered. "Huh?" Linden asked, "Could you bless my grandfather on his final journey?" Meliara was stunned. That's right, if I use my holy power."
At least the people here will understand that I am the Saintess. Linden continued, "I had wanted to ask for your help from the beginning, but I didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. I apologize." Meliara immediately took his hand. She smiled and said, "No, not at all. Even if you hadn't asked, I would have wanted to do something for you. Thank you for saying that, Linden." Meliara turned to look at Rhett, wondering, Rhett must agree too, right? Clearly, Rhett couldn't possibly refuse Meliara, so he gave a slight nod. With Rhett's agreement, Meliara immediately stepped forward. Upon reaching the place of blessing, Meliara stopped.
She thought to herself, Linden's grandfather, thank you for always being there, giving strength to Linden all this time. From Meliara's palm, a stream of light began to emit. Then it became a pillar of light shooting high up. Meliara looked at the orb of light in her hand and prayed, may the sorrows you left behind here all vanish, for those sorrows are now a part of the living. May your final journey be peaceful, carefree, and without worries or concerns. Sparkling light emanated throughout the room. Everyone murmured, are these rays of light Lunar's blessings? Is Princess Darchess truly Saintess Lunar descended? Meliara gave a satisfied smile. Both Linden and Varese also looked at her with satisfied smiles. Upon seeing this scene, Olivia gritted her teeth. A moment later, she rushed to the room and slammed the door shut. She angrily gnashed her teeth. Prody, appear. A stream of dark energy emanated from her necklace. Prody appeared and asked, what is it? What happened to make our contractor so angry? Olivia grabbed Prody's collar and asked, how? How could that woman become the Moon Saintess? Prody chuckled and said, calm down, contractor. Olivia angrily clenched her fists. Why does that wretched woman have everything? Someone like Princess Darchess. I can't believe it. Hearing this, Prody also realized, Princess Darchess? Olivia's eyes widened. The High Priest clearly announced that she had no divine power, so what trick did she pull to seize the position of Saintess?
Prody turned away, thinking to himself, it turns out the Saintess who was with Redland before was Princess Darchess. The woman who made Olivia determined to seek revenge is the new moon goddess Saintess? Olivia spun around. How hard I worked to bring her down. Or did she also sign a contract with the demon race like me? Suddenly a Saintess? How can that be believed? Prody replied, not necessarily. The demon by her side is inherently very stubborn. It's not in his nature to make a contract with anyone. Moreover, if you hate seeing her that much, there's a way to eliminate her. As Prody uttered these words, he smiled. Meliara's eyes were dazed. Right, can I use that thing now? Prody replied, of course, what the contractor wants is also what I want. That afternoon, as the sun set, Urin angrily slammed his hand on the table and shouted, just hearing about it makes me furious. There really are all kinds of people, aren't there? Just because he's the crown prince, he thinks our Saintess is fake? What basis does he have to dare say such a thing? Meliara thought to herself, openly scolding the crown prince like that, what if he gets arrested for offending the royal family? Oh, then she spoke, I'm fine. Sion spoke, stop it. Meliara was satisfied. That's right, only Sion is truly trustworthy. But Sion's next words shocked Meliara. Our bickering among ourselves won't achieve anything. The only way is to talk to Lydia and formally reprimand them about the matter between the Emperor and the Lunar Church. Meliara imagined Lydia's angry scene. They dare to insult and disrespect our Lunar Church? She broke out in a cold sweat. The situation was becoming more serious by the minute.
Although I was very grateful when the priest heard the news and came immediately. At that moment, they frantically ran over. Saintess, are you all right? As soon as we received the telegram, we rushed here immediately. Meliara wondered, how did the priests get here? All three of them fidgeted. Ice, clearly annoyed, said, Saintess, don't worry. But from then on, they remained in this state. This surely won't get them arrested for treason, right? Someone needs to stop them. Meliara turned to plead for help. Rhett, please say something. When she turned, she saw Tanma speaking to Rhett. No matter how you look at it, it seems the Crown Prince is declaring war. Shouldn't we also slowly prepare for war? Rhett immediately replied, let's do that. Meliara quickly intervened. Sir, Butler, what war preparations? Everyone is overreacting.
I have clearly proven myself to be the Saintess of the Lunar Church at the funeral. Once the announcement ceremony is held, then neither the Crown Prince nor the Soul Church will be able to say anything. The three Meliara-obsessed priests, upon hearing this, exclaimed, indeed, she is our Saintess, so different from someone else and more capable than someone else. Meliara froze stiff, thinking, even at this point, I hadn't foreseen the war was imminent. The sky had already darkened by this time. Urin said, once the sanctuary is arranged, we will escort the Saintess back, but we are extremely busy with the announcement ceremony. If we have time, we will contact you immediately. Meliara smiled and replied, no, it's fine. There are plenty of amenities here. The three Meliara fanatics smiled brightly. Then we'll see you again, Saintess. Saying this, they turned and left, and Meliara also waved goodbye.
Meliara forced a smile and said, anyway, they're worrying too much. Red turned to her, his face content, and said, because everyone likes you that much. Of course, I do too, so don't push yourself too hard. Meliara flinched. No, it's not like my divine power runs out just because I use it a little. I just felt dizzy for a moment earlier. Rhett works much harder than I do. Rhett replied, I only do what needs to be done. She thought to herself, I'm very grateful that Rhett stood up for me earlier, but revealing that he is Grand Duke Arvis must not have been easy. Then Meliara suddenly recalled, speaking of which, I wonder if Linden is feeling better yet. He must be very lonely. He pretends to be fine on the outside, so it keeps bothering me. Rhett looked up at the night sky and replied, perhaps I understand that feeling, because if he doesn't pretend to be fine, he will collapse. Knowing that the moment one admits to having lost oneself, a person will collapse beyond recovery, so it's better to endure, pretend to be fine, and let one's feelings show. That evening, upon returning to her room, Meliara pondered, it seems Rhett has also experienced something similar, which is why he understands Linden so well. I'm worried about Linden, But in the original story, Olivia would have already come to comfort Linden around this time.
But what if Olivia doesn't show up? Linden following me on a pilgrimage to the east isn't like the original story either. Thinking this, Meliara sprang up. She quickly ran off, her heart still filled with worry. She couldn't just keep fretting like this. This was the turning point in the original story. Having lost his grandfather, Linden's life was like the last torch being extinguished. That torch, I'll turn it into a blazing bonfire. Upon arriving, Meliara paused. She wondered if Olivia had already come to comfort him. But just in case, I'll just confirm if Linden is all right and then leave. Suddenly, someone approached and asked, "Where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? Do you have any idea how much you've embarrassed me today?" Meliara saw the crown prince and immediately flared up. He just spoke to her so rudely. What a temper. Then she spoke. "How can that be my fault? I only spoke the truth. Didn't it happen because you denied the truth that I am a Saintess without properly verifying it first?"
The crown prince immediately asked, "Do you think I don't know that you deliberately hid the fact that the holy power of the lunar religion and the soul sect are different?" Meliara thought to herself, "That's because you kept interrupting me, so I couldn't say it." Then Meliara said, "It's over. Let's stop here. Now please get out of my way." The crown prince immediately asked, "Where else do you plan to run away to? Because of you, Livy was shocked and immediately returned to the holy temple." Meliara was startled when she heard that and immediately asked again, "What do you mean?" Meliara worried, "Olivia returned immediately?" Meanwhile, Linden was sitting alone, sulking. Suddenly, someone approached and spoke. "I always thought you were an idiot, but it seems you're quite capable. I didn't expect you to bring Lady Darches and Grand Duke Arvis to your side. I don't know about the lady, but have you forgotten that Arvis is a double-edged sword? Father said so too. It's very dangerous to use him." Linden remained silent and pensive, saying nothing. The crown prince asked, "Since when have you cared about the lady? No matter how hard you try, Duke Darches is still part of my faction. You haven't forgotten that Duke Darches and my mother are cousins, have you? The lady is the moon goddess Saintess? Excellent. Livy is mine, so the soul sect also belongs to me. The lady certainly cannot resist the ducal mansion, so she will soon become part of my faction as well. What now? You have nothing left again." Linden trembled with anger when he heard him say that. The crown prince continued to mock. "Who told you to be like your mother, coveting things that don't belong to you?" At this, Linden couldn't take it anymore and grabbed him by the collar. "Shut up!" Seeing the crown prince being grabbed by the collar, the guards immediately rushed in. "Your royal highness!" The crown prince sneered. "Do you want to hit me? This nickname suits you well, for a prince who couldn't control his anger and turned his grandfather's burial site into a mess." Linden turned and was startled to see his grandfather's coffin. He calmed down, but his anger didn't subside, and then Linden released the crown prince's collar. The crown prince adjusted his collar and snorted, saying, "No different from a jinx." Then he turned sharply and left. "Let's go," Linden muttered, gritting his teeth in frustration. A moment later, the scene shifted to a small box. Linden approached, placing his hand on the box. "Grandfather, I felt this same way when Mother passed away. The feeling of having nowhere to go in this cold and harsh palace. When I was sad, thinking I was left alone in this world, my grandfather came to me and said, 'Linden, do you want to come with me?' The next morning, Linden woke up and opened his eyes. 'Grandfather?' His grandfather came over and asked, 'What's wrong, Linden?' Linden asked curiously, 'Why did you kick me out of the palace? Now that Mother is gone, I can't possibly push my brother aside and become the crown prince. You always said merchants must calculate their benefits.'
'What's in it for you to take me away?' Linden's grandfather sat down, smiling, and said, 'No benefit? Is there any child in this world as intelligent as you? Besides, people can't always be calculating. Sometimes they are willing to endure losses. If you ask when that is, it's when you love someone. One day you'll realize it, Linden.' Linden recalled what the crown prince had said. The princess certainly cannot resist the ducal palace, so she will soon become my force. He looked up at the sky and wondered, force? I've never been sad about losing power, because I started with nothing. If I lose it, I just need to find it again. But with Ara, there's no way Duke Dachis, a man who values his reputation, would let his daughter be expelled from the family. He will bring the princess back to the ducal palace by any means. But what if that's not the case? Then Ara won't be herself. I don't want that, even if she will eventually leave me. But right now, can she come to my side?" Just then, the room door opened. Meliara stepped inside. Linden was incredibly surprised to see the person he most wished to meet at that moment. She walked over and asked, "Are you all right?" He asked in surprise, "Ara, why are you here?"
Meliara replied, "I'm sorry, am I too late? I couldn't get your expression this morning out of my mind. How could I rest easy?" Linden said nothing, slowly walking closer. Meliara was bewildered, and the lamp she held in her hand fell to the ground. Linden said nothing more and immediately embraced Meliara. Meliara, bewildered, called out, Sir Linden?" Linden softly replied, "I'm sorry, just stay like this for a little while." Then his tears fell profusely. Don't leave me alone." Meliara called, "Linden." She closed her eyes and comforted him.
You are not alone. You have us." The next morning, under the dazzling sunlight and the chirping of birds, Rat stood towering before her. Meliara was so anxious she broke out in a sweat. If you asked what the situation was, the answer was that last night, worried about Linden, I had gone to the burial ground late at night. Meliara had pushed the crown prince aside. "I'm in a hurry, please move aside." Then she ran to Linden and called, "Linden." Linden tearfully cried, "Meliara." I had found Linden crying like a puppy abandoned in the rain and sat comforting him, unaware that dawn had broken. It was understandable that he was angry since I had spent the night outside without informing anyone. Oh, do I always have to pay so much attention to his expression? Although I felt very guilty for making him worry, I was merely comforting a friend in distress.
Naturally, in this situation, she couldn't help but constantly observe his expression. Rhett asked, "What about breakfast?" Meliara stammered, "Breakfast? Not yet." Rhett continued, "Then let's go have breakfast first. You disappeared without a word, making me worry all night. But anyway, I'm very glad you've returned safely." Meliara was surprised that she wasn't scolded at all. Rhett didn't ask what she had done last night. Then she took Rhett's hand. His hand was as cold as ice. Could it be that he had been waiting outside for her all night? Soon both of them were seated at the dining table. Meliara spoke. "Rhett, actually I went to see Linden last night, but it wasn't anything major. I just comforted him, telling him to cheer up a bit." Rhett replied, "I see."
I knew she'd do that, he thought to himself, but that doesn't mean I'll forgive the prince. Meliara, too, pondered in confusion. Rhett didn't seem to care much. Was she overreacting? Just then the door opened and everyone's attention turned to it. Meliara, taken aback, asked, Linden? Why are you here?" Linden approached with a smile. Meliara sprang to her feet. "Are you feeling better? You should go back and get some rest." Linden said, "I have something to do first." With that, he rummaged in his pocket for something. Meliara asked curiously, "Something to do?" Linden held out a piece of paper in front of her. Meliara saw the paper and murmured, "Night market? Festival?" Linden smiled. "That's right. Are you free tonight?"
"I'm here to ask you out on a date." Meliara looked bewildered. "A date? A date?" The butler stood by, eagerly watching the drama unfold. Oh my! While Reth's face was grim. Not long after, Meliara went outside, recalling Linden's words that starting today, a night market would be held to celebrate the Harvest Festival, with many interesting things to see, so she would surely enjoy it. She thought to herself, a festival night market? Thinking back, she realized she had never truly enjoyed herself since arriving here. This was her chance to eat many delicious foods and truly indulge in the night market cuisine. Just then, Linden approached and called out, "Meliara." Meliara turned to him. "Linden." Linden asked, "I apologize for being late. Have you been waiting long?" Meliara smiled and replied, "It's all right, we just arrived ourselves." A cold voice spoke up, "You're late." The other two froze stiff upon hearing Reth's voice. They were like two rivals ready to clash. Reth said, "You were the one who suggested we go out together first, yet you made us wait. Your manners leave much to be desired, don't they?" Linden immediately retorted, "At most, I was only 3 minutes late. Your concept of time is quite strict, isn't it?" Reth countered, "Visiting the night market with me would be much more fun. What do you think, Ara?" Linden shot back, "I was the one who invited her on a date first. Why don't you just leave us alone?" Meliara felt dizzy. Wait a minute. Come on, stop arguing. We can all go together. At a festival like this, it's more fun when everyone enjoys it together." Linden looked at Reth, pondering. Duke Arvis and a night market? The sky was gradually turning to dusk, and the night market atmosphere was already becoming lively. Both of them held ice cream cones in their hands. Linden smiled and said, "I heard this place has the best ones."
Meliara chewed noisily and exclaimed, "So delicious!" Linden pointed nearby. "Ara, look!" A wood carving shop caught their eye. Meliara excitedly walked towards it. She pointed at a wooden statue and said, "Rhett, look, it looks like Kelber. So cute, isn't it?" Rhett stared at the wooden statue. Then he smiled. Next to the wooden statue of a 3-headed dog, there was also a wooden statue resembling a snake. The sky had already darkened by then. Meliara and Rhett sat down on a nearby wooden bench. Meliara stretched and said, "We've been to so many places." Rhett turned to her and asked, "Are you happy?" Meliara immediately replied, "Of course. I was so happy running and jumping everywhere that now my whole body is sore." Suddenly she recalled her previous life and thought to herself, "When was the last time I went out and my legs hurt so much? In my previous life, I couldn't even dream of going out to play because I was too busy with work every day." Not long after, Linden also approached. "Meliara, so here you are." Meliara asked curiously, "Linden, where have you been all this time?" Suddenly she noticed something and asked, "What you're holding in your hand?" Linden smiled faintly, holding 2 lanterns in his hands. He walked over, handed her a lantern, and said, "Isn't the final highlight of tonight's fair the lantern release?"
Meliara suddenly remembered. I've released lanterns before at the Zabache Village Festival. It seems that's the custom here." Then he grumpily handed a lantern to Rhett. "I've also prepared one for your highness, a lantern with a design perfectly suited for you." Quickly, Linden grabbed Meliara's hand and pulled her along. It seems everyone is starting to release their lanterns. Let's go too. Meliara released the lantern, and it began to float, then soared into the air. Nearby, people were also releasing lanterns, creating an incredibly lively yet very peaceful atmosphere. With sparkling eyes, Meliara exclaimed, "It's strange. Ever since I came here, I've always felt like this isn't reality. Why does it have to be in such a beautiful, unreal moment like this?" Linden leaned close to her ear and asked, "What did you wish for?" Meliara smiled and replied, "It's a secret."
Meliara looked up at the sky and smiled. "I find myself truly existing here again, even though I'm a little worried. But today, I think I can enjoy this moment a little longer, can't I?" While Meliara was enjoying herself at the festival, back at the Grand Duke's mansion, "I want to go to the capital with her ladyship too," Salt said. "It's not like we're going for something fun," Muso whined. "But the Duke is only taking Tanma along. That's so unfair. I can protect her ladyship well too." When Muso wanted to follow, Meliara refused. "I'm really sorry, but there's no more room in the carriage for Muso." Muso collapsed. "I can't believe my status is even lower than Gelber's." Salt handed him a mop and said, "You can't transform into a human, so you'll just have to accept it. You can't appear in front of others with those horns. Stop crying and go to the rose garden. The gardener isn't feeling well today." Muso dejectedly left. The blonde maid said, "Now that you mention it, the number of sick people has suddenly increased lately, hasn't it?" Salt agreed. "Yeah, is there an infectious disease going around?" On Muso's side, he recalled Salt's words. "You can't transform into a human, so you'll just have to accept it." Muso Salt. "No matter how hard I try, I can't transform into a human. What am I supposed to do?" Muso raised his hand, and his hand emitted a glow. "I wish I could transform into a human just by trying, just like how I can control the wind." While looking at the wind in his hand, something suddenly startled him. Muso immediately looked around. "This scent is osmanthus." The scene shifted to another location. "What do you mean, father? Meliara left home?" The Duke replied. "First she ran away from home on her own, and then she had the nerve to show up at the funeral of Merchant Guild Master Azazin. She's determined to disgrace the ducal household." Meliara's brother yelled, "Your daughter ran away from home and you don't even bother to look for her?"
The Duke rested his chin on his hand and said, "Let's see how long a girl like her can stay away." The young Duke angrily exclaimed, "Father!" He then fell silent for a moment, pondering something. The young Duke turned and walked away, saying, "Fine, I'll bring her back." After that, the door slammed shut, and the butler, who was nearby, leaned in and whispered to the Duke, "Is this truly all right, Your Grace? The young Duke surely doesn't know you intend to disown the young lady."
The Duke flipped the newspaper in his hands back and forth, saying, "What do you mean, kick her out? I still want to bring the girl home, no matter if I have to use drastic measures." With that, he slammed the newspaper onto the table. He flashed a calculating smile. "I never expected the girl to be the Saintess of the moon god." Not long after, on Meliara's side, her heart was pounding with anxiety. Her brother appeared and said, "Let's go back, Meliara." Meliara asked, "Go back where exactly?" Her brother replied, "Where else? Home, of course." Meliara looked at her brother in front of her and mused, "This person is Meliara's brother, the eldest son of the Darshus ducal household, Arleon Darshus. I heard he was fighting in the border regions. This is the first time I've met him in person. He resembles Meliara so much that anyone could tell they are siblings." Meliara let out a sigh. She said, "I don't know how you managed to find me here, but I have no reason to return to that house. I'm no longer a member of the Darshus family." Arleon asked, bewildered, "What do you mean? If you're afraid of being punished for running away, I'll choose my words carefully when speaking to father." Meliara immediately cut him off. "Running away? It seems you've misunderstood. I'm the one who was disowned from the family." Arleon was stunned. "Disowned?" Meliara replied, "The Duke said he would do just that." Arleon clutched his head. "Unbelievable. Father never said anything of the sort."
Meliara stood up abruptly. "No matter what the Duke says, it's a done deal for me, so please go home. I don't want to be involved with the name Darchus anymore." With that, she spun around and walked away. Arleon immediately grabbed her hand. "Wait, Meliara, you may have reason to be angry, but father's actions aren't a one-time or two-time occurrence. Do you really have to take it this far?" Meliara's face darkened. "Ah, that's right, not once or twice. Do you know the first words I heard since birth? Do you know what phrase I heard so often while living in the ducal mansion that it became etched deep in my mind? The creature that killed its mother right after birth, a useless eater, a good-for-nothing without magic, so unlike your mother, the sorceress, a damn incompetent who couldn't even charm the crown prince, a useless pearl unable to manifest divine power. Even so, I've endured so much humiliation already. Now you want me to suffer even more?" Arleon avoided her question. "About that, you know he's always been like that," Meliara replied, looking down. "Yes, I know. I know those were just words he blurted out in anger." The thought made Meliara furious again. "But I also know that for some, the thoughtless words he utters become lifelong, indelible wounds. I'm begging you, please go home, young Duke." Her brother had no further words in response to Meliara's accusations. He ordered his guards, "Return to the mansion." The guard worriedly reminded him, "But the Duke said—" Arleon immediately spun around to them. "Did you not hear what I said?" With that, Arleon turned and walked away. Meliara stood silently watching her brother slam the door shut. She sighed.
I've spoken my mind frankly, without any hesitation. At this moment, Reth walked over and placed a hand on her small shoulder. Meliara turned to call Ref. Ref spoke, I'm sorry. Meliara was puzzled by his apology. Huh? Ref, why? He raised his head and replied, because I agreed to let him in here. They're quick to claim family, but in reality, they're worse than strangers. Meliara remained silent. She replied, that's right.
Tanma approached. That is my oversight, my lady. Next time I will strictly control the entry and exit of outsiders. Meliara forced a smile and replied, it's all right, it's not your fault, butler. She wondered, outsiders? In the novel, Arleon was not a good brother to Meliara. When he was young, he hated the girl who took his mother away, and when he grew up, he avoided her. Moreover, at the moment Meliara's engagement was broken and she was expelled from the family, he went off to war on the frontier, not staying by her side. Should I be grateful that he's pretending to care about me? To utter the word family now, how shameless. Seeing Meliara lost in thought, Tanma approached and said, my lady, you seem tired. Shall I prepare some tea for you? Meliara replied, no need. Rhett, standing nearby, spoke up, but first, Tanma. Tanma immediately replied, yes, sir. Lyndon burst through the door from outside, beaming, Meliara! Rhett pointed at Lyndon and said, while you're controlling entry and exit, can you also take care of him? Lyndon paid no mind to the comment. He ran over to Meliara with a bouquet of flowers and said, good morning, Meliara. This is for you. On my way here, I passed a flower shop and suddenly thought of you, so I went in and bought them. Meliara took the bouquet in her hand and replied, thank you very much. She thought to herself, Lyndon, I understand he's lonely after losing his grandfather, but the number of times he gives me flowers is increasing, isn't it? 1 bouquet 3 days ago, 1 the day before yesterday, 2 yesterday, and now another one. Rhett crossed his arms, looking annoyed, and said, you are truly persistent, aren't you? Lyndon let out a sigh. Grand Duke. Sir, do you know this building belongs to me? The two exchanged affectionate glances. Meliara asked in surprise, is that really true? Lyndon, you're amazing. Lyndon immediately replied, most of the buildings in the capital are owned by the Ezison Trading Guild. Then he turned back to Reth and said, therefore, you have no right to forbid me from entering. Lyndon smiled, and something flashed outside the window. Something whizzed straight into the window. With a crash, the window shattered, sending glass shards flying everywhere. Lyndon and Meliara gaped and looked over. A pair of large bird legs stepped forward, accompanied by Muso's voice. Your Highness, are you all right? This Muso fellow is truly something else. He's riding on the back of a chicken-eagle-lion hybrid, haha.
Lyndon bewildered. What the hell is this? Meliara gaped. Muso, what is that enormous monster? This is Griffin. Meliara ran over and asked, Muso, why are you here? Muso replied, well, what else? I wrote it here. Meliara pulled Muso's head down and said, you can't expose your horns like this. What if someone discovers them? Muso replied, Your Highness, I'm very happy to be welcomed like this, but this greeting is too fierce. I'm about to suffocate. Suddenly, a wave of killing intent brushed past, making Muso shiver. When he looked over, he saw Rhett standing there, looking at him with cold eyes. Muso smelled the earth nearby and turned to Meliara, saying, Your Highness, it's all right. Both Griffin and I have illusion magic. Meliara asked, puzzled. Illusion magic? Muso replied, yes, just like Delbur. All monsters, when they leave the Grand Duke's city, conceal their appearance using illusion magic, so in human eyes, they are no different from ordinary animals. Meliara put a hand to her chin, pondering. So the snail carriage I saw before was also enchanted with illusion magic. No wonder Lyndon saw it back then and didn't say anything. Lyndon exclaimed in surprise. So you use size-altering magic on animals? I heard they usually don't do that because it's too dangerous. Meliara awkwardly replied. Exactly, right, ordinary person? Muso also gave an awkward laugh. Yes, that's right. Thinking about making a giant eagle grow and riding it, that's amazing. Lyndon suddenly changed his demeanor, asking coldly, Then how do you know Ara? Muso, startled, immediately hid behind a butler. Oh my god, oh. Rhett walked over and asked, Muso, why are you here? Has something happened at the Grand Duke's manor? It was then that Muso remembered. Ah, right.
Your Highness, the truth is, at this mansion out, the plague has already begun to spread. Meliara immediately turned to Rhett and said, The plague? Could it be the plague that spread when we were in Sabuka village? Did we cause the plague to spread to the Grand Duchy's capital? Rhett replied, That's impossible because neither you nor I showed any symptoms. All the villagers who were sick were cured at that time. He thought to himself, I guess it's him. Suddenly a breathless voice rushed in. Saintess, the plague that once spread in Sabuka village is now starting to spread Wadwi to the capital. Meliara was shocked. What? How could that? Yurin continued. I have another problem. There's a rumor that the Saintess transmitted the plague to the people. Meliara heard this news as if struck by lightning.
Peter immediately retorted, This sounds utterly absurd. Don't bother with those meaningless words. Yurin, who was beside him, also chimed in. That's right, it's just a rumor. However, if we ignore it, both the Lunar Faith and the Saintess will be severely affected. Before things get worse, the Lunar Faith must quickly clarify its stance. But since we are short-staffed in the Grand Duchy, what should we do, Saintess? Meliara staggered, falling into deep thought. I don't even know what it is. What should I do? At this moment, Rhett's hand reached out to help her up.
He asked, Ara, are you all right? Urine continued, Saintess, are you okay? Linden also worried about her. Ara, don't push yourself too hard. Meliara turned, thinking to herself, everyone is worried about me. I can't let them see me crumble. With that thought, she forced herself to regain composure. I'm fine. Also, do Sion and Lydia know about this? Sion replied, yes, she said she would come here immediately. Meliara put a hand to her chin. We should inform the palace to gather the imperial physicians and strengthen the treatment facilities. Leave that to me. Meliara turned to Linden. Linden, may I ask a favor of you? Linden replied without hesitation. Of course, I also have that authority. Don't worry. Meliara laid out her plan. We will start by putting out the urgent fire first. I and the priests will go to where the plague began to spread and assess the situation there. The matters at the palace will be entrusted to Linden. As for the Grand Duchy's mansion, Tanma immediately stepped forward. Don't worry, the servants at the Grand Duke's mansion are all in very good health. Nothing serious will happen. Muso also said, that's right, demons are stronger than humans. As soon as he said this, Tanma immediately shut him up. Meliara spoke up. Then Rhett, Tanma, and Muso will stay here. Rhett immediately said, I'm coming with you. Meliara replied, thank you in advance. The situation at the Grand Duke's manor is not good. Can you really be absent? Rhett placed a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. As Tanma said, nothing serious will happen at the Duke's manor. On the contrary, if we can find out why the plague is spreading throughout the capital, then we might find the culprit behind the epidemic who is harming the Grand Duke's manor. Tanma nodded upon hearing this. Meliara walked to the door and pushed it open. All right, let's go then. Linden also turned. Then I'll come along too. Linden turned to Muso. Oh, and over there, Master Mage. Muso looked bewildered. Mage? Yes, are you talking to me? Linden smiled. I apologize, but you have to compensate for that broken window. That type of wood is quite high grade. Muso frantically looked at Tanma. Huh, I don't have any money? Linden continued. If you don't have money, you'll have to pay with your body. Tanma turned away. Good luck. At a hospital in the Empire, Meliara walked in and opened the door. Fortunately, no one was in critical condition, but the number of patients was higher than she expected. Oh, Saintess Olivia. Meliara ran over. Saintess, this situation seems... Before she could finish speaking, someone came to shield Olivia. He shouted loudly, Step back! The witch who spread the plague wants to approach the Saintess. Meliara froze. What? Urin's words are true. Urin immediately ran to Meliara's side to defend her. On what grounds do you say that? He snorted and said, Now you want to shirk responsibility again? On the day of the funeral, the plague began to spread after absorbing the light she created. The location and time both coincide, yet you still want to shirk responsibility? Meliara angrily retorted, Holy power is the cause of the plague? You're talking nonsense. Olivia then stepped forward and said, I have patient testimonies stating that symptoms appeared after the day the lady's light came into contact with their bodies. Meliara immediately retorted, Doesn't the Saintess know full well that holy power can never be the source of illness? Furthermore, that day my holy power covered an entire area. How do you intend to explain those who came into contact with the holy power but showed no symptoms? Hearing this, Olivia suddenly flinched. She mumbled, There's nothing to prove that was holy power. Who knows, maybe it was some strange magic. Meliara thought to herself, puzzled. How strange. Clearly, in the novel, Olivia was a saintly and affectionate person. She even showed tolerance towards Meliara, who was always envious and jealous of her best friend. But now, the blonde standing next to Olivia shouted loudly, That's right, how dare a witch like you raise your voice at the Saintess? Meliara thought to herself, She's acting as if she wants to push me into the role of a sinner. Meliara stepped forward and asked her, What do you mean? Olivia backed away. What did I say wrong for you to react like that? Meliara replied, The Soul Church's Saintess doubting my holy power can be seen as the Soul Church's opposition to the Lunar Church. Therefore, wouldn't it be better for you to be a little more careful with your words? If you're uncomfortable with my help, I will go assist patients elsewhere. So if you'll excuse me. Olivia still wouldn't be silent. She clenched her hands and continued, Do you think I'm unaware of that trick of suddenly shouting and using that tone to shut people up? Everyone on Meliara's side turned sharply in surprise. Saintess, if I truly intended to spread a plague, do you think I would openly use a power other than divine power in such a crowded place, in a situation so perfectly suited for me to be blamed as the culprit? It would be more reasonable to say that someone already infected was present there. Both I and the Lunar Church are investigating the cause of the plague, and I promise everyone that I will actively cooperate and assist. But if you continue to blame me with such baseless rumors, I will not tolerate it any longer. Olivia clenched her fists. That's because you have a history. The princess has done immature things to harm me not just once or twice. Meliara stammered. That Rhett immediately stepped forward to defend her. I will investigate this matter to see if Ara is truly the source of the plague, or if someone is maliciously conspiring to frame her. After that, Meliara turned and left. We'll go ahead. If you need help, just call me. With that, the room door slammed shut, and Olivia stumbled.
She mumbled, not again, then recalled her past. Back then, she was little, holding something in her hand. Her eyes widened, looking towards Meliara, who was gently approaching. Olivia stood bewildered before Meliara. Meliara saw Olivia walking barefoot, so she took off her ring and slowly approached Olivia. She gave Olivia a ring, then turned towards the two waiting servants. After that memory, Olivia mumbled, It took so much effort. Only now do I have everything. Just you wait. I won't let you look down on me a second time. The scene shifted to Meliara. Linden rushed over. Meliara. Meliara immediately stepped forward and asked, Linden, has everything at the palace been settled? Linden replied, Father and my brother are away, so I left a message beforehand.
I came thinking perhaps there was something here that needed help. Was it a wasted trip? Meliara immediately replied, No, Linden, you've come at just the right time. I have a task that needs more hands. Could you help me? Not long after, everyone was bustling about, working. Meliara approached and instructed, Don't let anyone walk around this area. Rhett asked curiously, Are you planning to control this area? Meliara replied, That's right. Unlike Jabot Village, the capital is very crowded. The denser the population, the quicker the spread, so controlling the area before treatment will be safer. Rhett said worriedly, That's true, but I'm worried you'll push yourself too hard and faint again. Meliara immediately waved her hand, as if to show off her strength. Oh, Rhett, I might look like this, but everyone always praises me for being strong. Don't underestimate me. Rhett said, That's not underestimation. I trust your abilities more than anyone, but my job is to worry about you and protect you, no matter what happens. Meliara was touched, her face flushed red. Her heart felt like a lion dance was happening inside her chest. Rhett? Suddenly, a voice shouted, What are you doing? Meliara turned around. That voice.
Ern resisted and shouted, We just want to treat them. Why are you stopping us? Let me go. Meliara immediately stepped forward. What is going on here? At this moment, someone approached and said, Are you still asking what's going on? Meliara helped Ern up. Are you all right? The Crown Prince stepped forward. That's what we want to ask. Who gave you permission to take control of this area on your own? Meliara stepped forward and replied, My apologies, Your Highness. In a situation like this epidemic, the most important thing is to act quickly. Furthermore, this disease spreads very rapidly, so it's necessary to take control before the outbreak spreads further. Zekin glared. What gives you the right to make such a judgment? Who gave you permission? Control of this area is decided by the royal family. What the princess is doing now is nothing short of an insult to the royal family. Meliara lowered her head. She thought to herself, They've been beating around the bush for over half a day without coming up with any treatment, yet they talk like that. At this moment, Linden walked over to defend her. I gave permission. If you want to assign blame, then question me.
Meliara was surprised. Linden. Zekin sneered. Responsible? What right do you have, you illegitimate child of a concubine, who hasn't even been permitted by your father, to dare claim responsibility for controlling an area within the capital? So, between the two of you, who is responsible, Linden? The punishment will vary depending on your answer, so you'd best think carefully. Meliara thought to herself, from the very beginning he intended to corner them like this. If I say I'm responsible, he'll criticize me, saying I'm just a young lady daring to trifle with royal authority. If Linden steps forward, he'll use every means to attack Linden, claiming he's trying to challenge the Crown Prince's position. I can't cause trouble for Linden. Meliara thumped her chest. I am the one responsible. At that moment, Rhett stepped forward to shield her. He said, The main person responsible here is me. Whatever you want, speak to me. Zekin saw Rhett and recoiled. Grand Duke, why would you? Rhett said, It seems the Crown Prince here lacks the ability to discern the importance of matters, considering you're fixated on finding the main person responsible, rather than recognizing the gravity of the situation. Zekin's face darkened and he stammered. That matter. Meliara stepped forward to explain. Your Royal Highness, this matter concerns the Empire's most precious asset, the safety and well-being of its people. Your Royal Highness, do you truly believe that the royal family's prestige is more important than the safety and well-being of the Empire's citizens? Everyone heard Meliara's reasonable words and began to murmur amongst themselves. Zekin saw that the situation was unfavorable. Tsk, public opinion is turning this way. He clenched his fists in anger. Meanwhile, a priest was whispering something to Olivia. Olivia smiled and said, Lady Darchess, your concern for the safety and well-being of the Empire's people is truly admirable. Meliara was utterly taken aback. Huh? A priest gave Olivia something. Meliara immediately took it out and said, But isn't this attitude too contradictory for someone who spread the plague? Not long ago, we found this vial in the lady's handbag, and after investigation, we discovered that the liquid inside the vial was the cause of the plague. Meliara yelled, What is this? I've never seen it before, and furthermore, who gave you permission to enter my room and search my belongings? Zekin said smugly, We were merely trying to learn more about the recent rumors, and now that we have the evidence, you can't deny it anymore, can you? Then he ordered, Seize Lady Darchess immediately. Linden and Rhett immediately stepped forward to shield her. Zekin turned to Olivia and said, Livy, let's go back now. Olivia left, and even bid Meliara farewell with a sneer.
Meliara snapped. Wait a minute, you said you took that vial from my bag, right? So after using it, I would always have to keep the empty vial on me. Isn't that a bit strange? There's no way I would do something so obviously incriminating unless I were an idiot. Someone must be trying to frame me. Zekin immediately interrupted. Do you think no one knows you're playing games to get out of this?
Meliara immediately replied. Whether I'm lying or not will be clear with a quick check. If you're not trying to force me to be the culprit, then investigate properly. Olivia clenched her fists and said, You've caused trouble this way before, haven't you? You once sent me tea on my birthday, and that tea contained poison. Meliara, also aware of this incident, thought to herself, although that was something the original Meliara did, an excuse probably wouldn't do any good. She stammered. That... Zykan yelled loudly, trying to corner Meliara. Exactly. You knew very well that Livy always drinks chamomile tea in the evening. You deliberately gave her chamomile tea. Hearing these words, Meliara suddenly realized something was wrong, and she immediately asked, What did you just say? Chamomile tea?
Meliara pondered. It was clear that Meliara had deliberately chosen peppermint tea to send to Olivia, because Olivia hated that type of tea the most. No, that's not right. All the events that had occurred were similar to the original story, but it was chamomile tea, not peppermint. She recalled a detail from the original story. The priest called out, Meliara Darchus, do you admit to the accusation of poisoning the Saintess? Meliara immediately denied it. It wasn't me. Someone must have framed me. The Saintess knows the truth. How could I have put poison in it? It's true that I'm jealous of the Saintess, but I swear I wouldn't do something so terrible. Saintess, please say something. Meliara was astonished. Could it be that all the malicious acts Meliara committed were related to Olivia? Every time Meliara would scream proclaiming her innocence. In the original story, Meliara's tears streamed down. What do you mean? Me steal the Saintess's necklace? When I read the novel, I just thought that whole display was too ironic. What if someone really did frame Meliara? Could that person be? What if all those malicious acts were actually Olivia's plan? Why would she do that? Returning to the present, Zykan spoke. There's enough evidence now. You probably have nothing left to say, do you? Don't make a big deal out of this. It would be better to come along quietly. Meliara hesitated, waiting for something. Then she said, No, I can't go. There's still no clear evidence that I did it. Zykan yelled, What more certain evidence could there be than the glass vial in your bag? Rhett immediately spoke up. Bag? That's quite specific. But has anyone seen it with their own eyes? I ask, has anyone actually seen Era use that glass vial? Zykan immediately froze. That...
Meliara placed her hand on her chest and said, As Reth said, unless there is concrete evidence that I am the culprit, you have no right to arrest me. Zykan clutched his head, thinking, They're not listening. There's nothing else to do. Arrest her by force. After receiving the Crown Prince's order, the guards immediately rushed towards Meliara. At this moment, another person appeared and said, Wait. The person who appeared was none other than Reth's right-hand man, Tanma. The guards, sweating, whispered. All the passages were clearly blocked. How did he get in here? There's no trace at all. Meliara gasped. He truly is the Demon Realm's genuine assistant. Tanma stepped forward, placed his hand on his chest and said, By order of the Grand Duke, I have found the source of the rumor. Meliara was extremely surprised to hear this. Zykan immediately turned sharply. What? What's going on? You found the culprit? Olivia looked as if she was about to collapse upon hearing this news.
Tanma smiled confidently and said, Combining the accounts of the people in the area, it's clear that all these rumors originated from one man. His skin is pale and greasy, his eyes are sky blue, and his hair is silver. The locals say his appearance is unusual, hard to find around this area. A picture of the man flashed in Meliara's mind. If he had such an appearance, then the culprit wasn't Olivia but Brodieu. Suddenly, Olivia sensed something unusual. Meliara looked at her, puzzled. While Olivia was restless and uneasy, Zykan asked, So where is that man now? Tanma replied, Unfortunately, his whereabouts are currently unknown. According to witnesses, he appears and disappears like a ghost, as if he possesses teleportation magic. And they also said that if he's nearby, one can smell a rather strong floral scent. Olivia gasped in alarm. Zykan immediately turned to ask, Olivia, what's wrong? Are you hurt somewhere?
Tanma immediately asked, Could it be someone you know? Olivia hesitated. No, it's not. Why would it be? Zykan immediately turned to his guard and ordered, That's it then. Bring him back here. Interrogation will reveal everything. Then he pointed at Meliara and said, Don't get too comfortable too soon. You're still under suspicion. Olivia immediately turned and gripped Zykan's hand. Your Highness, there's no need to go that far, is there? Zykan smiled. Livy, are you trying to ask me to forgive that woman again? Your problem is that you're too saintly. Don't worry. This time I will investigate thoroughly and make that woman disappear from our sight forever. Meliara's student thought, her brows furrowed in annoyance, while Olivia turned away abruptly, still worried in her heart. Meliara asked, So, can you two leave now? Many patients are waiting for treatment over there. Zykan crossed his arms and asked, Who gave you permission to continue treatment? Meliara snapped, What are you saying? Are you telling me to let everyone die? Zykan continued, How can I believe you can truly cure this plague? Who knows, perhaps treatment is just an excuse for you to use tricks to harm others. Suddenly, a teleportation portal appeared nearby. A person stepped out from within. I will take responsibility for that. The person who appeared was Lydia, who pulled down her hood, revealing her face. Lydia approached Meliara and asked, Saintess, have you been well all this time? I apologize, I had to prepare for the proclamation ceremony, which is why I'm only arriving now. Then Lydia bowed to the Crown Prince. It's been a long time since I last saw you, Your Highness. Zykan said, Long time no see, High Priest.
Lydia asked with a smile. Yes, are you still well? But your highness, why do you respect an insignificant priest like me, yet disdain the Saintess, the child of God? Zekin flinched immediately. That... Meliara, also furious, internally wanted to scream. See, even after being told that, he still wears an expression that says he'd rather die than apologize, huh? Lydia continued. Perhaps your highness still doesn't trust the Saintess. In that case, I will stake my honor as a high priest to guarantee it. The Saintess is absolutely not someone who would harm others. If anyone dares to falsely accuse the Saintess, our lunar sect will contribute our efforts to help everyone find the culprit. Therefore, I request permission to escort the Saintess back to our holy temple. You have no further dissatisfaction regarding this matter, do you, your highness? Zekin gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, even the royal family isn't allowed to casually enter the holy temple, much less anyone else. Lydia turned towards the people. Furthermore, if anyone is ill or feeling unwell, please come to the holy temple of the lunar faith. Princess Ara, the Saintess of the moon god, will heal everyone. That evening, in the great hall, she thought to herself, it's too cold, so I should change clothes. Is it because this is called the Grand Temple that its scale is much larger than the ruined temple in Chiban? Lydia spoke up. It's late, so please rest comfortably tonight. Shall we receive the villagers starting tomorrow? Meliara replied, yes, of course. Lydia said worriedly, actually, not everyone who comes here believes the Saintess is innocent. There will be some who come here just to be healed. But don't worry too much. We will deal with those rude people. Meliara became even more worried upon hearing this. Thank you, Lydia. A moment later, Lydia led Meliara around while introducing. This is the grand hall of the temple. Over there is the living room, and this will be the Saintess's bedroom from now on. The door opened, and Meliara gasped in surprise. Lydia said, although it has been thoroughly cleaned, I'm still worried the room is too simple for the Saintess. Meliara replied blankly, simple? It's incredibly luxurious and magnificent. It's even bigger than a duke's room. Lydia turned and left. Please rest now, Saintess. I'll take my leave.
Meliara turned to Reth and asked, that's right, Reth is also staying at the Grand Temple, isn't he? How could Reth be far from his love? He replied, of course, I'll be in the room right next door. If you need anything, just call me. Meliara was overjoyed. Really? That's great. Suddenly realizing she might have overreacted, she paused. Oh, no, actually, because it's the temple, it's very safe. But if Reth is by my side, I'll feel even safer. Reth crossed his arms, bowed his head slightly, and said, I am your guard, after all. Of course I must be by your side. Meliara's face flushed. She shyly scratched her head and replied, thank you, sir. Actually, when the Crown Prince and the knights burst in earlier, I was a little scared. Luckily, Reth was here, and I felt more at ease. Reth smiled and replied, Ara, it's natural for me to protect you. You don't need to keep thanking me. Meliara's eyes widened. She awkwardly bowed. Even so, gratitude is still gratitude. I must express it. At this moment, a voice echoed from outside. Sir, may I come in? Reth asked. Tanma, what's wrong? Tanma entered, hesitating. That thing? Meliara's heart was pounding at this moment, her chest feeling like it would burst because of Reth's words. Of course I must be by your side. She wondered, since when? It seems Reth considers being by my side obvious, so why do I? Meanwhile, Tanma was reporting something to Reth that seemed tense. Reth suddenly turned to look at Meliara. She asked curiously, oh, what's wrong? Tanma asked, my lady, do you still remember the description of the rumor monger I mentioned earlier? Meliara replied, ah yes, that man, Prodi, right? Tanma said, indeed, you recognized him. I don't think he intended to hide his identity. He showed his face and even brought his pet snake. Reth added, it seems he's deliberately provoking us. Meliara asked, puzzled, provoking? What's the benefit of provoking Reth? Tanma replied, perhaps he had a previous grudge with the Duke, which is why he's intentionally causing trouble. Reth thought to himself, that's true. They didn't seem very close before. Suddenly, Meliara realized something. She said, on second thought, I find Saint Olivia also has something suspicious about her. She pressured me into becoming the culprit for spreading the disease. There is one more thing. I once gave Olivia a type of tea for her birthday. If I recall correctly, it was peppermint tea. But Olivia said that chamomile tea was poisonous, not peppermint tea. Tanma was extremely surprised to hear this, and he asked, so miss, are you saying that you were framed for poisoning Saint Olivia? Meliara hesitated and said, about that, I found myself hoping Meliara hadn't done it, but oh wait, Meliara intentionally gave peppermint tea, something Olivia hated, as a gift. Meliara must have thought that if she gave something Olivia disliked, she wouldn't drink it. If she truly intended to poison Olivia, there's no way she would give something Olivia wouldn't drink. Meliara then stated confidently, yes, that's certainly the case. Of course, that doesn't mean we can conclude that Olivia is involved in this epidemic, but Rhett immediately interrupted her. No, she definitely caused this incident.
Tanma also nodded in agreement. My lady, in fact, that woman is the one who made a contract with Prodi, a demon. When Meliara heard this, she was thunderstruck. Unable to believe what she heard, she asked again, what? Made a contract with a demon? Tanma replied, originally, the demon race is not allowed to remain in the human world, with the exception of the Demon King. However, unless summoned by a human and a contract is made, they can still stay in the human world without the Demon King's approval.
In the end, Prati gave that woman something and the freedom to return to the human world as the price of the contract. In fact, the infectious disease is also due to a poison brought from the demon realm. In short, it's a good deed caused by the two of them. Meliara wondered, but summoning spells for demons are forbidden in the Empire, aren't they? Did the Saintess dabble in forbidden magic? Rat nodded and replied, Ara, she is not the Saintess. Olivia's ability to use divine power was all borrowed from Prati's strength. She has no divine power, but has been pretending to be the Saintess until now. Meliara's face darkened. No, I can't believe it. How is it that the soul cult hasn't discovered her until now?
Rhett replied, Proti has the ability to bewitch. He must have created a disguise for her using a similar aura. If not, then perhaps the entire Grand Temple is on the same side. Meliara, overwhelmed by too much shocking news at once, felt dizzy and thought, I didn't expect things to be this serious. The one behind Olivia was a demon named Proti, and the crown prince was blinded by love. If Olivia continued to commit more crimes, this empire might completely collapse. Then she spoke, Rhett, can we apprehend Proti and make him reveal the whole truth? Rhett replied, it's possible, but Tanma stepped forward and said, that won't do, my lady. That method is too dangerous for you, Duke. Meliara asked, puzzled, dangerous for Rhett? What do you mean? Tanma explained, staying in the human realm through a contract with a human means not being bound by the Demon King's permission. Therefore, forcibly imposing power on him is a violation of the Demon Realm's rules.
The rules of the demon realm inherently possess immense power, so even the demon king will face consequences if they violate them. Reth brushed these concerns aside and said, I don't care. If you wish, I will have someone summon Brody and interrogate him. Tanma interjected worriedly, this cannot be, your majesty. You know well the price of breaking rules, even in the human world. The more Meliara heard, the more confused she became. The price to pay? What will happen if he breaks those rules, Reth? Reth pondered for a moment, not daring to tell her the full truth. So Tanma said, stripping him of his title as Demon King would be a given. If he's careless, he could even be banished to a place of infinite space and time. Reth sighed. It won't necessarily be like that. What Tanma said is just an exaggeration. Meliara shouted, no, absolutely not. I cannot push Reth into danger just to clear my name. Reth replied, oh, I'm not. Meliara immediately cut him off. I said no. Her lips trembled with worry for him. Reth was startled by her attitude. Unable to resist her, he said, understood. I'll find another way then. Meliara clenched her fists. There must be another way. Deceit and cunning will eventually be exposed.
She thought to herself, that's right, now I should focus on healing the people rather than clearing my name. As she looked up at the sky, Meliara also realized it was dark. It had gotten dark so quickly. It's getting late. Let's continue our discussion tomorrow. The scene shifted to another location. A priest knocked on the door and called out, Bishop? I apologize for the intrusion, Bishop, but I have an urgent matter to report. It seems I'm disturbing you while you're resting, the priest added. Lydia replied, it's all right, come in. It seems that a blood moon will appear during this Saintess declaration ceremony. The priest was surprised. A blood moon? Isn't that a rare phenomenon that only occurs once every 30 years? Isn't it too much of a coincidence for a blood moon to appear at the same time as the declaration ceremony? Lydia chuckled. I'm not sure, but I suddenly have a premonition it will happen. It seems everyone wants to talk to Miss Era before the ceremony begins. The priest smiled. Oh, the lunar faction has been talking a lot about her. Lydia said, that's true. It's been 100 years since the two sides last met. The priest asked again, puzzled. 100 years? Lydia continued, so there must be a lot to talk about. Anyway, is there something you wanted to tell me? The priest nervously held a stack of papers in his hand. About that. How should we respond to the correspondence from the Imperial Palace? Lydia looked up and asked, respond? She recalled holding a letter in her hand at that time, her eyes thoughtful as she looked at the letter. Beside her, Urin said, aren't they too shameless, using the excuse that the Saintess and the Crown Prince were once betrothed in the past to connect the lunar sect with the imperial family? Lydia sighed. The two religions that built our empire to what it is today are the lunar religion and the soul sect, so the emperor naturally wants to find a way to draw the lunar sect to his side. We can respond later, it's not urgent. Urin replied, yes. She thought to herself, as expected of the bishop, bold enough to completely disregard the emperor's letters.
Returning to the present, the young priest said, reading it again, it's still truly unbelievable. Just yesterday he sent a letter calling for peace, yet today in front of so many people he labels the Saintess a sinner. Lydia replied, because that was a letter sent by the emperor, not the crown prince. The crown prince is blinded by love, disregarding everything, which is perhaps also a concern for the imperial court. Anyway, the royal family is in no less disarray than he is. For now we should just ignore it. The priest replied, yes, I understand. Saying that, Lydia turned away and looked out the window, lost in thought, blinded by love. But there's also a man who is willing to wait 100 years for love. At the crown prince's level, perhaps it's just a charming kind of love. But what's different about being the demon king? Falling for Miss Ara is irresistible. Demon race or human, no matter what it is, All living things are attracted to her, because the Saintess is not someone who uses holy power, but she is holy power itself. Lunar's main ability is purification, but it doesn't just remove poisons and diseases.
The Saintess, who was Meliara in her previous life, said to Lydia, "Ugly? What are you talking about? In my eyes, it's like a divine mark bestowed upon you. Thanks to it, I can find you no matter where you are. A spiritual remedy that cures all ailments, purifying human hearts. That is Lunar's divine power. Who in this world would dare to refuse such a thing?" Time flew by until the next morning. "Linden, are you here again today?" Seeing Meliara approach, Linden smiled and asked, "Meliara, did you sleep well?" Meliara in turn asked him, "Were you tired from staying behind yesterday to organize the restricted area?" Linden replied, "Tired? I didn't do much at all. On the contrary, I'm worried that you'll overexert yourself constantly caring for patients. You even fainted from exhaustion last time in Shaban village, remember?" Meliara placed a hand on her chest, smiling confidently. "Hee hee, you don't need to worry," she thought to herself. "This time I'm fully prepared and I've had enough sleep."
Also ate a lot. Thorough preparations were made to handle a sudden influx of patients. The clumsy appearance in Shaban village was a thing of the past. Today was the day to showcase her image as a professional Saintess. There were so many patients waiting for her after all. But when she flung the door open, Meliara didn't see a single ghost, let alone a person. Meliara was taken aback. "There's no one? No one at all?" Peter looked around and said, "We expected this, but I didn't think there'd be absolutely no one." Yoren said doubtfully, "Could it be that all the people in the capital truly suspect the Saintess?" Linden added, "Compared to that, it's more like the royal family and the soul cult are oppressing them. They openly oppose Ara, so it's not easy for anyone to dare come here." Yoren replied, "But this concerns their lives." Meliara interrupted, "Everyone, don't worry too much. There's still time. And besides, we can't force people to seek healing."
She thought to herself, indeed, that matter must be resolved first. Someone would surely know about Meliara giving the mint tea, because the princess always had maids or knights accompanying her. The problem was that she had no prior memories. Should she send spies to the ducal estate to gather information? But what if they were discovered? But then she thought of the duke's tone. If she returned, he would say, "See, how long do you think you can endure this alone? Don't disgrace the family any further. Just stay in your room." Artlian would say, "You were so defiant when you demanded to cut ties with the family, and now you have the nerve to send spies?" Meliara immediately dismissed this method. It was absolutely out of the question. Undercover investigation would be extremely troublesome, and self-respect was only a secondary reason. Was there any other way? A few hours earlier, that morning, Meliara put down her fork and said, "By the way, butler, is there any way to find out how Olivia obtained the poison?" Tama replied, "That poison is extracted from poisonous grass from the demon realm, so it cannot be found in the human world. Perhaps Prodi, who made a contract with Olivia, found it for her." Reth, holding a teacup, continued, "But that Prodi won't meekly admit that he found the poison." Meliara replied, "That's true, there's no sure way. What should we do now?" Suddenly, Muso ran in, bursting through the door and shouting, "Your Highness, I came because I heard you were here." He whimpered, calling out, "Your Highness, Your Highness." Meliara was startled to see him. Muso, now that she thought of it, she had forgotten him at the inn. Muso then knelt down, crying as he said, "Your Highness, I have committed a capital offense."
"I was fixing the door. Not only did I let those people in due to a moment of carelessness, but I didn't even know they had rummaged through Her Highness's room. Just then the royal guards arrived, and we conducted a brief check." Muso looked dazed. "Huh? Please, feel free to check." He bowed his head, tears streaming down his face, saying, "I am truly a useless good-for-nothing. I don't deserve to live with the name Her Highness gave me." Meliara came to comfort him. "No, Muso, how could you have known they were knights?" He said dejectedly, "From now on, Her Highness shouldn't call me Muso anymore. Call me good-for-nothing instead." At this moment, Reth approached, saying, "Calm down. I kept you here not because I thought you were a good judge of character." Meliara froze. To say that so bluntly to someone's face. Reth continued, "What's the situation at the Grand Duke's estate?" Muso replied, "Although no specific news has been sent yet, they are currently containing the epidemic to prevent further spread. That's the situation for now." Meliara put a hand to her chin and thought, even if the demon race is skilled with poisons, they cannot completely cure it without the aid of holy power.
Meliara raised her head and said, "Rhett, there's no one here who needs immediate treatment right now, so I'll make a trip to the Grand Duke's mansion." Rhett said worriedly, "We still don't know what else might happen. It would be better if you stayed here." She hesitated. But, she thought to herself, the Grand Duke's mansion not only has demons, but also magical beasts. Compared to the priests, it would be better if I went myself. What should I do? While she was thinking anxiously, someone approached. "I'll go." The one who took on this responsibility turned out to be Lydia. Meliara immediately awkwardly refused. "No, Lydia, Lydia said, "Don't worry, Saintess. I'm confident in my ability to use spiritual power." Meliara became even more worried when she thought of the demons and magical beasts. That's not it, she thought. Even a bishop would be terrified upon arriving at a place full of demons and magical beasts. Rat stepped towards her and called, "Ara." "I haven't told you yet. That bishop is a demon hybrid." Huh? What? What do you mean? Meliara's mouth fell open. She looked over and saw Lydia smiling faintly. Meliara was stunned, unable to believe it. Lydia chuckled and said, "It's because I didn't tell you."
Meliara asked, so when Lydia looks at Gelber or Muso, yes, I can see their true forms. Gelber and Muso looked bewildered, not understanding why they were suddenly being talked about. Lydia created a teleportation portal and said, "Well then, let's get going. I'm not familiar with the way. Could you lead me?" Muso immediately replied, "Yes, yes." Seeing Muso's awkwardness, Eliara wondered to herself, why is he so shy? This isn't like Muso at all. Something's up, something's up. Meliara perked up her ears to listen. Muso, his face flushed, asked, "Have we met before?" Meliara was surprised. "Muso, have you read romance novels?" Lydia smiled. "I'm not sure." Muso scratched his head. "No? That's strange, isn't it? Why do I feel so familiar with you?" Meliara secretly cheered him on. "Go on, be a man and push a little further." Muso turned to Meliara and said, "Then I'll be going, your ladyship." Reth's face darkened, and he said, "Going where? Protecting the Grand Duke's mansion is your duty." Suddenly, Linden approached. "Meliara, could I have a moment of your time? Let's go somewhere else. I have something to discuss." A moment later. "What? Olivia already knew about the spread of the plague?" Linden replied, But she didn't know from the very beginning. The Grand Duke gave me a hint previously." Previously, Reth had said, "The disgusting fortune within you is a fake from the soul cult. If you want to know the full details, this plague might very well be the clue." Linden continued, "When the plague was rampant in Shivan village, did you know Olivia was found in the neighboring village? The situation was too suspicious, so I investigated a bit then."
At that moment, Linden went to a tavern, thinking to himself that although it was true the Saintess of the Soul Cult had too many suspicious points, that didn't make it conclusive evidence proving she was the one who caused the plague to spread. Suddenly, someone shouted, "No, I'm telling the truth. Are you accusing my young lady of poisoning someone? I just received the tea leaves from the store and delivered them straight to the temple. Who could have poisoned them during that time? Someone must be trying to frame Lady Darchess." Linden was astonished, his mouth agape upon hearing this. Back in the present, Meliara suddenly stood up. Linden asked puzzled, "Meliara, are you all right?" Meliara replied, I'm just a little surprised." She thought to herself, delighted. "Thank goodness, I didn't expect to find a witness so quickly." Suddenly she froze.
She asked, "Linden, did you already know I was framed?" Linden replied, "Well, actually, not long ago I used to think that if it were the former Princess Darchess, she might have been capable of doing such a thing, because I too only believed the rumors about you in high society. But after traveling with you all the way to Chiban village, I truly learned what kind of person you are. The Meliara I know would absolutely never harm anyone else." Meliara was so moved she almost cried. Linden continued, "That's why, after hearing what that man said, I became even more certain that there was something hidden. Initially, I thought I needed to get to the bottom of it, so I arranged to meet him." Linden asked, "I have something I want to verify, so come to Ishison Manor early tomorrow morning." The young man nodded and replied, Yes, as your highness commands." Rhett immediately asked, "And then what? Did you find out anything?" Linden said, "About that, the next day, I waited until the afternoon, but that man never showed up. I don't know if it was because he was afraid of being questioned by me, the prince, or due to pressure from the ducal estate. After that, I couldn't find him anymore." Meliara was stunned. "How could that be?" Linden raised a hand and said, "That's not all, Era. Now comes the important part. According to an urgent report just now from one of my knights, someone has already found and taken that errand boy away, one step ahead of us." Hearing this news, Meliara was shocked and sprang to her feet. Could it be Olivia?" Linden replied, "No, not the Saintess of the Soul Sect. It's Arleon Darchess, your brother." This was another shocking piece of news for Meliara. She felt as if she'd been struck by lightning. What? Arleon Darchess?
Why, after all? Linden said, "Meliara, this is just my thought, but what if Arleon already knew you were framed and wanted to help you?" Meliara clenched her hands. "Impossible. I can't believe it." Suddenly, a sound startled Meliara. She quickly spun around. "Who's there?" Linden asked, puzzled. "What's wrong, Meliara?" Meliara looked around, saying, "I just heard something. Did I hear wrong? Anyway, it's not what you think, because the young duke and I don't have a close brother-sister relationship."
Linden bowed his head slightly. "Of course I know that." Meliara said, "Actually, not long ago, Arleon came to find me. He asked if I wasn't planning to return to the ducal estate, and finding that errand the boy must also be a trick to make me return to the ducal estate." Suddenly, a knock came from outside. Yorin rushed in from outside. "Saintess, could you meet with me for a moment? It's urgent." Meliara turned to Linden and said goodbye. "Well then, Linden, let's talk again next time." Linden immediately stood up and called out, "Ara, wait. There's one more thing you don't know, though I'm hesitant whether to tell you or not. I learned about this through the Information Bureau. 2 years ago, when you and Olivia started having conflicts, do you remember the young duke had to leave for the battlefield? It seems that at that time, upon hearing news of you, Arleon sent people to investigate thoroughly. Perhaps Arleon had been investigating this for a very long time. You must also remember the incident where you stole the Saintess's necklace and were put on trial." Meliara lowered her face and thought to herself, "I remember reading that part in the novel.
That incident was actually discovered to be the work of a servant from another noble family, so Meliara was cleared of the false accusation and not punished. Linden continued, upon investigation, I learned that was also because Arleon sent letters to his friends to find the culprit. I think all these things don't seem like tricks to make you return to the ducal estate. On the contrary, it's more like Arleon is protecting you. Meliara was surprised. She hesitated. But all this time, he just stood by and watched. Meliara fell into contemplation. If that's true, then perhaps now, it's already too late. Suddenly someone let out a gasp, startling Meliara.
Did someone other than us just speak? Reth replied, No, I didn't hear anything. Linden stood up, puzzled, and asked, Meliara? At this moment, outside the window, the wind was rustling. A translucent figure was sitting nearby, weeping. Meliara, bewildered, walked towards the window. She gently drew back the curtain and saw a person whose tears were falling profusely. That person looked just like Meliara. Seeing Meliara, she also flinched. Meliara was bewildered, and the spirit was also surprised. Oh, you can see me? Linden and Reth behind her didn't understand what Meliara was doing. Meliara turned and asked, Do you two really not see anything? The spirit looked dejected. Linden, curious, sat down and asked, What exactly do you see? I only see the sofa. Reth echoed, I don't see anything else either. Meliara pondered for a moment. Then she extended her hand towards the spirit and said, Please excuse my rudeness. As she spoke, her hand touched the spirit but passed right through it, startling Meliara. The spirit said, You're the first person who has ever seen me. Linden worried, Ara, are you all right? You don't look well. You've been talking about seeing someone, but who exactly are you talking to now?
Meliara turned to the two of them and said, I'm sorry, but could you two excuse us for a moment? I'll explain in more detail later. A moment later, the two had left, and Meliara returned to her seat. Meliara asked, You are Meliara Darches, right? Just call me Ara, Liara. To make it easier to distinguish, I'll refer to the other soul as Meliara's soul, and Meliara will remain Meliara. Meliara continued, You might find this confusing, but not long ago I was from another world. However, when I opened my eyes after the accident, I had transmigrated into Meliara's body. Your expression doesn't seem very surprised, does it? Meliara's soul replied, Yes, when I opened my eyes, I also found myself in this sanctuary. Ever since you, Ara, arrived here, I have somewhat anticipated this. Meliara asked curiously, Hey, did you, Meliara, also have an accident like me? Is that why you exist in this soul state? Meliara's soul awkwardly replied, No, that's not it. It's not because I died that I ended up like this. Of course, sometimes I did have negative thoughts before.
That day, her father was much angrier than usual. She sobbed, Father, The Duke gritted his teeth. You're too loud. Then he slapped her across the face, a stinging blow. How dare you disgrace me, you insolent wretch, trying to poison the Saintess. Not only did you fail to secure a marriage alliance with the royal family, but you also dared to defy the Holy See. Get out of my sight, you disgrace to our family. From now on, don't even think about stepping half a foot out of your room. With that, he slammed the door shut and left. Not long after, she returned to her room, sobbing uncontrollably. It wasn't me. I didn't do it, but no one believes me. Not just father. Even Sir Zykan believes I poisoned Olivia. Even my brother. Arleon yelled, Meliara, are you trying to tarnish the Duke's family's honor? She clenched her fists. I'd rather just disappear like this. Suddenly, her hand glowed. This is... Then it flared brightly again, leaving her bewildered.
Meliara immediately asked, Then, when you opened your eyes, did you find yourself in the Holy Temple in spirit form? Spirit Meliara replied, Yes, now that I think about it, perhaps my magic power exploded at that moment. Actually, I could use magic, but it was due to a lack of effort. Meliara thought to herself, Lack of effort? No, the Meliara I know always tried harder than anyone to be recognized. Even with countless reasons to give up, she worked tirelessly day and night. Yet the Duke abused her simply because Meliara couldn't use magic like his wife. Spirit Meliara continued, Anyway, perhaps the methods I used were all wrong, or maybe I wasn't desperate enough, which is why... Meliara immediately stood up and interrupted her. That's not true. Meliara tried harder than anyone. Whether it was magic or that lunar Saintess religion, it was all just her father's ambition. Spirit Meliara looked bewildered. Hey, I appreciate you taking my side, but how do you know so much? Meliara paused, stammering.
Honestly speaking, I told Meliara everything, from the fact that this world is actually a world in a novel to the fact that I know the ending of that novel, and also that she is not the female lead but the fiancée. Meliara's soul calmly said, I see, I'm just a character in a novel from another world. Meliara said, but even though it's said to be in a novel, there's a real world that exists here. And from the perspective of the main characters, Meliara in the novel is always seen as the villainess, she mused, while everything was actually due to being falsely accused. Meliara continued, Moreover, that's what I like most about Meliara. Meliara then thought, although initially I only felt empathy because she shared my name. Then she continued, At first I also liked the main characters more, but gradually I developed feelings for Meliara, perhaps because I felt that compared to the overly talented and perfect main characters, Meliara's image of being envious of someone and striving hard to be loved seemed more like a real human being. Meliara then related that image to herself. Not to mention, her efforts to avoid being hated are also very similar to my own. Meliara's soul spoke. I see. I always thought no one would care about someone like me, but it turns out there are still people who care about my life. Just hearing those words made me extremely, extremely happy. Thank you, Ara. After her conversation with Meliara's spirit, she walked out of the room and leaned against the door. Meliara, such a gentle person, was framed and turned into a villainess? Olivia, you will definitely pay for your sins. At this moment, Linden approached. Ara, are you all right? Meliara froze. Rhett, Linden, she thought worriedly. What should I do? I forgot that I had to explain everything to both of them. If I tell them the truth, they will surely be very disappointed. Once they know that the Meliara they've known until now was just an appearance, knowing that someone from another world impersonated Meliara and deceived everyone? Meliara pondered, pressing her lips together. Finally, she made her decision. I have something to tell you both. Could I have a little time? No, this might take a very long time. A moment later, I explained everything to Reth and Linden, from the fact that I was originally from another world to how, for some unknown reason, I woke up having transmigrated into Meliara's body in this world. It must be hard to believe. If it were me, I'd also think it was a wild story. Linden mused. So from the moment we met at the inn, you were already someone else, not the original Meliara, right? Meliara replied, Yes, I apologize for deceiving you. Seeing her bow her head in apology, Linden awkwardly said, No, don't apologize. Actually, even back then, I already noticed you were different from the Meliara I knew. I just thought you were in shock after going through something major, which changed your personality. It seems I didn't truly understand the Meliara from before. I feel so guilty towards the original Meliara. If only I could apologize to her. Meliara worried internally. Linden, her heart aching at that moment. Then she turned to Reth and called out, Hey Reth, when I found out you were Duke Arvis, I got angry and questioned why you didn't tell me sooner, right? I apologize for getting angry when I was the one hiding such a big secret myself. Reth walked over to Meliara, extended his hand, and gently stroked her face, saying, You don't need to apologize. So that's why your expression was so dark back then.
I just need to know the reason. That's enough. Besides, it doesn't matter whose body you transmigrated into. What I'm waiting for is the soul. Before he could finish, Linden cleared his throat. Meliara startled, then turned to him awkwardly. Sorry, Linden. We got too caught up in talking. Meliara's waiting. Let's go inside. Linden smiled and replied, I'll come in. A moment later, the door opened. Meliara walked in and said to Meliara's soul, Meliara, you've been waiting a long time, haven't you? I've explained everything to them. It's all right now. Linden walked in, his face bewildered as he saw no one there, only a sofa. Linden stepped in and looked around. Meliara, puzzled, called out, Linden. Linden turned to her. Ara, could you tell me where Meliara is? I have something I want to say to her. Meliara then realized, that's right, Linden can't see her. She spoke up. She's sitting on the sofa opposite. Linden smiled and replied, Thank you. Linden sat down and said to Meliara's soul, Meliara, I apologize. In name, I am your friend, but when you faced difficulties, I couldn't give you strength. Instead, I only thought of taking advantage of you. I know it's too late now, but I, Linden Iserson von Bacarda, pledge my honor as a prince to do everything in my power to clear your name. Of course, I'm not asking for forgiveness lightly. I'll let Ara slap me a few times if it helps you vent your anger. Meliara from behind was like, What now? Who asked for that? She pointed to herself. Huh? Me? Meliara looked at Reznor with a bright smile.
Meliara spoke. Linden, Meliara doesn't want that. Meliara's eyes turned bitter as she thought to herself what she truly desired was just a sincere and warm word of comfort, like this one now. At the same time, at the Grand Duke's mansion, someone was being healed by a priest. This healer was none other than Lydia. A maid approached and said, It turns out that not only saints possess healing abilities. Lydia turned and replied, Because all priests possess divine power. Of course, only the saint's divine power is significantly greater.
The maid put a hand to her chin and thought and said, Now that you mention it, Miss Lydia said you're also part of the demon race like us, right? If a demon becomes a priest, can they use both their inherent abilities and holy power? Lydia replied, Because I am a half-demon, a hybrid between human and demon, unfortunately I don't possess the inherent abilities of the demon race. The maid nodded. I see. But I think we also have a demon hybrid in our mansion. The maid next to her chimed in, That's right. That person is, suddenly Muso ran over. Me, it's me. I'm also a hybrid between a demon and a human. Everyone froze upon hearing that. Lydia smiled and said, I see. It's rare to meet someone with half-demon blood, so we're comrades. Muso's face turned red upon hearing that, probably from being flustered. And so for the rest of that day, he stood behind, observing Lydia and everyone else, following Lydia wherever she went. The two maids immediately started whispering, Hey, Muso seems to have fallen for the bishop, hasn't he? The other maid replied confidently, It's obvious just by looking, but if he keeps trailing after her like that, when will she ever fall for him?
The blonde maid sighed. She had already told him he was quite foolish. It was a while later, and Muso was still trailing behind her. Lydia stopped and turned to ask, Do you have something else to say? Muso flinched, stammering. Huh? Huh? Lydia said, You've been following me this whole time. Muso scratched his head and replied, Well, I have something I want to ask. Lydia wondered, Ask something? Are you perhaps going to use a pickup line like, have we met before? Muso's face turned red like a tomato. What pickup line? You really look a lot like someone I know. Lydia interrupted him. That's right. Muso froze for 5 seconds. Yes, that's right. Huh? Lydia smiled. How disappointing. I can't believe you don't remember. You used to always run after me, calling, Sister, sister. Muso's eyes widened as if he had realized something. Could it be? He immediately remembered a childhood image of Lydia. He shouted, You're the masked sister from back then? Lydia covered her mouth and said, Oh my, you finally remembered. Muso immediately asked, Then why have you been pretending not to know me all this time? Lydia replied, I don't know. I wanted to see how much you'd remember. Muso recalled the past. When he was little, he had said, Sister, I think you'd be prettier if you took off that mask. Lydia had said, Kids really do say anything. He stammered, Back then, I'm sure you were wearing a mask. Actually, I thought you had died, because I thought you were human. Lydia touched his face, wiping away tears. She smiled and said, Still a crybaby, just like before, huh? When Muso was little, he'd also tag along behind. Boo-hoo, big sister. Lydia said, Long time no see, kiddo. Meanwhile, on Meliara's side, Lyndon said, Perhaps the best way is to find Arlian and ask him to provide a witness. Since it's his sister's matter, he will provide one. Better yet, we should strengthen our physical condition to confront Olivia and Zyke. Meliara pondered, thinking to herself, But can Arlian be trusted? What if he again wants me to return to the ducal mansion like last time? Meliara's soul then spoke up. I also agree with what Sir Lyndon said. Meliara anxiously interrupted. But Meliara, Arlian. Meliara's soul replied, I know. He might be collecting evidence for the family, not for me. He might be a bit cold, but he's not a bad person. At the very least, he won't refuse if you ask him for help. At this moment, Lyndon had an idea and said, Suddenly this idea occurred to me. Why hasn't Arlian proven Meliara innocent yet, even though he has collected evidence? Rhett spoke up. Well, perhaps he thinks there isn't enough evidence to reveal yet, because if he's careless, they might counterscheme. Meliara's soul spoke. Miss Ara.
Would you mind going to see my brother and talking to him again? He's not the type of person to act without a clear reason. For Miss Ara's safety, I think you should ask for his help. Meliara pressed her lips together. Having no other choice, she said, All right, since all our heads put together still haven't come up with a good solution. So first, I will send a request to visit Arlian. After that, go find a priest and give him a letter saying, Please deliver this letter to Duke Darcius for me, as soon as possible. I dismissed him too casually last time. I wonder if Arlian will agree this time. Not long after, Arlian immediately came to the sanctuary, so quickly that my worries were all for naught. Arlian entered with his guards. Meliara, now dressed in a pure white gown, came out to greet her brother, saying, It's a pleasure you've come, Duke. Shall we go inside? Quickly, both of them went inside. Arlian looked around. It's just you today, isn't it? Where's the Grand Duke who usually accompanies you? Meliara replied, He had some business and has gone out.
She thought to herself, while I meet Arlian, Lyndon and Rhett have gone out to quietly investigate Olivia and Prody. I feel a little worried meeting Arlian without Rhett by my side, but... Meliara's spirit was also by her side at this moment. She turned and said, This is the first time I've seen him this close, so I'm a little embarrassed. Meliara thought to herself, I'm just as embarrassed as you are. Then Meliara spoke, You arrived quite quickly, didn't you? Arlian continued, Because I've always been late before. Now I'm just trying to make amends. You could have called me for tea, but it seems that's not the case. I heard you and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince had an argument, so there must be only one reason, for you to call me Duke instead of brother, and for you to stubbornly refuse to go home and invite me here. You need my help, don't you? Meliara replied, As you said, I invited you here because I need your help. But is that all you're curious about regarding me? Arlian asked, puzzled. What do you mean? Meliara then stated clearly, You must have heard the whole story by now. I thought you would wonder if I really did it, or if it was just a misunderstanding. Meliara's spirit sitting beside her was deep in thought. Arlian replied, About that, you said you didn't do it. Meliara was surprised and awkwardly replied, Yes, that's right, I didn't do it. Arlian said, Then that's fine. If you say you didn't, then you didn't.
Meliara hesitated. So from the very beginning you believed I was innocent, even with the previous necklace incident. That's why every time something happened, you secretly went to investigate. Arlian said in surprise, I thought this was done quite discreetly. Turns out you knew everything. It's not that I specifically believed you were innocent, but that I believed you, and you said it wasn't you. Meliara was puzzled. What do you mean? Suddenly, Meliara's soul shot up. Wait, he believes me? No way, he's always hated me. Why? Meliara looked over, thinking to herself. Her reaction was understandable, because only Meliara truly understood what kind of brother Arlian Darcius was. A brother who turned a blind eye to his abused sister and couldn't utter a single warm word. For such a person to now believe Meliara. Meliara was silent for a moment, contemplating.
Then she spoke. If someone heard that, they'd think our relationship was very good. Don't you hate me? It's strange. I didn't think you'd believe me so easily. Arlian clenched his fist. It's not that I hate you.
Meliara, For some reason, Arlian didn't continue. He let out a sigh. All right, I want to know what you called me here. Meliara looked stunned, placing a hand on her chest. Meliara said, I have a favor to ask of you. When the gift was given to Saintess Olivia, the person in charge of delivery was a servant. The young duke took him away, didn't he? I need him. Additionally, I need information about the store that sold the poison or any evidence that can prove my innocence. Arlian worried. Will that be all right? If you get involved with the soul cult, your relationship with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will be beyond saving. Meliara immediately replied, It doesn't matter. I don't intend to save it. Anyway, we can't go back to how things were before. Arlian scratched his head and replied, Right, I can provide all the evidence. Meliara was startled. Are you serious? Arlian then made a request. In return, I hope you will return to the Duke's mansion.
Meliara was worried about that. She thought to herself, I had actually anticipated this condition, because right now, the Darch's ducal estate only wants one thing from me. How can this family remain so unchanged? Just yesterday, they cast me out for being useless, and now that I've become a Saintess, they feel regret. In my previous life, at the orphanage, I had met people like this, wretches worse than beasts, who only brought the children they had abandoned back home for a few coins of allowance. How could such people be called family? Meliara slowly then replied, I'm sorry, but that's impossible. Our relationship ended the moment Duke Darchus cast me out.
However, as the Saintess, if the ducal household needs help, I would be glad to help. Arlian immediately interrupted her. No, that's not it. You became the Saintess, and Father would naturally want you to come home. But I'm different. I truly wish for you to return to Meliara. Then he placed a gift box down. After the conquest, I brought this gift back. Will you accept it? Meliara and Meliara's soul exchanged glances. Then she picked up the gift box. When she opened it, she was surprised. This is a teddy bear? Why would you give me this? Arlian replied. Because I thought perhaps I had never fulfilled my duty as an older brother. Meliara secretly glanced at Meliara's soul and saw her tears falling. Arlian's face darkened as he continued. When Mother passed away after giving birth to you, I was just a 9-year-old kid, 20 years ago. Unlike our strict father, Mother was gentle and affectionate. She would smile and call, Arlian, come here. Isn't it wonderful? You're about to have a sibling. Arlian will surely be a good older brother. Her warm embrace, pleasant scent, and gentle voice like a song, I loved everything about Mother. Yet, that mother whom I loved so dearly, Arlian heard his father yell, Get rid of that child immediately. Don't let that thing that just killed its mother appear before me. The doctor who delivered the Duchess's baby said, The Duchess lost too much blood during childbirth. It's already a miracle that the baby is still alive. At this moment, a maid opened the door and poked her head in. Your Grace, we still haven't found a wet nurse. What should we do with the young lady? The Duke's face was filled with immense anger.
He growled, asking, What are you doing bringing that child here? I don't want to see its face for now. Find just anyone and lock it away in the annex. Not long after that, Arlian heard people whispering to each other. So you brought that baby to the annex, even though it's a newborn? What else could I do? I just had to follow the instructions. Ultimately, only Madame suffered. To put it another way, wasn't it because of the young lady that Madame passed away? Shh, someone will hear us now. Arlian walked over. Hey. The two maids turned around and asked, Young master, you're awake?
Do you need something? Arlian said. I want to go to the villa. And then he went to the villa. I knew Mother's death wasn't your fault. But at that time, I only believed what I heard and started to hate you, as if that was how I could console my grief. When they had both grown a few years older, the Duke's words still boomed. You can't even do such a small thing. You're nothing like your mother. Even after growing up, let alone helping you, I didn't even have the courage to defy Father, just like when Mother died, because I thought I couldn't do anything. Sometime later, as Arlian was standing, buttoning up his shirt, Meliara approached. Brother, do you really have to go to the academy? Meliara immediately noticed the bruises from where she had been hit. He stood in thought for a moment, then sat down. Meliara, Father only does this because he's thinking of you. Perhaps you could try a little harder. At that time, I only wanted to quickly leave that suffocating house. I'll write to you often from the academy. Although I still felt sorry for my young sister, I didn't know you were so desperate that you had to cling to someone as indifferent as me. Not long after that, it's been a long time since you've returned home. It's good, young Master Arlian.
You've returned from a long journey. Do you need me to prepare bathwater? Arlian, now 18, replied, Later, where is Meliara? The servant replied, The young lady is in her room. Perhaps she was just scolded by the master. Arlian approached and knocked on the door. Meliara? The door slowly opened. Meliara's lifeless voice echoed from within. This is all my fault, my weakness, for not understanding Father's intentions. That's why both Father and my brother hate me. Someone like me shouldn't have been born into this world. Arlian looked at the scene, bewildered. What? While he had turned his back and lived peacefully, his sister's spirit was collapsing more and more severely, because no one cared or wanted to care. He recalled his mother's words. Arlian, you must be kind to your sister. Meliara only has you as a brother. Arlian clutched his head, staggering. What have I been doing all this time? She's only 9 years old. After that, although he tried to get closer to her, Arlian hesitated, calling out, Meliara, can you talk to me for a moment? Meliara turned and replied, Father has called for me. But perhaps he had become someone difficult for her to approach. Not long after, the Duke made a decision. I have decided for Meliara to marry the Crown Prince, provided that girl properly reveals her divine power to me. Seeing Meliara conversing with the Crown Prince, he thought, there was a time I thought if you couldn't be happy in this house, perhaps marrying the Crown Prince and leaving here would be the best way.
However, while he was away at war, the situation had deteriorated significantly. Upon his return, Arlian immediately asked the Duke, had Meliara run away? He also knew it was now too late, for on the day he came to bring her home, he had seen a resolve in her eyes he had never seen before. He only thought that no matter how her childhood years had been, he had to make it up to her. Although he didn't know if collecting evidence of her innocence stemmed from that guilt, he had realized too late that what she yearned for most was just a single word. At this point, his regret was useless. As she came here, Meliara saw a teddy bear displayed inside the shop and stopped.
The bodyguard asked, Young master, do you want to buy a gift? Arlian replied, No. He recalled when Meliara was little, she held a teddy bear in her hand and said, Wet nurse, please fix this bear for me, okay? The wet nurse sighed and said, Oh, young lady, this bear is too old to be fixed. You'd better ask the master to buy you a new one. Meliara shyly said, But Arlian had been there, hearing everything, and a fleeting breeze swept across his face. Arlian turned away. It's nothing, let's go. He thought to himself, it would be too ridiculous to try and win her over with a gift now. Back in the present, he knew that if he did nothing, everything would go back to how it was before, but he had been too busy to rationalize everything. So, Meliara, please give me another chance. At least I will try my best so that you can be happy later. Meliara stared at the teddy bear in her hand. She thought to herself, I want to vent and scold him, telling him it's too late, but whether to be angry or forgive him, I have no right. Arlian continued, Yes, it's too late. I'm sorry, you must have made up your mind. Let's just say there's no deal. Arlian turned to the bodyguard and said, Let's go home. Arlian didn't forget to turn back and instruct, If you ever remember the past, just come find me anytime. I will help you. With that, he turned and walked away. Meliara tried to hold back, and when she looked to the side, she saw Meliara's soul sobbing.
Meliara approached and asked, Meliara, are you all right? But her hand couldn't touch the spirit of Meliara. It passed right through her. Meliara pondered, the one who should have received his apology is already... I need to stay away until Meliara calms down. Afterward, she went out and told a servant, Oh, don't clean this room. Leave it as it is until I return. The servant replied, Yes. A little while later, Meliara also went outside, taking a stroll and sighing deeply. It turns like Arlian was also a victim of a broken family. I am not Meliara, so I cannot forgive him or amend relations with him. To do so would be deceitful. In the end, I accepted Arlian's help, which immediately made finding evidence more difficult. What should I do now? The weather was getting chilly. I should have brought an extra coat earlier. Suddenly, she smelled osmanthus flowers. This scent? Just then Prody appeared. Greetings, Saintess. You are more observant than I thought. Meliara exclaimed, Prody, how did you get in here? Prody replied, It's not difficult at all. Where's Rhett? He's always sticking to you like a dog protecting its owner. Meliara clenched her fists. That's none of your business, is it? Prody shrugged and chuckled. Look how annoyed you are. Do you have some time? I came because I know you're in a difficult situation. Perhaps you could use my help. Meliara immediately questioned, You, who conspired with Olivia to frame me, now want to help me?
Prody replied, crossing his arms. That's because of the contract. I can't do anything else. Whatever the signatory of the contract demands, I must fulfill it completely. However, now I just want to give you an opportunity. If right now you choose me instead of Rhett, I could also actively help you a bit more. Meliara immediately pushed Prody away. She yelled, Tell me to choose you instead of Rhett? What an unbelievable thing to say. Prody replied, Oh, I already told you not to be biased. The Saintess actually finds me quite attractive, doesn't she? Have you ever thought that if I had met you first, things would have been different? It's still not too late.
Prody thought to himself, I've confirmed she still can't resist the demon race's abilities, so it's easy to talk now. Prody approached, running a hand through her hair and asked, How do you feel about trying to open up to me? Suddenly, her chest glowed brightly, the light growing more intense. Prody pulled his hand back. What? Since when could you resist? Did that Rhett tell you something? Meliara smiled and said, I know everything. I heard that all demons have special abilities, right? And this is your ability, tempting humans with scent and interfering with their minds, the power of enchantment. She recalled Tanma's words. Most demons possess inherent abilities, which in human terms could be called magic. However, this is a far more advanced concept, so instead of merely possessing a specific ability, demons can freely control that power. I heard that humans on this side, though weak in ability,
can use many different types of magic. The pink-haired prince is also a mage, isn't he? Anyway, that's not what I wanted to talk about. The Saintess has the ability to nullify the powers of all demons, so the power that seeped into the young lady at Shiban Temple can save her from danger. Returning to the present, Meliara asked, avoiding Muso at the ducal mansion is also due to a difference in abilities, isn't it? Because Muso controls wind, and you emit scents. If you were together, Muso's wind could blow away all your scent. Prody asked, Saintess, are you trying to provoke me now? Me, afraid of that lowly wretch? It would make far more sense to say I'm afraid of Rhet's magical beasts. I already gave you advice before, didn't I? If you stay with Rhet, the Saintess's fate will be ruined. That man is very dangerous. Meliara immediately refused. I'm sorry, but I cannot believe your words.
Prody snorted, though I don't know who you've been listening to, gossiping. Meliara immediately replied, no, the words of others don't matter, because even if your mouth is smiling, everything is revealed through your eyes. Prody angrily said, I hate Rhet to the point of going mad. Meliara said, then your intentions are too obvious, aren't they? You must want to sow discord between Rhet and me. Prody chuckled and asked, what's gotten into this girl? Yes, my relationship with my brother isn't good, but I don't necessarily have to lie to you. Ah, I suppose the Saintess doesn't know now, does she? She doesn't know exactly what happened 100 years ago. 100 years ago in the demon realm, Rhet had just finished a battle. Applause erupted. You're amazing, Lord Rhet. You've become so skilled that I have nothing left to teach you. Not to mention, your demonic power is the most outstanding in the demon realm, isn't it? You will surely become the next demon king.
Prody then spoke. That's pretty amazing. My younger brother's abilities are quite good, aren't they? Originally, the child of the immortal Demon King in the previous Saintess was supposed to be the direct successor to the Demon King. If he hadn't suddenly appeared, what about the next Demon King not long after that? Do you really think that guy could become a candidate for Demon King? He's someone who doesn't even know who his own birth mother is. He's someone who would be endlessly grateful just to receive an education like mine. The demon, whose neck was seized, replied anxiously, That's true, but the position of Demon King isn't decided based on bloodline. Your Highness knows that. In this demon realm, there is one position that only the person possessing the strongest demonic power can occupy, and that is the position of Demon King. Didn't your father also become the Demon King only after being chosen by the lunar priesthood?
Prody Watt, are you trying to lecture me now, as if I don't already know that? At this moment, someone walked over and stopped him. Stop it, Prody. He's your sword master, after all. The white-haired demon behind asked, and why are you so wary of Reth? No matter how strong one's demonic power is, one must desire it to become a demon lord candidate. Haven't you seen his eyes? He has no ambition for power or material wealth whatsoever, so how could he possibly be a candidate? Prody turned and said, believe that and you must be a fool. The nature of demons is inconsistent. Deep down, he's surely mocking me, and then when I let my guard down, he'll snatch everything away. The other demon thought to himself, he's feeling insecure. And decades later, my prediction came true. That guy appeared in the selection for Demon Lord candidates. Not long ago, he was running for his life, let alone bringing along the black-haired Saintess. Have you guessed anything yet, hearing this? Meliara asked, puzzled. What do you mean, sir? Prody replied, to become the Demon Lord, one must be chosen by the lunar faith, and the one empowered to choose is the Saintess of the lunar faith. That means Reth exploited the Saintess to become the Demon Lord. At that time, Reth and the Saintess were in love, and the Saintess naturally designated her lover, Reth, as the Demon Lord. Let's assume the matter ended there, but precisely when that guy Reth became the Demon Lord, that Saintess disappeared without a trace. He must have achieved his goal and no longer found her necessary. So Saintess, remember to be careful. I'm just giving you advice before he exploits you. Meliara chuckled to herself, thinking, unbelievable. Reth tricked me like that? You're hoping I'll get angry and say that, aren't you, Prody? Unfortunately, that's absolutely not going to happen, because the black-haired Saintess in the story you just told is me.
Even though I don't remember much, at least the emotions Rhet has shown all this time were real. It's all just because you're blinded by jealousy. She then said, thank you for your advice, but if you ask me which side I believe, I still choose to believe Rhet. Between the one who shook hands with the soul cult Saintess to slander me and the one who promised to always protect me, wouldn't only a fool believe the former? Prody clutched his head. I've explained everything thoroughly to the very end. Since you're so stubborn, I'll have to resort to physical means. Meliara flinched at that. Try laying a hand on me. This is the Lunar Church's holy temple, you know. Prody stepped forward and replied, even if I don't use enchantment, I still have plenty of ways to take you. Just then, a sword flew in and plunged into the ground. A pair of wings flapped, startling Prody. Meliara was also surprised to see the newcomer. This person was none other than Rhet, who gently landed on the ground. Prody asked anxiously, how do you know? Reth drew his sword. I've warned you many times, but you still ignored me. Do I have to break your other side for you to finally feel fear? Prody reminded him, even if you are a demon lord, don't you know what will happen if you dare to touch someone like me, who has a contract with humans?
Reth stepped forward and pointed his sword at Prote's neck, said, "So you're a lovesick fool. Anyway, there will be many other opportunities besides today, but the Saintess better remember one thing. This one cannot help the Saintess escape false accusations. Don't forget, the evidence is in my hands." Meliara immediately questioned, "Does that mean you're admitting you're an accomplice, right?"
Prote pushed his sword down and replied, "Is that how you see it? Well, the Saintess and the priests from the co-faction healed them all anyway. No one died, so what's the problem?" Meliara frowned. "For you, is it enough that no one dies? So many people are suffering. But for some, it's a tactic to push those they hate into a corner, or simply a form of entertainment. Just as Reth said, from now on, you'd better be careful. What you and Olivia caused, I will definitely repay at all costs." Prote said irritably, "You two are truly a pair. But even so, I haven't given up yet, because I don't want to encounter something like what happened 100 years ago again." With that, Prote gradually disappeared. Meliara let out a tired sigh. Then she looked up at Reth. She called, "Reth, is it all right for you to show your wings like that? This appearance will attract others' attention." Reth simply replied softly, "Ah." His attitude left her bewildered. Then he transformed back to his usual appearance. He said, "I've confirmed there's no one around recently, so it's fine. I wasn't detected on the way here either." Meliara felt relieved. "I see. It's a good thing no one noticed."
She recalled his appearance from earlier, thinking to herself, but at the same time she felt a slight pang of regret. Long-haired Wrath was really cool. What am I doing letting my mind wander at such a serious moment? Reth approached and asked, "How are things with Arleon Darcius? Is he willing to provide the evidence?" Meliara hesitated before replying, About that. First of all, I don't think that's something I can decide. If we want evidence, Arleon must first be forgiven. Because their relationship has become so terrible, I think whether or not to forgive him is a choice the true Meliara truly has to make. Furthermore, what worries me more, in fact, is the Darcius family. Accepting help from Arleon means incurring a debt to the Darcius ducal household. I have a feeling that later on, no matter which side we take, it will have a negative impact on me. Reth replied, "I see. There will be other better ways. I will find a way to solidify our position." Meliara was extremely grateful. "Thank you, Reth." Reth continued, "I'm quite concerned about the true princess. If you feel guilty for taking over her body, that is absolutely not your fault." Meliara immediately waved her hand dismissively. "No, it's not about guilt. It's just that she's someone who has always weighed heavily on my mind. Not to mention, she was falsely accused and framed, which makes me want to help her even more."
Meliara was originally my bias. Rhett didn't understand what a bias was, so he just said, "Oh, really?" Suddenly her eyes drooped. On the day Linden swore to help Meliara, seeing Meliara's tears streaming down. My becoming Meliara's form, perhaps, was to clear her name. Although no one in the novel stood by her, in this life, at least one person is needed to always believe in her unconditionally. Just like I have Rhett. Suddenly she realized something. Rhett, puzzled, turned and called, "Ara?" Meliara blushed, thinking, could this be? Rhett, confused, asked, "What's wrong, Ara? You look like you have a fever." Meliara looked bewildered. "Oh my." Rhett, worried, asked her, "You don't have a fever, but your face is very red. Are you all right?" Meliara mused. "That's right. The truth is, I already knew." She recalled Rhett's earlier words. "It's only natural for me to protect you. You don't need to thank me for everything." She thought back to that moment, and then another. No, it was from a very long time ago. I had already fallen for this man. Because this is the world of a novel, and because I felt his feelings were too unreal, I pretended not to know until now. But am I being too selfish, wanting to take his hand only now? Meliara spoke up, calling, "Hey, Rhett, I have something to tell Rhett." Rhett replied, "Go ahead, Ara." Meliara's face flushed crimson. "Actually, my feelings for Rhett."
She thought to herself, the person Reth treated sincerely wasn't the me from 100 years ago, but entirely the me of the present. Therefore, I also want to reciprocate that feeling. Meliara hesitated. The thing is, my feelings for Reth... Suddenly, someone called out, "Meliara!" Meliara froze stiff. It seemed that whenever a similar situation arose, she was always interrupted. Urin, who was also present, called out, "Saintess!" Meliara saw Linden and asked curiously, "Linden, Urin, what's going on?" Reth asked, "More bad news?" Linden laughed and replied, "Haha, no. This time it's good news, Grand Duke. Olivia, she's dug her own grave." The situation began like this. Days passed, but the plague showed no signs of stopping. People gradually began to flock to the lunar faith. The Soul Sect immediately began urgently persuading people in the square. Up until now, things were still within expectations. Then, suddenly, a person raised their hand. He, wearing a full hooded cloak, asked, "Does that mean the Soul Sect also has no suitable method of treatment?" Hearing these words, everyone there immediately began to whisper and discuss. Indeed, we must go to the lunar faith. What else is there? Because the lunar faith definitely has the ability to cure infectious diseases with holy power.
The priest immediately tried to stop everyone. "Everyone, wait! We will also contact the royal family with the utmost urgency." Suddenly, Olivia spoke. "No, who says we can't cure diseases?" Saying this, she immediately stepped down towards the people. Olivia looked over at a mother and child nearby. She approached and asked, "Is this child also suffering from the epidemic?" The mother replied, "Yes, we came here hoping to find some medicine." Then she reached out her hand towards the child, and the light emanating grew brighter and brighter. The mother exclaimed joyfully, "The spots are gone! Oh my, she's not coughing anymore either! Oh, thank you, Saintess!" Olivia spun around and said to everyone, "Look, everyone, I have cured the child. Now, do you still find the lunar faith more trustworthy than the soul sect?" Suddenly, the people there started murmuring again, astonishing Olivia. "Did you see that just now? The spots disappeared, but the child vomited blood. Clearly, the soul sect cannot improve the condition. That is not the holy power of the soul sect." Returning to the present, Linden said, "That is all I heard."
Meliara held her head. Honestly, she thought to herself, Olivia, although she didn't seem like someone adept at planning, I didn't expect her to be so foolish as to not think things through. How could she, pretending to be the Saintess of the Sol sect, forget that the distinct nature of the divine power of the Lunar Church and the Sol sect are different? As Lydia once said, the characteristic of the Lunar Church's divine power is purification. If the Lunar Church can detoxify, cure illnesses, and treat psychological symptoms, then the Sol sect's divine power focuses on healing physical injuries, meaning it's suitable for treating bruises or broken bones. The targets the Sol sect wanted to attract in the square were nobles, or at least educated commoners. There's no way they wouldn't know that.
It seems Linden immediately recognized the problem. Linden smiled and winked. "It looks like heaven is on our side, doesn't it?" A moment later at the square, Urin ran over. "Uncle Sion, where is Saintess Olivia and the priests of the Soul sect?" Sion took off his hood and replied, "The people started to get suspicious, so they quickly went into hiding." Meliara immediately asked, "Did the priests of the Soul sect just stand there and watch that scene? As priests, they surely must have recognized at first glance that it wasn't the divine power of the Soul sect, right?" Urin spoke up. "The Soul sect has been corrupt for a long time, sir. As long as they can maintain their own status, they wouldn't care even if they worshipped a fake Saintess." Sion continued, "Anyway, they've been exposed to the public, so they won't be able to hide it for long. For now, let's just observe what becomes of the Soul sect." Immediately after that event, the Lunar Church became so busy that they had no time to worry about anything else. This was because all the patients who had been waiting for and trusting the Soul sect's assurances flocked to the Lunar Church's holy temple. Meliara, who is currently treating a young boy, reassured him, "There, everything's fine now." Just then, someone ran over and called out, "Saintess!" Meliara turned around. "I'm here. Urin, did you call me?" Urin replied, "Saintess, I think you should rest. We're a bit less busy now, aren't we?" Meliara smiled and replied, "I'm still fine. We were so worried before, but thankfully, the second wave of infection isn't spreading as quickly as it was." Urin also smiled and replied, "That's right. If the number of patients here increased anymore, I wouldn't be able to handle it. By the way, Saintess, if the power Olivia used wasn't the divine power of the Soul sect, then what exactly was it?" Meliara stammered. That," Meliara thought to herself. "Urin still doesn't know that Olivia made a contract with demons, does she?" Just then, Lydia's voice rang out. "It's forbidden magic of unknown origin."
Perhaps the demon race lent her power. Meliara saw her and quickly greeted, "Lydia, hello." Urin asked, "Bishop, is everything settled at the Duke's mansion?" Lydia replied, "Yes, everyone has been healed." Urin asked, puzzled, "But what does it mean for the demon race to lend power? So Olivia, Meliara immediately silenced Urin. "Let's move somewhere else first." A moment later, Urin rested her chin on her hand. Did she really sign a contract with the demon race? If that's true, would the Soul faction really just stand by? I can't believe the one who signed a contract with the demon race is the Saintess of the Soul faction. It's utterly absurd. Meliara asked, puzzled, "Is the demon race really so ostracized?" She thought to herself, "Lydia is also a half-demon. Doesn't Urin know?" Urin took a bite of a pastry and replied, "Speaking of ostracization, the demon race only exists in ancient tales. However, every now and then rumors surface that the Soul faction has passed judgment or something similar on those who sign contracts with the demon race."
I just thought it was an act, since they were originally missionaries who adamantly claimed that demons must be expelled. Lydia spoke, "Demons exist, Urin. The lunar faith does not deny the existence of demons. They simply live in a different place from humans, can use magic a bit more freely, but are otherwise just like us. When the empire was first established, the Demon King and the Emperor at the time made a promise that neither side would ever interfere with or cause harm to the other's world." Meliara broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to herself, "Oh, the original story go against the promise he himself made?" Lydia continued, "But the current soul cult fabricates and spreads the notion that all demons are evil, and that the lunar faith, being a cult that believes in demons, naturally deserves to be suppressed." Urin then asked, "Doesn't that also imply that making a contract with a demon is evil?" Lydia replied, "I wouldn't dare to say whether that is good or bad, but this time it's a different case."
That girl's been pretending to be the Saintess, a figure who appears only once every few decades, and the longer this goes on, the more harm she causes everyone.
In short, what I know is that there's a high probability that the priests of the soul cult are unaware that Olivia is the one who made a pact with the demon race. So now I'm even more eager to see how things unfold. I wonder what will become of that old man. The scene shifts to another location. That ungrateful wretch, she's a fake, making a pact with the demon race? Currently, this situation isn't something that can be easily resolved by stripping her of her Saintess title. Once this reaches the Emperor's ears, my life will be over. At this, he cracked a smile, then burst into laughter, his laughter echoing outside. His eyes gleamed. Right, I can't just collapse so easily. It seems I'll have to make a move against the lunar cult first. Meanwhile, on the Saintess' side, she was pacing back and forth, restless and uneasy. I must appease public opinion by any means necessary, by any means.
Everyone witnessed that scene, so it's only a matter of time before I'm exposed. I worked so hard to climb to this position. At that time, everyone was buzzing with talk. Look, the Crown Prince has had his mind stolen by the Saintess of the Soul sect. So what about Princess Darchis? She's the fiancée in name only. She's become redundant, of course. I've climbed to a position where she has to look up to me. Back in the present, the Crown Prince approached and called, "Livy, are you all right? I heard there was a commotion in the square." Olivia snapped awake. She flashed a calculating smile. Right, I still have this man. Olivia ran to embrace Zyken. Your Highness, whatever you may have heard is not true." Zyken said, "Livy, I didn't come to interrogate you. What divine power of the soul sect curing infectious diseases? Everyone must have seen wrong. Anyway, these baseless rumors have reached my father's ears." Olivia spoke, "Crown Prince, do you love me? Promise me that you will always believe me, no matter the circumstances." Zyken, enchanted, stammered, "Of course, Livy, I will always stand by you." Olivia smiled. "You're absolutely right, Crown Prince." The scene shifted to Meliara. At this moment, she was tapping her fingers on the table and sighing. Lydia asked curiously, "Saintess, what's wrong?" Meliara replied, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm disturbing your book arrangement, aren't I? Actually, I'm restless because of the commotion in the square, and yet I haven't heard any movement from the soul sect. They surely aren't planning to let Olivia off the hook, are they?" Lydia snorted. "That's right. If it were that old man, he would have already justified or dealt with something by now."
Meliara wondered, that old man, the bishop of the Soul sect. Could it be that Lydia knows Bishop Soul? Lydia replied, "More than just knowing him, I even know that old man taught her how to use divine power. At first she was quite obedient, but as she grew older, she became more stubborn and ambitious, it seems." Meliara, upon hearing this, stood up in surprise and exclaimed, "Huh? This might be a bit sensitive, but if I may ask, how many springs has Lydia experienced now?" She thought to herself, in the novel, the Soul sect bishop seemed to be at least 50 to 60 years old. Lydia said, "Oh, didn't the Saintess say she doesn't remember anything? We met once, a very long time ago." Meliara asked again, doubtfully, "A very long time ago?"
She thought to herself, could Lydia have met me 100 years ago too? What kind of person was I 100 years ago to be so close with the demon race? Lydia suddenly remembered. Now that you mention it, didn't someone say that the Saintess of the Soul Faith and the Crown Prince were in a romantic relationship? Meliara replied, "Ah, right. Could that be why the Soul Faith abandoned Olivia?" Lydia continued, "As the Saintess knows, our empire developed based on the Soul Faith, and the Lunar Faith has never interfered in politics. The Crown Prince is also involved with Olivia, so the royal family surely doesn't want the Soul Faith to weaken now, because, though highly unlikely, it's possible the royal family might protect Olivia." Meliara asked, puzzled. "If Olivia is a fake Saintess, what benefit would the royal family gain by protecting her?" Lydia replied, "To minimize damage rather than for benefit. The Crown Prince blindly believed a woman's words, ultimately canceling his engagement, then making her his fiancée, only for her to be a fake Saintess. She made a contract with the demon race and even used forbidden magic. If all of that is exposed, the reputation of the royal family and the Crown Prince will plummet uncontrollably. If the Emperor thinks this way, and the Bishop of the Soul Faith wants to cover this up, we might find ourselves at a disadvantage." Meanwhile, in Meliara's soul form, she was holding a teddy bear. "I can't believe my brother doesn't hate me. If I had known this sooner, would anything have changed?" She recalled Arleon's words, "If you ever remember anything from the past, just come find me anytime, and I'll help you."
"You don't want to show me that? It won't be easily discovered if you put it here. Give it to me." Meliara's soul suddenly remembered this small detail. Meanwhile, Meliara was walking along the corridor, deep in thought, only to return to the starting point. "I kept thinking this time I could resolve everything. If I can't directly show everyone in front of the Emperor that Olivia is a fake Saintess, colluding with the demon race, then perhaps this is a good way." "Wait!" Meliara's soul suddenly came over and called out. "Ara!" Meliara turned and asked, "Meliara, what is it?" Meliara's soul replied, "I think I figured it out. The place where my brother hid the witness." That evening at the villa of the Darchis ducal estate,
The young man called out, "Hey, when exactly will I finally be allowed to go outside?" The maid replied, "I'm sorry, the young duke didn't give any other instructions." The young man walked to the window, thinking to himself, "Although it's very comfortable here, I've been under house arrest for several days now. My wife and children must be very worried." Just then someone appeared, approaching the young man and covering his mouth. The young man could only let out muffled grunts. Meliara, who was nearby, intervened. "Wait, Red, you don't need to hold him so tightly." Saying that, she removed her face covering. The young man was surprised.
Could it be Lady Meliara? Downstairs, Arlian was sitting and reading a book. The maid, hearing the commotion, looked up. She said, "There's a noise upstairs. I'll go check." Arlian closed her book and replied, "No need. It seems the person we were waiting for has arrived." Upstairs, the young man asked curiously, "Lady, how did you get here? I heard you had left Duke Darch's mansion, but even so, that outfit." Meliara let out a sigh. "This is a bit complicated to explain." Meliara recalled what Meliara's spirit had said when her brother mentioned he had taken the tea delivery person to Olivia, right? So that person must be at Right Family's annex. Meliara wondered, "An annex? Why an annex and not the main mansion?" Meliara's spirit replied, "It's only called an annex, but it's just a small house. The annex is frequently used, situated in isolation on the east coast. I heard it's where Mother used to recuperate. When I was little, I only went there about 2-3 times. But it's quite a sorrowful place for my brother, because it holds memories of him and Mother. For me as well, previously when my tutor gave me poor marks."
He once helped me hide a test paper in the annex, saying that no one ever went there so it wouldn't be found. Meliara immediately realized, so. Meliara's soul replied, "Yes, if my brother said to hide something, it could only be in the annex." Back in the present, Meliara approached. "Lord, I am currently being framed and slandered. They are accusing me of being the carrier of the plague and of having tried to poison Olivia before. But surely you, Lord, know that the tea I sent her contained no poison whatsoever. I merely sent her the type of tea she disliked. Now I desperately need your testimony, Lord. Please help me. You can name any reward you wish. After we leave this place together, please stand by my side." Lord hesitated and said, "I also believe that the young lady did not do that. Although the young lady rarely shows it outwardly, she has always been a good person. It's just that I received orders from the young duke to come here, and I don't know if I can leave." Meliara immediately reassured him, "Don't worry, I will handle that." A moment later, "Are we really just letting them go? Is that really okay? Weren't you holding them back to persuade her again?" Arlian replied, crossing his arms, "It's fine."
It's good that she found her way here. Meliara had now gotten into the carriage and left. Sitting in the carriage, she pondered. On the way here, there wasn't a single guard watching over the place where the witness was hidden. Inside, there were only a few people supervising the young lord. It turned out Arlian had always been waiting for her. The next morning at the temple, the bishop opened the door and came out when someone called out, startling him. "Where are you going, bishop? It's only early morning." The bishop stopped, turned to Olivia and said, Well, I was just thinking I needed to talk to you." He gritted his teeth. "How dare you? How dare you deceive me? As if deceiving me wasn't enough, you even signed a contract with demons? Your wicked deeds will cease from now on."
"Because I will clearly denounce your crimes to the Emperor. I took you in out of pity for your situation, having nowhere to go. Therefore, you should know your place. There's a limit to repaying kindness with malice, isn't there? How dare you lie to mock me and the soul cult?" He thought to himself, "That's right. Between the two of us, I am the victim. I was deceived by a witch who used forbidden magic, impersonating a saintess. If I tell the Emperor about that, at least he won't punish me too severely." Olivia asked coldly, "You mean you're going to tattle to the Emperor, aren't you? Do you think I'll just sit idly by and let you?" The bishop was startled. What was that?" Olivia said, "I have something I need you, bishop, to do. Announce to everyone that my healing method is the holy power of the soul cult." The bishop roared, "What? Doing that is blasphemy. Who would believe that ancient, bizarre, forbidden magic is the holy power of the soul cult? From the very beginning, the holy power of the soul cult has—" Olivia interrupted him. "It could restore, but not purify, right? Until now, that's all I've let people know. But as time passes, everything changes, doesn't it? If I, the saintess of the soul cult, can also use the power of purification, wouldn't that be a good thing?" "Yes, exactly. If she is a fake, then perhaps I can also possess that power." The bishop's face twitched. That mad woman. He recalled Olivia's appearance when they first met. The first time he saw her, she was just a poor country child. It turns out he had raised a tiger in his own home. The bishop turned away and said, "You're a mad woman. Get out of my way. I've already sent a letter to the Emperor, and it won't be long before your trial begins." Suddenly, someone blocked Elkis. The bishop roared, What is this? Wait, this uniform is the Royal Knights." Olivia spoke up. "A letter? Could it be?"
She held up the letter, smiling, and said, "You mean this?" Olivia was reminded of her painful and difficult past. "I once thought there was nothing more beautiful in this world than that. If I sold that ring, I could buy hundreds of loaves of bread and wouldn't have to sleep in the cold anymore. But because I had never owned anything so beautiful and splendid since birth, I wanted to keep it with me forever, just because I liked it. The person who gave me this ring was also incredibly pretty. Was she a noble lady? She must have had plenty of beautiful things, so her life must have been full of happiness. I also want to be like her."
Returning to the present, Olivia raised the letter. "A letter? Could it be this? You've been quite secretive. Normally you'd just send someone." The bishop was surprised. "How do you have that letter?" Crown Prince Zekin stood there silently, saying nothing. Olivia replied, "It's all thanks to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's discovery. Otherwise, would we have to bother His Majesty the Emperor? He's busy conquering the northern region, isn't he?"
Let me put it this way, Bishop. Is it truly necessary for two denominations, two saintesses, to exist in the same country? Don't you find it strange, Bishop? I heard that the soul and lunar faiths, despite their origins, possess similar powers. You, Bishop, were also involved with the lunar faith previously, weren't you? The bishop recalled images of himself and Lydia when they were children. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Silence! How dare a witch like you lecture me?" Upon hearing his beloved being humiliated, the crown prince immediately flared up. "Bishop, do you dare to be rude in front of the crown prince? Saintess Olivia is my fiancée." Olivia interjected, "I'm fine, your royal highness. Bishop, if the lunar faith and the soul faith merge, our empire will become even more stable."
The bishop's authority will also be further strengthened. The bishop sneered. "Do you think I believed your sophistry? I ended up like this because I listened to you before. I should never have declared a vile woman like you a saintess from the start. Where are all the holy knights? Immediately arrest this witch for me." Olivia said, "The holy knights have been dispatched to the village. Due to the plague, there's a severe shortage of personnel." The bishop immediately asked, "Who dared to dispatch the holy knights there?" Olivia replied, "Oh dear, of course it was the saintess. I sincerely suggested it for the sake of the Holy See. It seems the bishop is not yet ready to negotiate. While you adjust your thoughts, please remain in the sanctuary." As the bishop was forcibly removed, he struggled continuously. "Let me go." Olivia turned and left. "Then we'll take our leave for the village." Suddenly, someone approached. "You won't leave so easily, Saintess Olivia. Release the bishop." The person who arrived was Meliara. Zykan asked in surprise, "Oh, how did you get here?" Olivia also spoke up. "That is a private matter of the Holy See. Princess Darchis, do not interfere." Meliara immediately questioned her. "Is that really so? Do you know anything about the rumors spreading in the capital? They say that the Saintess of the Holy See has completely cured everyone's illnesses. If that wasn't the holy power of the Holy See, then you must have used forbidden magic."
Whether this rumor is true or false is irrelevant to me. What I want to expose are the malicious acts you have committed all this time. Now I will go to the Imperial Palace. Olivia and His Grace, the Bishop of the Soul Sect. I will report all your crimes to His Imperial Majesty. A moment later, everyone was present at the Imperial Palace. Olivia stared intently at Meliara, thinking to herself, I originally wanted to follow her to refute her claims, but what exactly does she intend to do? How can she be so brazen without any evidence? At this moment, a voice echoed. His Imperial Majesty has arrived. Then a person slowly approached. He quickly took his seat on the throne. Upon seeing red, he glared. Long time no see, Grand Duke. Many chaotic events have transpired during my absence from the capital, haven't they? Olivia immediately said, Your Majesty, about that. The Emperor angrily commanded, Everyone be silent until I have finished speaking. I had intended to entrust the capital to Crown Prince Zykan, but it seems he still lacks the necessary qualifications. So then, what is the urgent reason you have requested an audience today? Meliara spoke. Your Imperial Majesty, I apologize for asking this, but do you still recall the incident where I supposedly poisoned Saintess Olivia previously? The Emperor replied, Yes, it's not easily forgotten, considering that the poison had not yet taken effect, and out of respect for Duke Darchis, who is a meritorious official, I merely stripped you of your position as fiancé. Why are you bringing that up now? Meliara replied, Because regarding that incident, someone framed me from the very beginning. The Emperor interrupted her. At that time, the Saintess also claimed she was innocent, didn't she? But the evidence was clear as day. How could... Meliara immediately replied, No.
I have a witness. At this moment, Lord arrived. Your humble servant greets your Imperial Majesty, he said. Meliara said, This is the person who personally delivered the tea to the Holy See when I sent the tea as a gift to Saint Olivia. At the trial then, the item submitted as evidence was chamomile tea. But Lord, do you remember what happened that day? Lord nodded and replied, Yes, of course. It rained extremely heavily that day, so I remember it very clearly. I personally witnessed the young lady choosing the gift. Meliara asked, So what was that gift? Do you still remember? Lord replied, Yes, the young lady was clear and I witnessed everything at that time. Meliara said, I chose this packet of mint tea. Lord continued, The young lady bought mint tea. The Crown Prince immediately shouted, Ridiculous! How can such a statement be believed without evidence? And even if that were the case, are you implying that someone swapped it for poison tea? Lord raised his hand. Sir, I have evidence. To transport the goods from the shop to the Holy Temple, I was issued.
Here's the delivery note. It's clearly marked as mint inside. The Emperor asked, Did you deliver it directly to Saintess Olivia? Lord replied, No, how could a lowly person like me meet the Saintess of the Soul Faith directly? I handed it to a man who claimed to be Saintess Olivia's attendant, because he said he would deliver it to the Saintess on my behalf. The Emperor rested his chin on his hand and asked curiously, A man? Was he a priest of the Soul Faith? Lord replied, No, he wasn't a priest. He had white hair and deep blue eyes, and one of his eyes was covered. Zykan exclaimed in surprise, What? Seeing his strong reaction, the Emperor asked, What's the matter, Zykan? Zykan immediately covered his mouth. It's nothing. The Emperor said sternly, If you know something, just say it. Don't hide it. This is my command as Emperor. Zykan stammered, Well, I once heard a subordinate from the Grand Duke's mansion say... The Emperor immediately asked, Say what? Zekin replied. They said that the man who spread rumors that Princess Darchis was responsible for the plague also looked like that. Meliara immediately continued for him. Not only that, Meliara then turned to a maid. This is someone who used to work under Saintess Olivia.
She also said that she had seen that man before. The Emperor immediately asked, "Is that true?" The maid replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. That man claimed to be an errand boy from Duchess Darchis' estate and handing me the tea. I then presented the tea to the Saintess, and she drank it. The Saintess's arm slowly dropped, and the teacup fell to the ground." The maid continued, "And witnessing the Saintess faint right before my eyes, I initially thought it was my fault, which caused me great distress, and eventually led to me quitting my job." The Emperor stroked his chin and said, "This is indeed a strange matter. After hearing everyone's accounts, it seems Duchess Darchis is innocent, and everything was instigated by that white-haired man. Is the Saintess of the Soul Church completely unaware of this matter?" Olivia flinched, her face darkening. "I truly know nothing, Your Majesty." The Emperor continued, "Is that so? Then you also know nothing about the rumors circulating throughout the Empire recently? They say the Saintess of the Soul Church signed a contract with the demon race and used forbidden magic. Saintess of the Soul Church, are you certain that not a single word you've spoken to me is a lie?" Olivia angrily gritted her teeth.
She placed her hand on her chest and exclaimed, "Yes, Your Majesty. It's all fabrication. Signing a contract with demons and using forbidden magic? What nonsense. This is the first I've heard of such a thing. On the contrary, if we're talking about signing a contract with demons, aren't we referring to Princess Duchess? Surely Your Majesty also knows that she is the Demon King." Upon hearing this truth, Zekin's face darkened. "What did you say?" Everyone present immediately began to murmur amongst themselves. Meliara stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I dare to say this. Grand Duke Arvis and I have never established a contractual relationship. Furthermore, Your Majesty probably knows that when signing a contract with demons, a medium is required and must always be carried on one's person. Saintess Olivia, now that I think about it, doesn't the Saintess always wear that necklace whenever we meet?" Olivia clutched the necklace she was wearing around her neck. She tried to explain. Because this is the only necklace I have." Meliara immediately interrupted. "Previously, when you falsely accused me of stealing your necklace, have you forgotten that it was a diamond necklace? Not to mention, this girl also revealed to me that although the Saintess has many gemstone necklaces, she always only wears that blue necklace." Olivia nervously stepped back. That's because I cherish this necklace the most."
Meliara stepped forward, did she? If so, explain this. Saying that, Meliara immediately snatched the necklace Olivia was wearing, making her face darken in fright. Olivia shrieked, "No!" Before she could do anything else, Meliara had already stomped on the necklace, crushing it. Before that, Meliara had a conversation with the butler. "Mr. Butler, I have something I'd like to ask. Rhett said that his oppression of the Prodi family, no matter what, is a violation of principles, isn't it? Including the destruction of the contract?"
The butler replied, "Yes, that's right." Meliara wondered, what if I'm the one who breaks it? She presented a piece of paper that read, "The importance of the intermediary object for summoning a contract with the demon race." Back in the present, seeing the black aura, everyone wondered, black aura suddenly appeared. Where did it come from? What exactly happened? From within that black smoke, Prodi appeared. He flashed a smile. Oh dear. Why is our fake Saintess so amateurish? I clearly said that if the necklace breaks, the contract is considered void, isn't it? Before coming here, Meliara asked Tanma, what if I forcibly destroy Prodi's contract? Tanma replied, although the Saintess won't directly face risks, it's highly likely that someone from the demon realm will object. Meliara asked curiously again, object? Tanma explained, the explanation is a bit complicated. Because His Majesty has been absent from the demon realm for 100 years, not to mention that dissatisfaction had already arisen among the demon realm's nobility, though of course no one dared to step forward due to their awe of His Majesty's boundless power. But if they knew that the Saintess, who always stands by His Majesty's side, forcibly destroyed a human's contract with the demon race, then for those looking for an excuse to rebel, there would be no better bait. In fact, the vast majority of people are discontent and question why His Majesty doesn't quickly bring the Saintess back to the demon realm. Meliara looked bewildered. Bring me? Tanma replied, because the entire demon realm believes in the lunar religion. The Saintess of the lunar religion holds immense symbolic significance for us. Everyone also hopes that the Saintess of the lunar religion will become the demon king's consort from now on. So if it absolutely must be said, everyone would clamor, why does only His Majesty get to monopolize the Saintess? Let us receive some blessings too. Your Majesty is truly too much.
Tanma pointed to his thoughts and continued, perhaps it's similar to grumbling about wanting to meet the queen. Half of it is just a joke. I also hope that the young lady will soon come to the demon realm. It's much more beautiful than you think. But surely telling the young lady this is His Majesty's part, isn't it? Upon hearing him say that, Meliara's face flushed red. Tanma put the book away and continued. So, in the end, will the young lady forcibly destroy Pronti's contract? Meliara replied, yes, will doing so not harm Rhett? Tanma pondered for a moment and then said, first, the young lady must have the proper status to do so. Meliara said confused, status? So that's how it is. Suddenly she realized something.
The plague spreading in the Grand Duke's territory was also Pradi's prank, wasn't it? Tanma replied. Yes, at that time Muso clearly smelled Pradi's scent. Meliara continued. No matter how I think about it, Olivia had no reason to interfere with the Grand Duke's territory. That matter was probably caused by Pradi alone.
Tanma thoughtfully stroked his chin, meaning. Meliara replied, yes, if the demon race uses their oath with humans as an excuse to harm their own kind, then people in the demon realm wouldn't welcome them, would they? Tanma smiled, praising. As expected of the young lady, I must immediately return to the Demon King's castle. Meliara asked in surprise, right now? Tanma smiled and replied, that identity, I will have it confirmed. Returning to the present, Prodi had appeared. He asked, why did you summon me to such a crowded place today, unlike other days? Everyone there pointed at him in astonishment. What is it? Could he really be a demon? Even the Emperor was stunned when he saw him. Prodi smiled. So it seems our Saintess has been exposed as a fake, hasn't she? Olivia gritted her teeth, breaking out in a sweat. Seeing Olivia's expression, Meliara also smiled triumphantly. The Emperor immediately said, what exactly is going on here? Someone explain it to me.
Did you really make a contract with him and impersonate the Saintess?
Prodi chuckled. You caught me. Meliara stepped forward and said, that's right, and that necklace seems to be the medium Olivia used when making a contract with the demon race. The book states that if the medium is broken, the contract will also be destroyed. If your majesty finds this hard to believe, please verify it through the bishop. All the power he once felt from this girl is now gone. A priest quickly arrived to examine Olivia. After the examination, he turned to the Emperor and said, I truly can't feel anything anymore. Olivia angrily shouted, no way, she must have tampered with my necklace. She then pushed the priest away and ran to Zekin, embracing him tightly. Your Highness, please help me. Your Highness knows they're conspiring to harm me, right? What demon race? I truly know nothing about it. Meliara continued, Your Majesty, for some time now, Olivia has used forbidden magic to summon demons, fabricating that the power of the contract was divine power and deceiving all the people of the Empire. Later, she spread a plague, pushing it until countless people died. That is clearly an act threatening the safety of our empire. Olivia's mouth blared. Can you prove that I'm the one who spread the plague? Do you have any evidence? Meliara immediately replied. The bacteria causing this plague originated from a poison from the demon realm. No one but you who made a contract with the demon race could have found this poison. At this moment, Linden stepped forward. That's enough. Let me explain the rest. The Emperor was also surprised to see him. Linden stepped forward and said, Previously, I accompanied the Grand Duke and Saintess Olivia to visit Chiban village in the east. It was precisely then that the plague began to spread there.
Fortunately, thanks to Lunar's help, the plague was quickly suppressed. As a prince, I took responsibility and went to investigate the cause. During that time, I accidentally learned that a few days before the plague broke out, Olivia was found unconscious by the villagers near Chiban village. Can she truly say that everything was just a coincidence? Olivia was speechless. At this moment, the Emperor's voice rang out. How regrettable. I never expected such things to happen while I was unable to manage state affairs due to the conquest. Then he roared, ordering, What are you still doing? Immediately drag that witch out. The soldiers immediately advanced to apprehend Olivia. Zykan, worried for her, cried out, Livy. The Emperor continued, The crime of impersonating a Saintess, deceiving all the nobles, the Crown Prince, and even me, the Emperor. The crime of harming and falsely accusing the innocent Princess Duchess. Olivia's face darkened. No, it wasn't me. The Emperor continued to list her crimes, finally mentioning the crime of spreading the plague after making a contract with the demon race, endangering the populace. Besides these crimes, investigate thoroughly to see if she has committed any other offenses. Imprison Olivia in the dungeon to prevent her from contacting the demon race again.
Our investigation is solely to accurately compensate the victims, not to interrogate her about her crimes. We shall never forgive anyone who undermines the divine faith in the Bacarda Empire. Merely dabbling in forbidden magic and impersonating a Saintess is already a capital offense. She will be hanged before all the people of our empire. Olivia still refused to admit her guilt, insisting, It wasn't me. This is all a setup by them. Why are you killing me? Pradi, what are you doing? Hurry and save me.
Prodi shrugged and smiled, saying, Sorry, that's a bit difficult. Firstly, I'm also in a situation where I'm about to be caught. Secondly, the necklace is shattered, so you're no longer the contractor. Olivia gnashed her teeth in anger. Meliara, all of this is your fault. From the very beginning, you had everything. Wealth, status, a warm family. You had everything I yearned for. Even now you're still happy. Isn't that enough? Are you so resentful because I stole your position? Can't you bear it anymore? Olivia struggled. Let go! Carelessly, she fell heavily to the ground. Olivia whimpered and said, Is it a crime to yearn for good things? If I was born into misfortune, must I live a miserable life until death? Meliara felt extremely uncomfortable hearing that. She stepped forward and said, Yes, being born into misfortune is not your fault. But because of that, do you think all the bad things you've done are justified? pushing others down to take their place. Do you think that's honorable, just because they seem happier than you?
She didn't merely commit evil acts out of a desire for the position of crown princess and saintess of the soul cult. What she wanted was to see anyone with a higher status than herself fall, because that process gave her a sense of dominance and immense joy that she hadn't felt for a long time. If you have more complaints, take them to the dungeon. I don't want to see your face anymore. Olivia sprang to her feet. I will have my revenge. Do you think I'll let you get away with this? I will definitely get my revenge on you at all costs. Meliara thought to herself, Olivia, would you ever believe that Meliara died completely unhappy? Outwardly, she was an incomparably splendid lady, but in reality, she was abused by her family from a young age, never having received proper, kind love. She lived such an utterly miserable life, yet you cruelly trampled her underfoot simply because she was perfect in your eyes. At this moment, the Emperor spoke up again, calling out, Ziken, it seems I have overestimated you for too long. I never thought you would be so incapable of distinguishing right from wrong. You will temporarily set aside your position as Crown Prince and join the Northern Expeditionary Force in my stead. Ziken's face darkened. Father? The Emperor bowed his head slightly and continued, Lady Darchess, on behalf of the Crown Prince, I apologize to you for all these matters. As for compensation, through Duke Darchess, I will make full arrangements so that you will not have to grieve further.
Meliara immediately replied, No, I abandoned the Darchess family a long time ago, and besides the punishment for Olivia, I seek no other compensation, but I have something I wish to convey to His Majesty the Emperor. The Emperor asked, puzzled, What is it? Meliara replied, When the unprecedented plague ravaged the capital and Sheban village, there was someone who also tried to prevent the spread of the infection, no less diligently than I. That person is Prince Linden. At that time, he mobilized manpower to help me quarantine the capital area, and he was also the one who contributed the most to exposing Olivia as a fake Saintess. As a Saintess of the lunar faith, I feel that no amount of gratitude is enough for the prince. Therefore, Your Majesty, if you are determined to offer compensation, I humbly request that you compensate the prince instead of me, because the one who can constantly be by Your Majesty's side to assist you is undoubtedly Prince Linden. Suddenly, everyone present began to murmur and discuss. The Emperor immediately asked, What's going on over there? A guard replied, Your Majesty, I apologize for interrupting, but that demon suddenly disappeared. Not long after, on Prody's side, he was being grabbed by the neck, looking very uncomfortable and in pain. Reth said, Did you think I wouldn't notice you trying to sneak away? Let me make you live your entire life in a deep dungeon, just like your old contractor. Prody forced a smile and asked, My only crime was obeying my contractor? Why must you do this? Reth replied, Using demon realm poisons to cause infectious diseases is your trick, isn't it? And you even dared to touch the demons in the Grand Duke's mansion.
Prody immediately asked, Why do you assume I did it? Everyone living in the Grand Duke's mansion is a demon, you know. Are you naive enough to completely believe their words? Wrath created a black orb in his hand and said, Shut up, your sophistry won't work on me. Prody sneered. Speaking of the Grand Duke's mansion, that reminds me, there's a rose garden there, so I took a little tour, but it seems a fragment of a human soul is trapped in a rose branch. You believe that if you do that, the black-haired Saintess will return. Wrath angrily shoved Prody against the wall. He glared, his surroundings filled with killing intent, and asked, What trickery have you played with that rose branch? Prody coughed. I didn't touch the flower. I merely admired it, enjoyed its beauty. Besides, you're planning to bring that Saintess back to the demon realm soon, aren't you? Coincidentally, I have a gift prepared for you. Just look forward to it. Wrath angrily asked, What are you plotting?
Prody sneered. Guess what? I bet you'll like this. I've gone to great lengths to prepare it. Are you curious? Rhett immediately grabbed his face and created a black teleportation portal behind Prody. He said, I don't have time to listen to you. Just as Prody was about to be sent off, he shouted, Rhett, you bastard! Rhett pushed him into the portal while threatening, When we return to the demon realm, I will personally punish you. With that, Prody gradually disappeared into the teleportation portal. Rhett remained silent and pensive for a moment. Not long after, Urin said, The plague has been quelled, the Saintess's false accusation has been cleared, and from now on, there's only one thing left for us to do. That is the ceremony to announce the Saintess. Meliara looked bewildered after hearing this. Is that really so important? I thought doing it simply would be fine. Urin immediately slammed the table and shouted, What do you mean simply? That is the most important ritual of the lunar religion. From the attire, decorations, blessings, to the invited guests, and so on, there are countless things to plan. But thanks to the good deed Olivia caused, we now only have 1 week to prepare. What a disaster. In short, from now on, we'll be very busy. Meliara could only force a smile. Lydia turned to Meliara and asked, Has the Saintess decided where she will stay after the announcement ceremony is complete? Meliara lowered her head and thought to herself, Now that you mention it, Tanma said Rhett was planning to take me back to the demon realm, but he hasn't said anything yet. Am I hoping in vain? Then she forced a smile and replied, I don't know yet. At this moment, a priest approached. Saintess, you have a visitor. Meliara looked over bewildered.
Huh? A moment later, the person who came to see the Saintess was none other than her brother, Alien. Meliara walked over and called out, Alien!
Thank you for coming. I have a few words I'd like to say to you. Thank you for handing the witness over to me. Arleon retorted, you found that out yourself, and besides, that place is a villa of the Danish ducal estate. You could naturally visit it. Meliara continued, not only that, before that, a letter was sent to the Holy Temple. The letter contained evidence of Olivia's mistreatment of me all this time. Although it was an anonymous letter, it was you, the young duke, who sent it, wasn't it? At this, Meliara bowed her head in thanks. I was greatly helped by that letter. I sincerely thank you. The Lunar Church will prepare a full Thanksgiving offering. Arleon immediately refused. No need.
Meliara asked in surprise, what? He replied, I didn't do that to get anything in return from you. Meliara then asked, but why then? At that time, were you planning to make that a condition for a deal? Arleon explained, because at that time I believed that was the ultimate way to get you to come home. Meliara, I intended to remove father from his position and become the duke so that if you ever returned, I could protect you. But if you truly wish to sever ties with the Dashist family, could you allow me to be in charge of protecting the announcement ceremony as your brother one last time? Hearing Arleon's words, she was deeply moved. Arleon! That evening, Meliara was standing lost in thought in the hallway when someone approached. Rhett walked towards her and called, Ara. Seeing him appear, Meliara was delighted. Rhett, where have you just come from? Rhett replied, I had something I needed to think about. Meliara smiled too. Then we're alike.
She gently brushed her hair up, and I was also conflicted. Reth, worried for her, asked, what are you conflicted about? Meliara expressed her feelings. Although I deeply appreciate him entrusting me with the witness and evidence, if I accept that request, won't I just be giving him more hope? Meliara truly had no way to meet him again. What was Reth thinking? He replied, I don't want to say now because I'm afraid it will trouble you. Meliara found his words a little confusing. Suddenly she remembered Tomna's words. But surely it's His Majesty's place to say these words to the young lady, isn't it? Then she spoke up and asked, Reth, could it be that after the announcement ceremony, Reth immediately interrupted her. Ara, could you give me your hand for a moment? Meliara, bewildered, held out her hand. My hand? Reth took her hand and placed a sparkling bracelet on it. Meliara hesitated. This is... Reth spoke about the bracelet. A gift for you. When you use this bracelet, you can summon me no matter where you are. Meliara kicked up the bracelet and admired it. A gift. The bracelet was incredibly eye-catching and exquisite. Meliara was happy. Thank you, Reth. But what do you mean I can summon you no matter where I am? Reth explained. The bracelet contains a bit of magic. You can call it a device to summon me. Anytime, anywhere.
However, the drawback was that it could only be summoned once. Meliara stared at the bracelet, thinking to herself, only once. Of course, I'm very grateful, but why did he suddenly give me a forced summoning bracelet? While she was deep in thought, Rhett suddenly called out, Ara. Soon I plan to return to the demon realm. Meliara was flustered hearing him talk about returning to the demon realm. Could it be? Could he be about to propose what Tanma mentioned last time? Rhett continued, therefore, if any danger arises here, summon me using that bracelet. That way, no matter how far away you are, I can rest assured. The next morning, birds chirped melodiously, and the weather was incredibly clear and beautiful. Meliara sighed. She had put on an exquisite outfit that highlighted her inherent beauty. From behind, Urine held up 2 dresses in her hands and said, Saintess, we don't have time to delay. There are still so many dresses to try on. Meliara turned and called out, Urine. Seeing her flowing appearance, Urine couldn't help but exclaim, after all, that dress still suits you best. My eye for fashion is truly unique. Meliara wearily sat down on the sofa. I'm sorry, can I rest for just a moment? Urine asked worriedly. Saintess, is something bothering you? Meliara's face was pensive. She thought, is this what you'd call being unhappy? Last night, when Rhett said he would leave, Meliara had asked, what do you mean by saying that now? What do you mean by return to the demon realm?
She whimpered, thinking to herself, even though I knew it beforehand, it still shocked me. Then she spoke. So, what about me? Rhett, you said you would protect me. Rhett frowned in pain. Ara, no matter where you are, I will risk my life to protect you. But it seems Prati has set some kind of trap in the demon realm, and until I can verify and remove it, I can't bring you back. Please stay here. Back in the present, Meliara lay sprawled sadly on the sofa. I understand Rhett's words. I understand everything. But I'm still sad. Why did he suddenly tell me that? No, it's obvious. Rhett and I aren't anything to each other. Even if I confessed my feelings and officially became Rhett's lover, Prati's surveillance would surely become even more serious. It would only make Rhett want to leave me here even more. Rhett has waited for me for 100 years, so perhaps he feels waiting a little longer isn't a big deal? A little later, in the courtyard, Meliara strode along, calling, Rhett? Meliara looked around. Isn't he here? Suddenly, she remembered something. That's right. Now that I think about it, I can summon Rhett with this bracelet, can't I? As she was searching, he walked up and called, Ara, you can use that bracelet whenever you want.
but it would be more useful if you used it in urgent situations.
Meliara turned back and said, I also have something I want to say about that. Rhett asked, puzzled, what is it? Rhett, when you go back to the demon realm, could you take me along? Rhett stopped short, then said hesitantly, Ara, that might be a bit difficult. Meliara said flustered, I know, you're worried about me, that's why you won't take me along, but I want to be with Rhett, because I like you very much. Honestly, no matter what Prati did in the demon realm, I'm not scared at all.
I'm the Saintess of the lunar religion. I can protect myself if anything dangerous happens, not to mention Rhett also protects me. So what I mean is, just being by Rhett's side makes me happy. Rhett immediately asked, since when? Meliara didn't understand what he meant, looking up blankly. Huh? Rhett's face also flushed as he asked, you like me that much? Since when? I thought you'd need a little more time. Meliara smiled and replied, actually, if you ask me since when I liked you. Before she could finish, Rhett reached out to her, making her confused. Rhett? Rhett leaned close to her face and said, no, I don't need to hear the answer. Then he placed a kiss on her lips. Meliara, feeling lightheaded, thought to herself, if you ask me since when I liked you, well, Rhett, from the moment our eyes met, on the very first day I saw you, I probably fell for you right then. And after confirming our feelings, Meliara was always smiling so much she couldn't close her mouth. Yurin immediately walked over, hands on hips. Saintess, Saintess, are you listening to me? Meliara, startled by Yurin calling her, snapped out of her daydream. Oh, Yurin. Yurin asked curiously. I asked where you went. Meliara replied awkwardly. Sorry, I was just resting for a bit. Yurin walked ahead and said, there's a lot to do today. You need to keep up with the schedule. That's right. After establishing our relationship with Rhett, we had no time for romance. The Lunar Holy Temple was busy preparing for the announcement ceremony. Although I thought it wasn't necessary to make it grand, this was the most important event of the lunar religion, so there was nothing to be done. Yurin pointed at Peter and instructed, the main hall must be decorated elegantly and lavishly.
Peter was so cheeky. What would you know? A Saintess's topics should be lovely, shouldn't they? Meliara witnessed it all, thinking to herself it felt just like preparing for a wedding. Speaking of weddings, it made her miss Rhett so much. Rhett had temporarily left to return to the demon room. He said he would arrive in time for the announcement ceremony to take her away. So the wedding location will be in the demon room, won't it? No, the Grand Duke's mansion is also very peaceful, though partly because it's in the human world. While she was thinking about marriage and having children, someone called out to wake her up. Saintess, regarding the matter of having Duke Duchess serve as a guard for the announcement ceremony, I wonder if you have made a decision yet. It was then that Meliara suddenly remembered, now that you mention it, I didn't give him a definite answer back then. Meliara pondered for a moment. After that, she went to another room, peeking from outside the door. Meliara, are you in your room? When she didn't see Meliara's spirit, she wondered, she's always in this room, where could she have gone? Oh, the bear Alarin brought as a gift. Why does it look different? Am I mistaken? Meliara sighed. If only I could help Alarin and Meliara meet for a moment, that would be great.
Some saint, she can't even do that. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out. I can do it? Meliara startled and looked around, wondering where the sound was coming from. The stuffed bear patted its chest. Over here, sweetie, it's me. Meliara was startled and gaped when she saw the talking stuffed bear. Meliara immediately threw the stuffed bear far away, exclaiming, the stuffed bear is possessed! The stuffed bear stood up, pouting. Hey, I told you it was me and you still threw me. Or maybe you don't understand when I say it like that, huh? I am lunar, my dear daughter. Caw, 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 it said, and the atmosphere froze. Meliara asked, confused, lunar? A moment later, spill it. The stuffed bear drooped. Confess what? You suddenly brought me to this room like this. Why does it feel like you're interrogating me?
Meliara said, if you are lunar. She recalled Lydia's words. Saintess, please remember this. The deity named Lunar, whom our lunar faith worships, was originally a religion in the demon realm and is the god of the moon and time. It was only 100 years ago that the current demon king, Duke Arvis, first propagated it in the human realm. Meliara continued, although its influence is less than that of the soul faith, this religion is quite large, with over 100 priests, and yet the deity worshipped is a teddy bear? Luna replied, I was afraid my dear daughter would faint if she heard my voice, so I possessed this teddy bear. I don't know why, but this teddy bear is very compatible with my power. Meliara put her hand to her chin, pondering. Perhaps it's because Meliara keeps holding it in her hands so much? She also possesses divine power, after all. Lunar continued, I am not the kind of god who often appears. You can only hear my voice during the appearance of the blood moon cycle. This is because space and time will converge when the red moon rises.
This is a rare opportunity. Besides that, do you have any other questions for me? Meliara replied, not really, when she suddenly remembered something. Earlier you said I could do it, so can I really help Meliara and Arlian meet? She pondered, Lunar is a god, so these things should… The teddy bear said, I'm sorry, but it's actually a bit difficult. Meliara asked, why? Lunar explained, because Meliara, though not truly dead, is already in a soul state,
and connecting the space between a soul and a living person is extremely difficult. Meliara asked, but I could see and hear her voice before, couldn't I? Luna replied, that's precisely why you're special, my dear daughter. There is a way, but it's only possible if Arlian dies. Hearing this, Meliara couldn't help but shiver. What a gruesome thing to say. Lunar continued, there's nothing for it, unless Arlian also transforms into a soul state. Otherwise, he truly cannot meet Meliara. I already told you it wouldn't be easy. Time flew by until late at night. I talked with Lunar all night, but gathered nothing, simply welcoming the new day. At this time, Urine kept fidgeting, turning this way and that, when someone arrived, catching her attention. Urine immediately turned and called out, Saintess. Because Lunar had talked so much that night, she now looked incredibly haggard. I don't know why Lunar talked so much. I didn't get any sleep. Urine approached. Saintess, it's perfect. Choosing the dress I recommended was indeed the right decision.
Meliara walked down the stairs and replied, Thank you, Urine, but the announcement ceremony is in the evening. Why do I need to try on dresses so early? Urine immediately said, No, what if we encounter a lot of problems by then? Of course we need to prepare backup dresses too, but this dress truly suits you perfectly, Ara. Suddenly a voice spoke up. I agree. The owner of this voice was Linden. He walked over, smiling. The dress suits you very well, Ara. Meliara saw him and called out, Linden, I heard you've been busy lately, so I thought you wouldn't come. Linden took her hand and said with a smile, What are you saying? It's your announcement ceremony. Of course I have to be here. After that, the two walked together, and Meliara was also extremely grateful to him. Thanks to the royal family support, the announcement ceremony could proceed as planned. Honestly, it would have been very difficult to organize with just our own staff. Linden replied, Father instructed me to provide full support. He wants to repay you for resolving the plague and exposing Olivia's true identity. Seeing Meliara continuously smiling, he asked, Why do you seem so satisfied? Meliara stammered, Huh? Am I? I suddenly felt as if Linden had also found his rightful place, so I unconsciously...
Indeed, compared to that foolish Geekin, you are more suited to be crown prince. I've thought so from the very beginning. Linden said awkwardly, I haven't officially been made crown prince yet, but thank you. Now that father trusts me, it's all thanks to you. Meliara immediately waved her hand. What did I do? It's true that Linden helped more than I did in stopping the plague. Linden clenched his hands. No, actually, not long ago I even resolved to follow you to the demon realm. Meliara was surprised. Follow me to the demon realm? Linden replied, Before, I heard the priests talking about your residence after the announcement ceremony ended. At that time, I thought you would return to the Grand Duke's mansion instead of the demon realm, and I decided I would follow you to the end, whether it was the Grand Duke's mansion or the demon realm. Because even though I knew things between you and Grand Duke Arvis were unusual, I couldn't completely give up. And so I accidentally saw your expression when you looked at the Duke. In that very moment, I immediately understood that it wasn't me, but I still haven't completely given up hope. Now, sometimes I still think, what if I had confessed my feelings earlier, would things have been different? But because you are someone I cherish extremely.
You wish me happiness, and I sincerely wish you to be happier than anyone else. Meliara took his hand, thanking him for being honest with her, even though it wasn't easy. Linden will surely be happier than me. Who knows, you might meet a smarter, more talented girl and forget all about me. Linden forced a smile, unhappily replying, Yes, I certainly will. My standards are very high, you know. Time quickly passed to that evening. Meliara was standing idly at this moment, wondering, when will it be my turn? It looks like I'll have to wait a long time. The voice of the person she had been waiting for the most spoke up. Ara, luckily I didn't arrive late for the announcement ceremony. Seeing her love arrive, Meliara became joyful and excited. Reth, when did you get here? Reth replied, Just arrived. Things in the demon realm took longer to resolve than I thought. But listen, Ara, I don't know why today Meliara wondered. Oh, what is it? Do I look a bit strange in this dress? Reth shyly replied, No, perhaps I was too indifferent to you before. Seeing you like this, I suddenly realize how enchanting you are, to the point where I want to immediately take you back to the demon realm. Meliara's inner thoughts at this moment were like, Reth, you can wrap me up like a spring roll and take me away right now, I wouldn't mind at all. After that, she stammered, Oh my, Reth, you really are something. At this moment, a priest approached and said, Your Holiness, we should start preparing now. The announcement ceremony is about to begin. Reth immediately asked, Has the guardian still not been decided? The priest stammered, About that. Speak of the devil. Arlian stepped forward and asked, Are you too late?
Upon seeing him, Meliara immediately replied, No, you're just in time. Even though I only contacted him urgently this morning, he actually arrived right away. That morning, Meliara had given a letter to a priestess, saying, Please deliver this letter urgently to Duke Darcius. Arlian extended his hand. Well then, let's go. Meliara took his hand. Yes. After that, the two of them set off together. The crowd applauded thunderously as the Saintess approached. Meliara looked at Arlene, thinking to herself, Finally, I agreed to let Arlene be my bodyguard, because with my body, that's all I can do for him. Nearby, a mysterious hooded figure gnashed his teeth in anger.
He then drew a knife and held it in his hand. How dare you imprison Saintess Olivia in the dungeon and claim all the blessings for yourself. I will never forgive you. Arlene quickly realized this too, but if he were to draw his weapon now, it would probably be too late, and Meliara would get hurt.
Arleon quickly moved to catch Meliara, and Meliara fell heavily to the ground. A sound rang out, startling Meliara. At that moment, the assailant had stabbed Arleon in the stomach. Meliara froze, gasping. Arleon! Arleon staggered backward. Meliara rushed over in a panic. Arleon! Arleon's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. She was utterly panicked. Arleon, are you all right? The culprit shouted loudly. Let me go. I must stab that woman. Urine ran over anxiously. Saintess, are you all right? Meliara replied. I'm fine, but Arveon. Lalion coughed, spitting out several mouthfuls of fresh blood. Seeing Meliara dazed, Urine anxiously shook her. Saintess, please, calm down. There are many priests here. As long as he receives quick and timely treatment, he would be fine. Rhett immediately approached the priests and ordered, take that man to the dungeon. I will personally interrogate him. Meliara turned and shook Arleon. Arleon, can you hear me? We will treat you right away. Please try to hold on a little longer. Someone quickly bring bandages, painkillers, and a physician. At this moment, Arleon's voice rang out. Meliara.
Meliara stopped him. Arleon, you mustn't move. Arleon said, why, you? At this moment, the figure of Meliara's soul also appeared. Arleon asked in bewilderment, why are you also over there? Meliara's soul also seemed on the verge of tears at this situation. Meliara couldn't help but turn sharply in surprise. Was Arleon truly seeing Meliara now? How could that be? Could it be the case Lunar mentioned? A spatial link between a soul and a living person is extremely difficult. There is a way, but it's only possible if Arleon dies.
Meliara was utterly astonished. Could it be that only now, because Arleon is so severely wounded that he's on the verge of death, he can finally see Meliara's soul? Meliara immediately cried out, Arleon, are you all right? The wound has torn the skin. Don't move anymore. You'll bleed even more, and you haven't even pulled the knife out yet. Meliara's soul approached. Is my brother going to die? No, Miss Era, please save my brother. Meliara then said, Arleon, I will immediately take him to the hospital. Lydia stepped forward. It will be too late if we take him to the hospital. We must treat him right here. Meliara asked anxiously, but the lunar faith cannot heal external injuries, can it? Lydia turned to the priests and ordered, bring young Duke de Chest to the nearest room for me. We will proceed with the treatment there. Arleon was quickly taken to the nearest room. Lydia came, wringing a cloth, and said, surely the Saintess knows the difference in divine power between the lunar faith and the soul sect. Meliara replied, yes, the soul sect heals external injuries, while the lunar faith purifies wounds originating from within the body. Lydia turned sharply. That's right, but there are still a few more things to add. The lunar faith was originally a religion of the demon realm, and its propagation to the human realm happened over 100 years ago. The lunar faith feared that people's beliefs would become one-sided, so it intentionally separated into two sects through the soul sect. That means the origins of the lunar faith and the soul sect are actually the same. That is, the soul god, the faith of the soul sect, and their divine power are all inherently encompassed within the lunar faith.
Meliara asked back in surprise, huh? So what about before, when Olivia claimed she could use the divine power of the lunar faith? Lydia explained, no, that was a lie. From the very beginning, Olivia was not a Saintess. The soul sect separated from the original lunar faith, so their Saintess only possesses the divine power specific to the soul sect. Therefore, currently, the only person who can simultaneously use the divine power of both the soul sect and the lunar faith is Miss Ara. Meliara said, but I once accidentally chatted with Lunar. She thought to herself, let's not talk about the almighty god Lydia believes in being in the form of a teddy bear. Meliara then asked, he didn't say anything about that. Lydia laughed and said, haha, he's naturally a bit mischievous and only answers when asked. As they were chatting, Arleon groaned from nearby. Meliara startled and turned to him. Arleon!
Are you a little more conscious now? Lydia also approached the bedside. He's taken painkillers. We need to treat him quickly. We've called for a healer, but perhaps it would be fastest if the Saintess treated him herself. Meliara turned in astonishment. Me? Me? Lydia said, just pray with a sincere heart, like when you use the holy power of the lunar faith. Then you'll be able to use it naturally. Meliara pressed her lips together. A sincere heart? Adrian, please. Meliara extended her hand towards Adrian's wound, and then her hand gradually began to glow. You absolutely must recover. You still have work to do. Adrian cried out in pain a few times, while everyone outside paced anxiously. The most worried person was his sister, the spirit Meliara, who closed her eyes tightly and prayed. Meliara, from within, also prayed. Now you finally have the chance to convey your sincere feelings for Meliara, so please. Adrian suddenly stirred, blinking his eyes open. Adrian sat up, bewildered, asking, what exactly is going on? He no longer felt any pain at all. Meliara immediately smiled. Lydia, seeing her joy, also unconsciously smiled. Then Meliara flung the door open. Lyndon approached, but the person who caught her attention the most was the spirit Meliara, beaming brightly because her brother had been healed. A few days later, Aaron approached Lydia and offered her a cup of water. Bishop, please have some tea.
She put so much effort into preparing for the announcement ceremony, but then some madman suddenly jumped out and ruined everything. We plan to prepare again, so I feel quite overwhelmed. Lydia took a sip of water and said, So, is there really a need to hold it again? Yoren's jaw dropped. Huh? But the Saintess's announcement ceremony is the biggest event in the Lunar Church. Lydia casually held the glass of water in her hand and said, It's just a formality. Who in this empire doesn't already know that Miss Aura is the Saintess of the Lunar Church anymore? Yoren was displeased. She mumbled, That's an opportunity to showcase the Saintess's noble image to the common people. Lydia chuckled in response, Because I can tell the Saintess wants to get to the demon realm quickly. Yoren looked bewildered. Huh? Why? Is the demon realm really that great to live in? Seeing the innocent attitude of the priestess, Lydia secretly thought, Yoren is smart, but she's terribly unobservant when it comes to matters of love. Then she continued, In short, although on the surface it seems like the announcement ceremony was ruined, apart from that incident, other things were quite successful, because through the Saintess's power, everyone now knows that our lunar church is not only independent of the Soul faction, but our congregation also encompasses the power of the Soul faction and managed to save young Duke Duchess. Not to mention, the stranger who attacked the Saintess was once a renowned holy knight of the Soul faction, wasn't he? That old man must be desperate to jump out of his position as bishop of the Soul faction now. Seeing Lydia's dark smile made Yoren break out in a sweat. It's at times like these that I realize how terrifying the bishop is. Suddenly Yoren remembered, Oh, speaking of young Duke Duchess, I saw him chatting with the Saintess earlier, and he's recovered a lot.
Meanwhile, on Arlian's side, are you asking me to believe that now? Meliara is practically dead. And what I saw that day, was that her soul? Meliara spoke. I understand this is very hard to believe, but I'm sure the young Duke can guess. I am very different from the Meliara before. Arlian was also startled to realize, it's true.
You are very different from the Meliara I once knew. I kept thinking that your personality changed because you were hurt. So is there no way for me to meet her again? If I can't see her, I should at least be able to hear her voice. Meliara turned to look at Meliara's spirit and said, Unfortunately, it seems that only I can hear and see her right now. The reason the young Duke saw her that day was because he was stabbed and on the verge of death. Arlian asked in a low voice, So if I hadn't made it through that time, would I have seen Meliara forever? Meliara immediately shouted, What? Don't say such things. Meliara absolutely doesn't want to see Arlian die, and she has no intention of seeking revenge on her family. Meliara at that time? Arlian interrupted her. I know she is an incredibly gentle child. She said she doesn't resent me. I am someone who deserves to be hated and despised. Even though I knew how much Meliara was hurt when she was little, I still chose to pretend not to know, and now I'm stubbornly demanding to compensate for the happiness she lost. Arlian lowered his head. Now I don't even have the chance to do so. Thank you for letting me know, he said, then stood up. Meliara immediately called out, Hey, Arlian! Meliara's spirit also spoke up, Miss Ara, could you accept a request from me? At this moment, Arlian had already stepped out of the carriage, preparing to return to the ducal mansion. She ran up from behind, holding her skirt. Arlian, wait! She arrived, panting. Could you spare me a moment? Meliara told me, sir. The reason you accepted the Emperor's command to go conquer the North, was it actually a deal for the engagement between the Crown Prince and Meliara? Arlian was surprised. He asked again, what about it? She clenched her hands and replied, Your self-sacrifice to save me at the announcement ceremony, and the several times you secretly helped me behind my back, were all for Meliara, weren't they? There's no way Meliara wouldn't know that, because she's someone who always lacked love and care from her family. Of course, the fact that you hurt Meliara when she was young hasn't changed, and that wound can no longer be healed. But that doesn't mean you have to spend the rest of your life blaming yourself. That wouldn't make her happy either. You once told me that you would depose Duke Duchess and become the head of the family, and that you would create a home for Meliara to return to. You must keep your word, because Meliara's soul cannot leave this sanctuary. As you know, during her lifetime, home was the loneliest place for her. Perhaps that's why, now that she's a soul, she can't return home. Her soul is bound here. Currently, you are the only one who can save her soul. Please create a home where Meliara's soul can rest in peace. Arlian pressed his lips together. He asked, Meliara told you to run out here because she was afraid I would despair and give up everything? She gasped. That, Arlian murmured. That girl, even until the very end, she thought of me before herself. It's not that I won't keep my word, because I truly meant it when I said I wanted to inherit the ducal title from my father.
Although I cannot see you, may I visit here occasionally, as long as Meliara doesn't mind my presence? In the presence of Meliara's spirit, Meliara replied, Of course, I will speak to Lydia beforehand so she can guide you. Arlian continued, Also, there's something I've always wanted to tell Meliara. Could you relay it for me? Meliara immediately replied, Yes, I can. Arlian continued, When I was young, I always thought Meliara had taken Mother away from me.
but now I know that Mother sacrificed her life to bring Meliara into this world. Meliara is not an unloved child. From the moment she was born, she was loved and protected. It's just that Father and I didn't know. Meliara smiled and said, I can relay your message, but one day you should personally tell Meliara what you just said, because the person who most wants to hear those words is definitely Meliara. Not long after, Meliara stepped into the teleportation circle. Meliara called out anxiously, Everyone, is this really safe? Arlian replied, Don't worry, the Saintess will finish it soon.
Peter from the side also threatened her with his tone. That's right, don't think about anything, just stand still. At this moment, Lydia also approached, her face looking eerie. So, shall we begin? This is called a teleportation array that leads directly to the demon realm. You might feel a little motion sickness, but that's all, you don't need to worry too much. Meliara replied, That's precisely why I'm worried. She thought to herself, Can't we go by carriage? Ah, it's the demon realm, so it makes sense that it's impossible, right? Rhett, standing beside her, called out, Meliara. He extended his hand. Don't worry, it will be safe. If anything happens, I will protect you. Meliara, touched, blushed. Rhett? Then she took his hand and said, That's right, with Rhett by my side, what big trouble could there be? After saying that, Meliara turned to Lydia. Lydia, we're counting on you here. Lydia immediately nodded in agreement. All 4 people, except Peter, smiled and bid her farewell. Have a safe journey, Saintess. Meliara smiled after everything she had been through in this place. Rhett asked, So, are you ready? As soon as he finished speaking, the teleportation circle flared brightly.
Meliara took Reth's hand. Today, she and Reth set off for the demon realm. In just a blink of an eye, the 2 of them were hovering in midair. Meliara's face darkened, and her mouth fell open. No one had told her that their destination was up in the air like this. Then Reth's wings unfurled, and he lifted her into his arms. Meliara's heart pounded. Reth, your wings! The 2 of them hovered in the sky. He gently said, Welcome to the demon realm. Soon the 2 of them landed on the ground, where Tanma had been waiting for them for a long time. He placed a hand on his chest and said with a smile, Greetings, young lady. I've been waiting for you. Meliara ran to him. Tanma, long time no see.
Tanma replied with a smile. It's a pleasure to meet you, young lady. We should probably use a different title now, shouldn't we? Not young lady anymore. Perhaps princess consort, for example. Meliara said shyly, Oh, please, just call me as before. Rhett interjected, Has anything happened during my absence? Tanma replied, What could possibly have happened in such a short time? But, young lady, is something wrong? Your expression. Meliara mumbled, I suddenly got motion sickness, a delayed onset. She thought to herself, No wonder he said this method causes motion sickness 100 times worse than a carriage. It's true. Tanma said worriedly, Please go to your room and rest quickly. I will postpone the welcoming party until tomorrow. Meliara looked bewildered and asked again, A welcoming party? He replied, Yes, we had originally planned to invite the nobles of the demon realm and hold a grand welcoming party on the day of your arrival. Since we've invited the demon race who support your majesty and the young lady, the party is sure to be lively, but ensuring the young lady is settled is our top priority.
I've finished preparing the room. The maid will show the young lady the way. Meliara was quickly led into the room. The maid drew the curtains and said, The room needs to be a bit dark for you to rest, doesn't it? By the way, I am truly honored to serve the Saintess. To be honest, I met the Saintess 100 years ago. I wonder if you still remember. Back then, Meliara lay restlessly on the bed. Huh? What did you say? The maid smiled wryly. I'm sorry, you're tired and I'm talking too much, aren't I? Suddenly, she thought to herself, I wanted to tell her about the secret of this room, but I'll have to save it for another time. Then she turned to leave. I'll take my leave now, Saintess. Please rest well. If you need anything, just call me. Meliara was still restless. She replied, Thank you. After that, she sprawled out on the bed until night fell. Meliara suddenly sat up. What time is it? How long have I been asleep? A knock came from outside. Meliara said, Come in. Rhett entered from outside. He held a hot cup of tea in his hand and asked, Ara, are you feeling better? I intended to find rose leaf tea, but it's not easy to find in the demon realm, so instead I brought you calming tea. Meliara reached out her hand. This is enough. I'll enjoy it, Rhett. But why does this room have 2 doors? Earlier, the maid left through that door, and Rhett came in through this door. Rhett wondered, Didn't the maid explain it to you? This room is connected to my room, so I don't need to go through the hallway to get to your room immediately. Meliara mumbled, Oh, I see. Wait, hold on a second. Meliara choked and coughed. So you mean now? Seeing her cough, Rhett immediately asked, Ara, are you all right? Meliara felt flustered and embarrassed inside. Connected rooms are practically one room, a shared room? Rhett spoke, I apologize for not telling you beforehand. I thought you would be safest near me.
Meliara shyly thought to herself, so that's why it's like this. Rhett put down the teacup she was holding and called out, Hey, have you looked out the window yet? Meliara looked bewildered. Out the window? Then he walked over and opened the curtains, looking outside with a smile. Meliara's eyes widened as an incredibly beautiful scene met her gaze, bathed in ethereal moonlight. Meliara gazed at the shimmering lake amidst the hazy mountain scenery, the moonlight casting a thin mist that made everything sparkle like a dream. Rhett said, "I've always wanted to show you this view."
This is the kind of scenery I've always loved. Meliara couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it's truly incredibly beautiful. This is indeed a fantastical world." Rhett asked, "Shall we go higher to admire the view?" Meliara immediately turned to him. "Higher? It's already high enough here." With that, Rhett's wings unfurled. He pushed off the balcony with one foot and launched himself outwards, carrying a bewildered Meliara in his arms. She spoke, "It looks even more beautiful like this." Suddenly, she saw two birds and asked, "Rhett, what are those sparkling birds?" Rhett explained, "Those are called lantern sparrows, a common bird in the demon realm. They are similar to sparrows in the human realm, but because they glow and sparkle, they are called lantern sparrows." Meliara chuckled. "I see, they're so adorable." Rhett also smiled. "Do you like them?" Meliara replied, "Of course. Where else could I find such a romantic landscape? If I had known how beautiful the demon realm was, I would have come sooner." Hearing her words, Rhett felt relieved. "Thank goodness, I was quite worried you would regret coming here with me. Although it looks very peaceful now, 100 years ago this place was a complete mess. After the previous Demon King died, various factions eyeing the Demon King's throne rose in rebellion. Because for generations, the Demon King's position has been reserved for the demon race possessing the strongest power in the demon realm, leading to constant struggles and bloodshed."
Meliara, both surprised and worried, asked him, "So Reth also had to go through that entire process? Didn't you get badly hurt then?" Reth replied, "Although I am the child of the previous Demon King, I don't care about the throne. On the contrary, the gazes that saw me as the successor Demon King and treated me with ceremony and etiquette, those who tried to suppress me, only made me more disgusted. As expected, right after the one they called my father passed away, they ganged up to eliminate me first, even though they knew how ridiculous it was for demons to gang up." Meliara stared at him and asked, "How could that be?" Reth smiled. "That's why I met you soon after. You were once a very miraculous person. Before I met you, I didn't know about the emotion called loneliness. Of course I knew the term, I just hadn't felt it. Because for demons, parents are merely those who gave birth to them. But after meeting you and then losing you, I finally understood what that feeling of loneliness was." Meliara choked up. Reth continued to speak from his heart. "Throughout 100 years without you, I was very lonely. So even though I know you might be in danger now, I still can't cast aside the selfish thought of wanting to keep you by my side, because I'm afraid I'll lose you again." Meliara raised her hand and caressed Reth's face tenderly. "Reth has never been selfish with me. It was me. I wanted to go to the demon realm and insisted on following you. I wanted to be by Reth's side, so you don't need to worry or be afraid of anything." Saying this, she placed a kiss on his cheek. Then she smiled happily. "Because I will stick close to Reth, so you won't have to feel lonely anymore. I will always protect you." Reth chuckled and replied, "All right."
"I trust you." Then he placed another passionate kiss on her lips. The next day, as planned, a welcoming banquet was held in the evening. Meliara sat in the seat next to the emperor, which left her utterly flustered and speechless. Why am I sitting in such a high-pressure position? A nobleman arrived carrying a white fox and said, "I heard you like magical creatures, so I've prepared a precious gift. This is a white fire fox. It's still young now, so the sparks on its tail aren't strong yet, but when it grows up, it can easily destroy an entire village." Meliara wondered in surprise. Easily burn down a village? Then she smiled and said, "How adorable. I gratefully accept, thank you, sir." Meliara thought to herself, when did the rumor that I like magical creatures start spreading?
Hearing that, Gelber immediately barked, "Woof woof." Red said, "You adopted a new demon beast, so Gelber is jealous." Meliara covered her mouth and chuckled. "Don't worry, Gelber. I love you the most in this house." This time, another purple-haired demonkin approached. "This is my gift. It was Alcan, an extremely rare herb from the demon realm. Although it's not very large, its effects are clear, and you can use it with peace of mind." Meliara happily thanked her. "Thank you very much. May I ask what its effects are? It's important to know its effects clearly so it can be used when needed." The demonkin smiled and asked, "Oh my, you don't know? Alcan is a natural male vitality booster." Meliara's jaw dropped and she froze. She jumped up. "Ha, Vita." The purple-haired one smiled mischievously. "I would truly be delighted if you used it effectively. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll take my leave." Rhett turned to Meliara and made a suggestion. "It's time for a change of music. We should dance first, then everyone else can follow, so let's dance." At that moment, the music began to play, and Rhett and Meliara stepped out to dance together.
Reth raised her hand and said, "Ara, this Alcan is what you've been given." Meliara wondered, "What?" Then Reth whispered into Meliara's ear, enticing her. "If you're curious, we can test its uses today." Meliara's face immediately turned the color of a tomato. "Reth, please don't tease me." Reth continued, "Compared to joking." Suddenly, there was a piercing scream and someone entered from outside the door. The person who entered was none other than Prody, with a snake behind him. "Oh dear, I'm a bit sad. Everyone is invited to leave, except for me." Everyone present immediately became agitated. Prody, he was imprisoned. How did he get out? Bringing a demon creature, what is he planning now? Reth saw him and called out, "Prody." Prody calmly asked, "What is it? You're not surprised at all. Did you expect me to come?" Well, I couldn't disappoint that expectation.
Tanma stepped forward, frowning. Sir Prody, what trouble are you causing? His face darkened. I thought that although you were impolite, you still knew your limits, yet you bring a demon creature to a welcoming event? Don't you know that's nothing short of treason? Prody sneered. Treason, you say? Since things have come to this, I might as well try treason. After all, that position was originally mine. Meliara no longer feared him. She stepped forward and yelled, Stop talking nonsense. You yourself told me that the Saintess chose Reth in the competition to become the Demon King.
Prody shrugged and smiled, replying, Yes, that's truly incomprehensible. Not choosing me, but choosing that cold-hearted person. Isn't that just too foolish? I thought this time the Saintess would be different. Whether it was the Saintess from 100 years ago or the current Saintess, only their appearance changed, but they still had no eye for people. Suddenly, the demon beside Prody yelled. Rhett, radiating killing intent, said, Shut your mouth. Prody provoked. What, are you afraid I'll tell that Saintess? Meliara continued to move forward. Rhett, I'm fine.
Prody, I've told you before, no matter what you say, I won't doubt Rhett, so you can stop your cheap provocations comparing me to the Saintess from 100 years ago. Prody snorted, so confident. Saintess, will you still be so bold after you hear what I have to say? Because I have found the Saintess from 100 years ago. Meliara, bewildered, asked back, What does that mean? She thought to herself, What is he talking about? I'm clearly the Saintess from 100 years ago. Then she sharply turned to look at Rhett, who remained silent and gloomy. Prody said triumphantly, Looking at your expression, it seems you haven't told her yet, have you? Then a beam of light shot out from Prody's hand. Saintess, you should thank me. The light made Meliara squint one eye, dazzled. Suddenly something surprised her. A girl appeared in front of Meliara, and the girl was also bewildered. Where is this? The girl looked around confusedly. I was on my way to the internet cafe. Prody turned to the girl and said, We'll explain the situation later. Can you tell me your name? My name is Yunhei. Meliara looked at the girl's attire and thought to herself, That uniform looks so familiar. Yes, it's the uniform I often see on my way to work, the uniform of the private school that only children from wealthy families attend.
The girl asked, puzzled, My name? Meliara pondered, but why did Prody summon this child, someone from the modern era just like herself? The girl replied, Ara, Song Ara. Meliara was stunned, then surprised, exclaiming inwardly, What? Prody put an arm around Ara's shoulder and said, Oh, what a coincidence. That guy Reth also called the Saintess Miss Ara. But what's more interesting is that the Black Rose branch in the Grand Duke's mansion also reacted to this child's soul. Do you think I don't know you planted a fragment of the 100-year-old Saintess's soul in that rose branch? I tracked that soul fragment and performed the summoning ritual, and this child appeared. What are you trying to say? Escaping prison wasn't enough, so you want to be punished even more severely for daring to summon a human without permission? Well, I know you won't admit it easily, so I'm curious, what will your reaction be when you see this? Meliara was startled when she saw the rose glowing. Light was truly emanating from it. Reth held the rose in his hand and asked, The reaction of this rose branch means this is the real Saintess, right? No matter how I think about it, this girl is probably the 100-year-old Saintess you've been looking for. Black hair, named Ara. Meliara hesitated, disbelieving her eyes. So did that mean the Saintess Reth met 100 years ago might not have been her? Why hadn't she considered that possibility sooner? Reth suddenly took her hand, and Meliara spun around. He affirmed, It's truly you.
How could I not recognize you? Meliara was worried, but Rhett himself had told her that the glowing rose was proof that she was the Saintess from 100 years ago. If she wasn't the true Saintess, then her reason for being by Rhett's side would also… Rhett immediately spoke up to reassure her. Ara, from the very first time I met you, I had a premonition. Your smiling face. From your way of speaking, everything about you made me certain that person was you. The rose will only be one of countless ways to verify. Therefore, the rose's reaction isn't enough to change my verification of you. Meliara was also surprised to see his expression. Rhett was showing such an earnest expression. She had only seen it that day when Rhett persuaded her to come to the rose garden. Then she reached out her hand towards Rhett's and took his hand. I trust Rhett, because Rhett is not someone who would lie. Prody, seeing the love between the two, was utterly disgusted. Everyone there also stirred with chatter and discussion. As for Ara, who had just arrived and understood nothing, she looked around. Where exactly is this? I don't know what's happening anymore, but I'm definitely kidnapped. I need to quickly run out of the room and find help. As she intended to run, Prody immediately held her back. He reached out and grabbed her by the neck, threatening, Hey, you two have been playing the loving couple for too long. Our true Saintess is getting bored here. Ara cried out loudly in pain. Someone help me.
Prody smiled and said, Will you listen to me now? Ara struggled. Let me go, you good-for-nothing. Meliara was silent for a moment, deep in thought. She remembered what Muso had once said about the first time he met Nung Nung, how her appearance then was like an angel with jet-black hair and eyes, but her current appearance is also very beautiful. I know the Saintess from 100 years ago had black hair and black eyes, so it's understandable to assume that girl is the Saintess from 100 years ago based solely on appearance. But before I transmigrated here, I also had black hair and black eyes, not to mention my current soul is Liara, a Korean. Could it be that the Rose Branch reacts to all souls from the modern world? Is that why it was able to summon that girl with a similar soul? Ara was still struggling. Let me go. Meliara stepped forward. Prody, please release the girl first. Let's talk. You know this is Reth's stronghold.
There's no way you can defeat Reth here alone. You must have some scheme. That's why you came, right? Try telling me.
Prody released Era with a smile. Talk. All right, I always prefer to resolve issues with words. Era coughed painfully. Meliara immediately went to support her. Are you all right? Era whimpered and asked, where exactly is this place? All I did was skip school. I want to go home. Boo-hoo-hoo. Meliara quickly realized that Prody had indeed inadvertently brought this girl here. Taking an innocent child as a hostage, what exactly was he planning? Meliara held the girl tightly in her arms and questioned Prody. Even if this girl was the Saintess from 100 years ago, what does it matter? That doesn't change the fact that I am currently the Saintess of the Lunar Church. You yourself said that to become the Demon King, one must be chosen by Lunar.
I asked first. You're not planning to use the girl as an excuse to actually rebel, are you? Prody suddenly smirked. The Saintess is indeed very intelligent and well-mannered, unlike the previous Saintess. Are you curious about my plan? I merely wanted to see who he would choose between the Saintess from 100 years ago and the current Saintess, between the love that made him suffer and wait for 100 years and the power that would elevate him to the throne of the Demon King. I thought he would be very conflicted, but the ending was unexpectedly bland. In the end, you chose power. Meliara looked at Rhett and thought to herself, that's not it, because from the very beginning, Rhett was certain that she was the Saintess from 100 years ago. Then she spoke, Prody, aren't you the one who chose power? You're the one who has always coveted the position of Demon King. Prody created a puff of smoke and replied with a laugh. Yes, that was the first plan. I wanted to personally witness Rhett and the Saintess fall into discord. But looking at the situation, I suppose I failed. Meliara looked around. Suddenly, everything was pitch black. Everyone also stirred in panic. What? What is it? Why did all the candles suddenly go out? Tanma immediately stepped forward to calm everyone. Everyone calm down, evacuate in this direction. Rhett immediately called Meliara. Ara, it's very dangerous, come here quickly. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed. Meliara froze and spun around. That scream! Someone appeared from above the window. Everyone quickly realized, intruders, since when? Tanma turned to Rhett and asked, Your Majesty, who are they? Rhett replied, a few noble families sided with Prody. I was wondering how he managed to escape from prison. It turns out someone helped him.
Prody smiled brightly. And the second plan? Suddenly, the candlelight flickered back to life. The candles are back on. Reth approached and asked, Ara, are you all right? Meliara replied, Yes, I'm fine, but Prody and the girl have disappeared. Just as they stepped out the door, Prody yelled, Reth! Reth rushed over, his wings flapping. Prody and Ara were riding a griffin. He taunted, Let's have a decisive battle today. If you and that Saintess are no more, then I shall be the next Demon Lord.
I just need to kill you all and make this girl choose me. Ara whimpered, What are you saying? Let me down. I have acrophobia. Meliara wondered, puzzled, Prody, doesn't he ever get bored? Reth drew his sword from thin air and said, I'm sorry, Ara. If I had ended his life sooner, this mess wouldn't have happened. Meliara immediately intervened. Reth, wait. Little Ara, still up there, kept crying, Save me, Mom, Dad. Meliara's voice rang out. That little girl is just a normal child, accidentally dragged into this world just like you. I know it's difficult, but could you please not hurt her? Ref looked up and replied, I'll try. If I attack Griffin, both of them will fall. We just need Tanma to catch the girl. Maybe it'll work. With that, Reth flew high up. He turned down and called, Tanma, take Ara to safety first. Everything else after that. Listen to her. Tanma immediately replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Then he turned to Meliara. Princess, it's very dangerous here. Let's go inside. Meliara thought anxiously to herself, 2 people fighting. I can't imagine Reth losing. But even if Reth has a chance to win, why do I feel so uneasy? Meliara turned and asked, Tanma, what's the situation like inside? Tanma replied, Everyone has been safely evacuated, and the enemies have all been captured by our faction senators. But what's strange is that even though they were armed, they didn't actively attack. Meliara pondered, confused. Extremely suspicious. The number of people who came here to provoke was also too small. Could those attacking demonkind just be a diversion? When she looked up, she saw the 2 people standing face to face. Was he only targeting Reth from the very beginning? Reth hovered in the air, holding his sword, and asked, Don't you want to duel? Let that girl down.
Prody gripped Era's neck. This is my lifeline, you know? Do you think I'd easily discard her? Rhett glared. From the right, Griffin conjured a magic orb, making it scream in pain. Rhett mused. Oh dear, I was even planning to shoot down Griffin. But if that ordinary human girl falls from this height, she's definitely dead. Is there any way to avoid injuring her? Era was worried about the girl. Because there were limits to her attacks, it would be quite difficult, but she had to try to find out.
Prody chuckled. Are you going to attack? Does it not matter if this woman dies now? You are truly heartless. She was the Saintess from 100 years ago, the one you once deeply loved. This just goes to show how terrifying the ambition for power can be. After that, he slammed hard into Griffin. Griffin screamed in pain. Ah! Ah! Prody smirked. Thanks to this, the situation is now in my favor. Reth snorted, thinking to himself, as expected, Prody still firmly believes that girl is the Saintess from 100 years ago. He thinks I wouldn't dare to casually attack the girl, which is why he took her hostage. Prody continued, then I'll slowly counterattack. Prody then drew a sword from thin air, and the two immediately clashed, their blades ringing as they met. Meliara looked up from below, extremely worried. Reth! Suddenly she spun around, startling Tanma. Your Highness, going alone like this is very dangerous. As Meliara ran, she felt a pang of guilt. Because of my plea, Reth cannot attack freely. I can't just sit here, I have to do something. Meliara ran up the stairs, unaware that a masked figure was watching her. A moment later, Meliara quickly reached the higher ground. The scene was unchanged. Prody was riding Griffin, while Reth stood opposite him. Suddenly, Meliara's voice rang out urgently. Ara, I'll catch you. Can you jump down this way? I promise I won't let you get hurt, I guarantee it. Ara trembled. But this distance is too far to jump. Meliara yelled, Reth will push Griffin this way for you. She then turned to Reth and asked, Reth, can you do it? Reth nodded. Prody interjected, You lot are completely ignoring me, aren't you? Who gave you permission? Before he could say anything more, Reth attacked with a black orb spell next to Griffin.
Prody angrily shouted, You coward! You should listen to me! Why are you dodging on your own like that? At this moment, Griffin was flying back and forth erratically. Meliara pondered, It seems he only wants to confront Rhett, which is why he chose to fight in the air. But the magical beast is under attack, so it must not be easy for him to control it as he wishes. At this very moment, Meliara shouted, Now's the time! Jump! Arrow was worried, tears still lingering on her eyelashes. Then she tightly closed her eyes and jumped down towards Meliara.
Prody startled. What? What is it? Since when? Immediately, Rhett lunged out him attacking. Meliara, holding Ara in her arms, both fell heavily to the ground. Ara, startled awake, sat up and asked worriedly, Sister, are you all right? Meliara also sprang up and replied, I'm fine. Are you hurt? Ara placed a hand on her chest and answered, No, luckily I'm still intact after jumping from such a height. Meliara also breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, she thought to herself. Indeed, using my shield was a huge help in protecting our bodies. Meliara then extended her hand to help Ara up. This place is dangerous. We can't stay long. Let's go inside. Ara took her hand and asked, But what about the people fighting over there? Meliara turned to her. Sometimes it's better if we're not there, Ara, she mused, because Rhett wouldn't be able to focus on fighting if he was worried about them. At this moment, the battle in the air was incredibly fierce. Rhett delivered a powerful blow that made Prody stagger. Then he fell, but not just that. Rhett flew over and held him in place. Prody was worried. His face darkened. Rhett gritted his teeth and threatened, If you have the guts to cause this, you must also have the guts to face the consequences. Then Rhett grabbed his head, making him panic. Wait, Rhett. Rhett raised his sword high, and with a swift, clean slash, the head rolled onto the ground. Rhett said, The consequence of treason is death. Prody's head rolled, his eyes not even having time to close. On Meliara's side, she walked and looked around. The surroundings were gradually becoming quieter. Could Rhett have defeated Prody? Ara's voice spoke up. Sister. Meliara immediately reassured her. Don't worry, Ara is safe now. Suddenly, a masked figure lunged forward, a sword slash grazing Meliara's body. Her eyes widened in pain, and she cried out. Meliara fell. How strange, my eyes are getting heavy. Ara ran over worriedly. Sister, stay awake. What should we do? There's so much blood.
Tanma anxiously ran over. Princess! Meliara worried internally. Could it be that I would just die like this? Tanma immediately turned to the captured criminal and ordered, Before a judgment is made, imprison him and don't let him escape. The guard replied, Yes. He anxiously turned to Meliara. Princess, are you all right? Meliara struggled to speak. Tanma, call Rhett for help. Can you help me? Rhett landed at this moment, freezing when he witnessed the scene. Ara! He turned to Tanma and questioned, Ara, why is Ara in such a state? Tanma anxiously replied, I apologize, it's my fault. She was slashed by Prody's subordinate. Rhett yelled loudly, Then why haven't you quickly called a healing mage? The guard quickly ran off. Yes, I'll summon them right away. Rhett turned to reassure her. Ara, it's all right. You're about to be treated. Just try to endure a little longer. You must not lose consciousness. Meliara panted. Rhett.
Her trembling hand reached towards Reth. I'm sorry.
Reth asked, For what? You've done nothing wrong to me. You just need to hold on until the healing mage arrives. Meliara's tears fell. Reth, I'm truly sorry. I have to leave you alone again. Reth frantically cried out, What do you mean, Ara? No, stay awake, Ara. You mustn't lose strength. She thought to herself, Because I know that without me, you will once again be engulfed by a desolate loneliness that no one can bear. Her arm, devoid of strength, fell. Reth stared, unable to believe his eyes. At that moment, the guards and the mage rushed over. Your Majesty, the healing mage has arrived. Reth stammered, Ara, everything will be all right from now on, Ara.
Tanma walked over and patted his shoulder. Your Majesty, you know this, don't you? The knife was coated with demon realm poison. From the moment she was cut, the poison spread throughout her body in an instant. Perhaps it was due to the princess's holy power that she was able to endure a little longer.
Your Majesty should accept that there is nothing more we can do now. Upon hearing this, Ara was also stunned, covering her face in disbelief. Rhett's voice was subdued, filled with pain. No way. It was so difficult for me to find her again. Throughout that long, arduous time, how much I struggled and endured. Didn't you promise me that you wouldn't leave me alone again? Ara, please, open your eyes. His tears fell profusely as he held Ara close to his chest. Tanma spoke gloomily. Your Majesty. Rhett's voice turned cold. Tanma, if Ara is gone, what meaning does my world hold? As he spoke, a wave of dark energy emanated from Rhett. Ara immediately recoiled. What? What is this? Rhett, tears still streaming down his face, said, I command with the power of the Demon King.
Tanma worried. Your Majesty, could it be that now? The dark aura was spreading more and more. Rhett said, I want to turn back time. Then the dark aura shot away swiftly. Tanma worried. Your Majesty. Ara pointed up. Look, the darkness is slowly devouring the city. Tanma startled and tried to stop him. Your Majesty, no matter what, you cannot do that. Don't you know how great the price to pay is? No matter what Tanma said, Rhett remained unshaken, and the darkness gradually spread everywhere. Inside the darkness, Meliara suddenly woke up. Immediately, Meliara sat bolt upright. She looked around. Where is this? I died. Is this the afterlife? Suddenly, a voice from somewhere echoed, something similar but not precisely. Meliara asked bewildered, Who's there? At this moment, Lunar's feet approached. It's me. Long time no see, Ara. Meliara couldn't help but be surprised. Lunar, didn't you stay in the Holy Land? How did you get here? And what do you mean I'm not dead? What's wrong with my hair color? Lunar snorted and said, So you still don't know what you look like. Suddenly, a mirror-like image appeared before Meliara. Her heart pounded. This face is what I looked like in my previous life. Lunar said, choked with emotion, You're not dead, but the world here has been destroyed. Meliara looked around. The world has been destroyed? Lunar replied, Yes. Your talented boyfriend did it. Meliara was startled and immediately asked, What's going on? Am I not dead and Rhett when the world ends, and not causing the Bacarda Empire's destruction as in the original story? Lunar, hearing her mention the original story, also wondered, Original story? Bacarda Empire? I don't understand what you're talking about anymore. Listen carefully, my dear daughter. You know that the Lunar faith is the trusted religion in the demon realm, right? And also that the Demon King will be chosen by Lunar. Therefore, the one who becomes the Demon King will be able to use a portion of my power. The current Demon King, Rat, wants you to live again. Meliara shouted loudly, Wait, Lunar, isn't bringing the dead back to life an impossible feat? Lunar continued, That's why at that time he said he couldn't help your brother and Meliara truly meet. Meliara wondered, Then how is it that Rhett used Lunar's power to bring me back to life? Lunar nodded and replied, Indeed, resurrection is inherently impossible, but if the flow of time for the entire world is reversed, then it's not so certain. Meliara's eyes widened in surprise. What exactly is? Lunar continued, I am the god of space and time. The strongest divine power that the Demon King can use is time reversal. Through the power called time reversal, anyone who has sat on the throne of the Demon King will be able to firmly protect their position, because even if there's a rebellion, from the Demon King's perspective, all they need to do is reverse time. But no matter how great the power, the price to pay is just as great. Meliara asked curiously, What is the price to pay? Luna replied, The most precious thing.
The most precious thing to Reth. Meliara was stunned. Could it be? Luna replied, Yes, looking at that expression, you've probably realized it too. The most precious thing to him is you. Meliara felt as if she'd been struck by lightning. She placed a hand on her chest and said, Wait, Lunar, but I was dead at that time, wasn't I? It's utterly illogical to use a dead person as the price for successfully reversing time. Lunar continued to explain to her, If the most precious thing is no longer there, the second most precious thing will be considered the price to pay. Perhaps the Demon King was so deeply shocked by your death that he didn't know exactly what that price was. He must have been like previous Demon Kings, vaguely assuming it was merely power or his own life. Only when he reluctantly reversed time did he realize what that price was and resisted fiercely. Besides you, what is the one thing he would least want to be taken away? Can you guess? Meliara shook her head. No. Luna replied, Your memories with him, fragments of memories gradually appearing and then shattering. Although he wanted to retract his wish after feeling his memories with you gradually disappear along with the reversing flow of time, it was already too late. Even so, he resisted to the very end. Reth collapsed to his knees. No, not this, please. I can give you everything else. Just please don't take away these memories from me. I beg you, oh God, Lunar. Lunar continued. But I was also helpless. Once the Demon King used his power, even I couldn't stop it. His plea to me failed, and he struggled, pouring all his magic power into protecting his memories with you. The Demon King's power to reverse time and his will to resist it, two immense forces clashed with each other.
As a result, everything in the demon realm, down to the tiniest blade of grass, was swallowed by darkness. It even spread to the human realm. Aaron and Lyndon stared blankly at the encroaching darkness. What exactly was that thing? Just like that, everything vanished in the blink of an eye, the world I had strived to build. At first, I didn't know the Demon King's goal was to resurrect his child, but I struggled immensely to save my child in a world slowly heading towards destruction. It was incredibly difficult to bring my child to the space where I once lived. Meliara's tears fell, and she clenched her hands tightly. Lunar looked up and asked, "My dear daughter?" Meliara wiped away the tears on her cheeks. "Rhett, you fool. I know that the most precious thing to Rhett is me, because he endured 100 years of waiting just for me. But throughout those 100 years, if he had neglected his responsibilities as the Demon King, so many people wouldn't have followed him." On the evening of my welcome party, a purple-haired demon approached. "Your Highness, before the dance begins, could you spare a moment to speak with me?" Meliara quickly recognized the girl. She was the one who had just given Ankin a gift.
The smiling girl. "Oh, your Highness remembers me. What an honor. I hope you like the gift." Meliara awkwardly. "I couldn't not remember." The other girl continued. "Actually, I wanted to apologize to your ladyship. 100 years ago, I had never met your ladyship. Therefore, I thought that the Demon King's absence from the demon realm for 100 years because of your ladyship was not a good thing. But I realized something from His Highness the Demon King's gaze towards your ladyship. I thought, it turns out that only when he is with your ladyship can he be this happy. Even though His Majesty was absent from the demon realm for a very long time, he never neglected his duties here. Now that he has decided to stay in the demon realm, on the contrary, I must thank your ladyship even more." Meliara bowed her head slightly. "I see. That I am so welcomed by so many people is all thanks to Rhett." Lunar, seeing her continuously crying, became flustered. "My dear, don't cry. Even though the world has been destroyed and your beloved is no more, the fact that I am a god does not change. I will rebuild the world from beginning to end for you, my dear." Meliara was lost in thought. Rhett must have thought that the demon realm was the price to pay for resurrecting her, because to him, besides her, those were the most precious things. The things Rhett was forced to sacrifice for her, and also the memories with her that Rhett couldn't give up. Meliara had probably made her next decision. She spoke up. "Lunar, reversing time is a power of God, so I can also use it, right?" Meliara was determined in her heart. If Rhett accepted losing everything to resurrect her, then
She clasped her hands tightly and said, "Child, I will get everything back." Lunar said, "But my child, even if you are a child of a god, using the ability to reverse time is not that easy. Even the Demon King has to pay an extremely high price to use that power." Meliara asked, "That's true, so what should I do?" Lunar suddenly smiled again. "However, it's difficult for you to do it alone, but now I am with you. Traditionally, a Saintess is not allowed to use the power of time reversal on her own. Just watching the world I created with my own hands be destroyed also pains me greatly. This time, I will help you." Meliara looked at the teddy bear in front of her and thought to herself, "Why possess a teddy bear? It doesn't inspire any trust." Lunar said, "Clasp your hands together." Meliara clasped her hands together and asked, "Like this?" Lunar approached. "Yes, hold that pose, close your eyes, and pray sincerely. I'll take care of the rest."
Meliara immediately called his name, Rhett. Just as he said he couldn't live in a world without her, now she also couldn't live in a world without him. A light flashed. Meliara continued to pray because he had become her world. Suddenly, Meliara's body floated into the air. "My body?" Lunar stood below. "I will stay here and watch over you. Go, my dear daughter." With that, Meliara vanished like a star. At this moment, somewhere, drops of water fell from the ceiling onto Meliara's face. Her head ached terribly. "My head." A familiar figure also came with a bucket of water. When Lydia saw her wake up, she shouted loudly, "Uncle, she's awake!"
Meliara calmed down, then looked bewildered. "Where is this? This doesn't seem to be the demon realm. Why am I in my original form and not Meliara? Could it be that the time reversal failed? I thought I would just return before the welcome party. If so, this place..." Just then, the door opened, and Lydia, along with two other familiar-looking people, walked in. Lydia pointed at Meliara and said, "Auntie, uncle, look, over there." Meliara stared at the little girl. That face looked so familiar. Could it be Lydia? Lydia asked, puzzled. "Do you know me, big sister?" Meliara pondered. If she said she came from the future, she would probably be treated like a strange woman. Then she scratched her face and stammered, I'm sorry, but what year of the Bacarda Empire is it now?" The other two asked, bewildered. "Bacarda Empire? I've never heard that name before. Is there such a place?" According to the couple who had taken her in after finding her unconscious by the roadside, they were currently in a prolonged period of war, and this village was where refugees gathered to live. The woman sitting in front of Meliara sighed and said, "You've just woken up, so your mind probably isn't clear yet, but I'm sorry, our family circumstances aren't very good." The man walked over with a cup of water and said, "If you have nowhere to go, you can stay at our house for a few days."
Meliara waved her hand in refusal. "No thank you. I'm already so grateful for your kindness in taking me in. I need to find someone, so I plan to leave tomorrow. Could I possibly stay one more night?" The next morning, Meliara stepped out of the house. "Yesterday I spoke so confidently, but where exactly should I go to find Rhett?
While still worrying about her next plan, Lydia ran up and called out, "Sister, it's very dangerous to go out alone. There are bad people among the refugees, and if you carry anything valuable outside, they will definitely rob you." Meliara bent down and replied with a smile, "Thank you for worrying about me, but I don't have anything valuable, so I should be fine, right?" Meliara felt excited inside, realizing she was talking to young Lydia, who was incredibly cute. That's right, with Lydia here like this, it seems her time reversal was successful. Rhett must also be somewhere in the human realm. Lydia immediately pointed at her and said, "There is something valuable, that bracelet." Meliara was surprised. "Huh?" She looked at the bracelet she was wearing, thinking to herself, how could this be? This bracelet was an item from my previous life. How could it still be on my hand? Lydia, with a determined look in her face, said, "Sister, quickly take it off and hide it. Anyone can tell it's high-end jewelry just by looking at it." Meliara had no other choice. She replied, "Okay, I understand." She thought, that girl is so resolute. "But I have something I need to use this bracelet for. Once I'm done, I'll quickly put it away. Thank you, Lydia." Meliara thought to herself, could I summon Rhett with this bracelet? Most importantly, I don't know how to summon. How do I summon him? Meliara was completely unaware that someone was lurking and listening to everything, after which they started discussing among themselves. A young man approached. "Hey miss, you have such a nice item. First time meeting, isn't it? Don't you know that entering this village requires a fee? For a bracelet like that, we can make an exception." Meliara was stunned. "What?" Lydia immediately stepped forward to shield her. "Stop it, all of you. She is my master's guest." The young man immediately pushed Lydia away. "Get out of the way. You're nothing but trouble, you beggar brat." Then he stepped forward and grabbed Meliara's hand. "Now is not the time to worry about that kid. Didn't you hear what we said? Give us the bracelet and we'll let you go. With it, we can find a ship to the eastern continent." Meliara shouted, "No, not this bracelet!" She closed her eyes tightly and called out loudly, "Rhett! Rhett!" Accidentally, the bracelet broke. "No, the bracelet is broken! Rhett, please, if you hear my voice, please come!" Thick, swirling smoke appeared, making the other guy cough repeatedly. "What is this? What's with all this smoke?" The guy next to him saw something. "Hey, what's that?" Meliara's hair fluttered in the wind, and her eyes opened wide. Rhett appeared, letting out a heavy breath. As Rhett appeared, he had a wound on his shoulder. Meliara called out loudly, "Rhett!" The two thugs on the ferry saw Rhett and were immediately terrified. He's a demon. Why is a demon appearing here? Run! If a demon catches us, who knows what we'll turn into? Meliara was choked with emotion, unable to speak, and called out, "Rhett!" Rhett turned to her. "Hey, girl, did you summon me here?" Rhett staggered forward. How can a mere mortal do that? Then his steps became unsteady, and he collapsed onto Meliara's shoulder. She cried out worriedly, "Rhett, wake up, Rhett!" Meliara examined the wounds on his body. He was injured in more than just one or two places. Looking closely, she saw his leg was also injured. Meliara turned to the little girl and called, "Lydia, please call the landlord to help me." Lydia hesitated for a moment. "But he's a demon." Meliara's eyes welled up with tears, and she urgently said, "This person is very important to me, please. I came here because of him. I cannot live without this man." A little later, everyone had brought Reth inside to rest. The man put his hand to his chin and said, "I never expected a demon to step into my house." Meliara turned back apologetically. "I'm truly sorry, uncle. I boldly said I would leave tomorrow, and now I've brought an injured person to bother you." The woman beside her smiled and said, "Don't worry too much, dear. We can't just leave an injured person lying by the roadside, even if they are a demon." Meliara awkwardly said, "Thank you. During the entire time we wait for Reth to fully recover, I will do anything you ask." The woman was surprised. "Reth, have you known this demon before?" Meliara shyly scratched her head. "Yes, actually, we are lovers." As evening twilight descended, Meliara looked around. Everyone had gone out, and now was the chance. Then she tied her hair back. "Let's see." After that, Meliara extended her hand towards Reth's wound, and her hand immediately glowed. It seems that due to reversing time, her power had been completely depleted. Even now, her holy power is still too weak. Suddenly, he awoke with a start and grabbed her hand. "What are you doing?" "Who are you to dare lay a hand on me without my permission? Furthermore, you just arbitrarily summoned me here, while being nothing but a mere mortal. I have never made a contract with any mortal, nor have I ever responded to any summoning spell. What trick did you use, after all?" Meliara asked in disappointment. "Rhett, do you truly not recognize me?" Rhett shook his head. He sighed and replied, "You're talking nonsense. There's no way I would know you." Suddenly, he stopped short. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly crying?" Tears streamed down Meliara's face. "I'm just happy that Rhett has woken up," she thought to herself. "Now I understand. The human world is still primitive due to war."
He was severely injured by someone and didn't know me at all. This place is 100 years ago, when the Saintess of the Lunar Faith chose the Demon King, around the time Wrath said he first met me. The Saintess from 100 years ago is me, not a past life or an even earlier past life, nor when I lived as Liara in Korea, but this very moment. Wrath suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her onto the bed. He questioned, "Ridiculous. Do you think that act will fool me? Just the fact that you know my name is suspicious enough. Do you think I don't know you made a pact with another demon race and are trying to seduce me?"
But when Reth launched his attack, it suddenly fizzled out. Reth couldn't help but be astonished. How can this be? Why can't I use my powers? Could it be that you really are the Saintess? Not long after, as Lydia and the other woman were hanging clothes, they heard a voice from inside. I told you to eat already. Although the wound has been treated preliminarily, it's not fully healed yet. Staring at me is useless. Anyway, you don't have enough spiritual energy to return to the demon realm. You just need to close your eyes and let me take care of you. Once you're fully recovered, we can return to the demon realm together. Come on, eat your meal first. Quickly now. Reth swatted away the spoon of food she was offering. You crazy woman! Who said I'd go with you? Your being the Saintess is probably all a trick. I've never heard of the daughter of the moon god Lunar being immortal. Speak up, whose accomplice are you really? Prati? Is it him? Meliara mumbled. So Reth was originally like this. Reth didn't hear clearly and asked again. What did you say? Meliara stepped closer. Doesn't trust anyone, extremely wary of others.
Having been hurt too much, you don't believe that good intentions and kindness exist in this world. But do you know, Rhett is actually a very warm-hearted person. Rhett didn't understand a thing after hearing this barrage, thinking she was just talking nonsense. Meliara turned away, because I know Rhett's true appearance. Let me prophesy something for Rhett. Later, Rhett will like me, and it will be incredibly, extremely deep. Rhett was puzzled. What are you saying? Are you really crazy? Meliara thought to herself. To be precise, it's the truth, not a prophecy. Then she put the bowl of food down and said, above all, it's wartime now, so food is extremely scarce. If you throw food away on your own accord, you'll be punished. If you don't like the stew, I'll cook something else for you. I'll try to find the ingredients. Rhett felt fed up with the woman in front of her, who didn't listen to her at all. Rhett pondered for a moment, then emanated a murderous aura and said, humans. Meliara turned back and asked, what did you say? Rhett replied triumphantly, demons eat humans, so it would be better if you didn't come near me. Meliara immediately interrupted. That's a lie. Demons don't even eat livestock from the human realm. Demons only eat livestock from the demon realm. Are you implying you're going to eat me? Rhett, you really say some embarrassing things. This sudden remark shocked Rhett.
Meliara continued to hug him tightly. You should have said so sooner. I always welcome you. At that moment, Rhett's suspicion turned into certainty that this woman definitely had a screw loose. Rhett pushed the dish in front of him away and asked for another. Give me the bowl. Meliara smiled, teasing him. You can have my meat too, you know. Rhett replied, I will eat rice. Meliara chuckled to herself triumphantly. Rhett can't win against me. A moment later, Lydia asked curiously, why do you like that guy so much, sis? Meliara was doubtful. Which guy? Lydia replied, the demon. Meliara thought to herself, puzzled. She yelled me sis. Lydia continued, you take care of him when he's sick, you cook for him, but he doesn't appreciate you at all. Just this morning, he even yelled loudly and chased you out. Going back to this morning's story, Meliara ran over with a bouquet of flowers. Rhett, look, aren't these flowers beautiful? Rhett immediately yelled, get out. End of this morning's flashback. Meliara thought to herself, that was my fault, sweetie. Lydia pouted. Are you two even a couple? Meliara stammered.
She thought to herself, if I were to say now that we're not lovers yet, but we will be in 100 years, I'd probably be seen as a madwoman, wouldn't I? Then she spoke, actually, we met elsewhere before, and it was love at first sight. Rihat was attacked by other demonkind, but fortunately survived. He doesn't trust anyone, so his antagonism towards me is understandable. Lydia mumbled, doesn't trust anyone. Perhaps I understand that feeling. Lydia smiled and took off her mask. Before coming here, I also didn't trust humans because of this birthmark. Actually, I'm a demonkind hybrid. My father is demonkind and my mother is human. My mage mother summoned my father and then became pregnant with me. After that, my father immediately left my mother without even forming a contract. My mother reluctantly raised me, and then when I turned 6, this pattern appeared on my face. My mother, frightened, said this was a demonkind symbol and eventually abandoned me in the suburban forest. And I met the landlord, a kind man who took me in. He had no idea I was a demonkind hybrid.
Meliara choked up. Lydia continued, heartbroken. I don't even know why I'm telling you this story anymore. It's just that since you love that demon uncle, I thought maybe you wouldn't have any prejudice against half-demons. Meliara reached out and embraced the girl, making Lydia look bewildered. Sister. Meliara held the girl close and said, you must have been very lonely, Lydia. To me, it doesn't matter if you're a demon or a half-demon. Perhaps the landlord and landlady aren't any different from me, because everyone knows you're a well-behaved and kind child. Besides, this pattern isn't a symbol of demons. It's a mark proving that you are loved and protected by the god Lunar. Lydia asked curiously, Lunar? Who is that? Meliara unfastened her top, making Lydia wonder, Sister, why are you suddenly undressing? Meliara revealed a moon-shaped pattern, just like the one on Lydia's face, and said, look, that pattern, I have it too, and I'm human. I don't have any demon bloodline. This pattern, only those chosen by the time-space god Lunar have it. That means your existence is very special. Lydia, you truly are a very beautiful child, the most beautiful child I've ever met.
Isn't it a pity to hide such a beautiful face with a mask? Lydia was so touched that she awkwardly stood up. I have to go. Auntie and Uncle will be looking for me. Then she quickly ran off. A moment later, the vase of flowers was brought into Rhett's room. Rhett snapped. Didn't I tell you to get out? Meliara awkwardly said, I'm sorry, Rhett. I didn't know you were shirtless. The flowers bloomed so beautifully that I just wanted to show them to you. They're like the flowers in the demon realm, aren't they? Rhett asked, puzzled. How do you know what the flowers in the demon realm are like? Meliara put the vase down and replied, should I say back then? Anyway, I've been to the demon realm. I'll leave the flowers here. I'm sure they'll help change your mood. Oh, and do you know what? They say flowers are meant to be given to someone you like. With that, she cheerfully left. Rhett stared at the vase, then walked over and picked up a flower. In the demon realm, no one cares about these flowery things, especially not at a time like this. Ever since the previous demon king died, the powerful demon clan has been fighting ruthlessly to seize the throne. And that woman likes me? When did she even meet me? That foolish mortal doesn't know to fear the demon clan. The more I curse and scold her, the closer she gets. No one has ever been like that with me before. Rhett threw the bouquet onto the floor. How troublesome and annoying. Once I recover my strength, I'll get rid of her first, then leave. The scene shifted to the demon realm at Faradin Manor. A toast to the successor demon king.
Proddy, aren't you going to raise your glass too? Now that Rhett has disappeared, you're sure to become the next demon lord. Proddy sneered. Disappeared? Him? He just hasn't been found yet. 8 clans, all 8 great clans in the demon realm, joined forces to kill him alone. That was supposed to be a chance to eliminate him completely, yet not only did they fail to kill him, but they also let him slip away right before their eyes.
A demon said, now, calm down. That's precisely why we dispatched 12 teams to hunt for his whereabouts, isn't it? Another demon chimed in, exactly. Our forces are thoroughly searching the entire human realm, so by now he must be... Just then, someone approached. He's been found. News came back reporting that Rayhet had been located in the human realm. Proddy frowned. The human realm? The other person replied, yes, that's right, but there's something suspicious. He's living with a mortal woman. That evening at Lydia's house, the woman asked in surprise, are you two leaving already? Meliara replied, yes, Rayhet is almost fully recovered, so we need to prepare to leave. Thank you so much for taking care of us during this time. Lydia walked over and demanded the plate in Rayhet's hand. If you finished eating, give it here. The woman smiled. You've helped me with all the housework. We should be thanking you. So do you two have a place to go yet? Meliara hesitated. Well, first we plan to go to the capital. She thought to herself, actually, I haven't decided on a destination yet, but saying that might make her worry. Just then, the man walked inside and called out, honey?
How strange. It seems the moon is rising earlier this time. The full moon is about to rise. The woman exclaimed in surprise, oh really? I wonder if it will affect the crops. Meliara realized something. The full moon. That reminds me, there's the Soul Sect's holy temple in the capital, isn't there? The woman put a hand to her chin, pondering, then replied, the Soul Sect, yes, there is, but even before the war, that place wasn't welcoming to people like us. Are you planning to go to the holy temple? Meliara mused. Perhaps if I go to the Soul Sect's holy temple, I might be able to meet Lunar. Although the Lunar faith hasn't been spread in the human world yet in this era. Lydia once said that the Soul Sect branched off from the Lunar faith. The problem is I have to wait until the blood moon appears. No, sometimes Lunar even intentionally creates a blood moon just to trick me. The woman spoke up and asked, if you're going to the capital, could Lydia go with you? It's perfect timing, as we have some things we need to send to the capital. Lydia, holding dishes in her hands, also chimed in. Yes, I'll go with you. I've been to the capital once before, so I know the way. Meliara replied, thank you so much then. I'll be relying on you, Lydia. Not long after that, Rhett, who was lying in his room, suddenly sat bolt upright. The room door opened. Rhett stepped outside, and he raised his hand and cast a spell.
This door can now lead back to the demon realm. Suddenly, Meliara's voice spoke up. Are you planning to return to the demon realm? If you return now, it will only lead to more bloodshed because of the war for the demon king's throne. Reth asked in surprise, how do you know that? Meliara replied, I told you, I am the Saintess. You don't like this place, but you're still here until you regain your strength, because it's to deal with the war against the other demon clans. They won't stop until Reth is dead. Reth pushed her against the wall. Shut up. What is your true identity? Why do you keep talking as if you know everything about me? Even if you say you're the Saintess, there's no way you could know all those things. And on top of that, you constantly babble about liking me. Even if you're not Proddy's right-hand woman, but truly the Saintess, it has nothing to do with me, because I have no intention of becoming the Demon King. If I kill you right here, at least there won't be any future repercussions. Meliara spoke. I understand. Reth, you're feeling confused, aren't you? Even if I could prove everything, the current Reth would find it very difficult to believe. Reth once told me that you didn't know about the emotion called loneliness, and even if you did, you had never felt it. But it seems that's not the case. Meliara gently stepped forward and embraced him. Loneliness has always existed within Reth, because no one has ever stood by Reth's side and treated you with true sincerity. It's okay if Reth doesn't trust me now. It's okay if Reth hates me. I will still stand by Reth's side. That truth will never change. Regardless of today or tomorrow or the distant future, I will always trust Reth.
She thought to herself, just as Rhett would always trust me 100 years in the future. Then she spoke. That hug just now carried my divine power, and quite a bit of my divine power has returned. Rhett raised his palm. His body truly felt lighter than before. Meliara continued.
although I truly want to keep Rhett by my side so that you won't get hurt again. But if Rhett wishes to leave, there's nothing I can do. In return, promise me one thing. If we meet again, if Rhett no longer has any doubts and falls in love with me, then you must absolutely trust me no matter what happens. The next morning, Ara, take this with you. I've already packed food and essential items for your journey to the capital.
Meliara took the basket, deeply moved. When did you prepare this? I'm truly very grateful to you. Even until the moment I leave, I'm still receiving help like this. How can I ever repay you? The woman said, It's nothing. You helped us with chores and kept us from getting bored, didn't you, dear? How could her husband dare to say no? He replied, Yes. The woman continued, It's a pity we couldn't say goodbye to that young man from the demon race, isn't it? Living together for so long, one naturally develops feelings. Meliara's eyes were filled with sadness, and she replied, Yes. Recalling the previous evening, If we meet again, if Rhett no longer has any doubts and falls for me, then you must trust me no matter what happens. Rhett hesitated. Rhett thought to himself, I should resolutely say that's absolutely not going to happen. But seeing her face, he couldn't bring himself to speak. Whenever this woman was around, strange feelings arose within him. Just a moment ago, all he could think about was eliminating her. Now his heart was restless, and his mood was terribly uneasy. The way she spoke, as if she understood everything about him, annoyed him. Meliara saw him deep in thought and reached out her hand. Are you all right? Your face is pale. Rhett gritted his teeth, said he could leave, and then pushed her hand away. Meliara called out, Rhett.
Rhett turned his face away, so why did he put on a reluctant expression, not wanting me to leave? Back to the present, seeing her lost in thought, Lydia called out, Sister, sister. Only then did she snap back to reality. At this moment, the two of them were riding in a horse-drawn carriage. Sitting in the carriage, Lydia asked, What are you doing so spaced out all this time? Meliara looked bewildered. Huh? Lydia continued, Is it about that uncle? He only left after fully recovering, so why are you worried? Meliara forced a laugh. Ha ha ha. Meliara thought to herself, Is she a little imp or something to guess so accurately? Lydia rummaged in her back. Here, take this. Then she took out a sparkling bracelet. Meliara was surprised. Lydia, how did you… It was damaged before when I was almost robbed by thugs in the village, wasn't it? Lydia's fingers fidgeted together as she said, It seemed important to you, so I picked it up and asked the mistress to help fix it. Although it looks a bit different from its original appearance, but… Before she could finish, Meliara hugged the little girl tightly. Lydia, thank you. She smiled and thought to herself, Rhett once said this bracelet could only be used once, at a truly important moment. Now I probably can't use it to summon Rhett anymore, but even so…
It's all right, because we will definitely meet again. Meliara held out her bracelet and said, I won't worry about it anymore. I have my own faith in it. She thought to herself, if it doesn't work out, at worst I'll just beg Lunar to let us meet again. After that, several arduous days passed and we finally arrived at the capital. Meliara stood bewildered before the holy temple, wondering, do I have to pay to enter? This is a holy temple after all. A priest guarding the entrance frowned and said, As I've said, not just anyone is permitted into the holy temple of the great god Sol. If you don't have cash, items will suffice. But you don't look like you have much to spare. I'm very busy if you'll excuse me. With that, the door slammed shut. Meliara then left, seething inwardly, speechless. They were no different 100 years ago. Lydia asked, Sister, what should we do now? Meliara smiled and said, Lydia, you have something to do, don't you? Let's meet at the inn a little later then. Suddenly, they both heard some commotion nearby.
This hybrid creature makes me incredibly uncomfortable, you beggar. Meliara, seeing the injustice, intervened to help. Hey kids, stop, what are you doing? She then walked up and stood in front of the two demons. The two young demons saw her and whispered, That's a human. How strange. We already set up a barrier so no one could see us, didn't we? Meliara wondered to herself, Demons? Why are these young demons in the human realm? After that, the two kids immediately ran away. Meliara shouted after them, Wait, stop. Lydia, meanwhile, walked over and helped the boy up. Are you all right? The boy, with tears welling up in his eyes, replied, Thank you, big sister. Meliara saw the boy and immediately recognized him. This child is Muso. It must be Muso. Meliara approached and asked, Are you hurt? Why were those kids bullying you earlier? Muso whimpered, wiping away the tears from his eyelashes. Because I'm a hybrid between a demon and a human. They called me dirty, so… Meliara pondered. So it turns out demon hybrids are discriminated against in both the human realm and the demon realm. Muso, still trembling, continued, I just wanted to save this friend. Meliara saw this and her jaw dropped. I thought it was bread. Muso explained, he was born weak and small like me. That's why they bullied him. But I don't have any strength, so I couldn't help him at all. I could only endure the bullying with him. Because I'm neither human nor demon, and I'm a beggar, I don't even have a name. Meliara interrupted, No. Lydia, meanwhile, flared up in a rage and shouted, So what? You, stop with all that weak talk. Muso found this intensity even more terrifying than the beating he had just received. Lydia put her hands on her hips and said, You say you can't do anything? Then why is the bird you're holding still perfectly fine like this? Muso stammered, No, it's not a bird, it's a griffin. Lydia continued, The point is, it's not hurt because you held it, isn't it?
You wretched boy, a beggar without even a name? Just by standing up for animals weaker than yourself, you've already proven that you're a much better and braver person than those wicked people from earlier. So don't say such weak things anymore. In my opinion, you're much stronger. Meliara immediately realized, I know now. This was the moment Muso fell for Lydia, don't you? So if you don't have a name, can I call you Muso from now on? Suddenly, Prody appeared at this moment. Found her this easily. Is it really her? His subordinate replied, yes, it's definitely her.
Prody raised his hands and said, there's nothing special about it. Meliara startled, jumping up. Prody, how do you know this place? Prody was surprised. What's this? You know my name? It seems that fellow Rhett has told you stories about me. Where is he now? Meliara stood in front of Lydia, shielding her. Rhett left a long time ago. You shouldn't speak so carelessly. Prody gave a strange smile. Is that so? Even better. Then Prody's hand reached out, making Meliara stunned. You! Next, Prody lifted her up. Lydia immediately yelled, Who are you? Let my sister go at once! A purple light appeared, and then slowly faded, and with it, Meliara also vanished, leaving only a sparkling bracelet behind. A moment later, in the demon realm, Let me go! Meliara yelled and threw things at Prody's face, now chained by him. Prody snorted. It's because you're the woman my stubborn brother keeps by his side that I'm curious about you, but you're being too defiant. Meliara bristled like an angry cat. So, you expect me to speak sweetly to you after being kidnapped?
Prody said, In short, I gained more than expected. I thought you were just a normal mortal, but it turns out you're the Saintess of the Lunar Church. Meliara flinched, thinking to herself, how did he know? So that's why he threw away his magic-suppressing bracelet. That guy is more cautious than I thought. Prody shrugged with a smile. Sorry, but glaring like that won't make me untie you, because the Saintess is both bait to lure Reth here, and must become my bride when I become the Demon King. Meliara stepped back. What? Who said I'd marry you? Absolutely not.
Prody turned away. Do you, Saintess, really think you're my type? I prefer obedient women. It's just that there's a tradition of marrying the Saintess if one becomes the Demon Lord. In short, think carefully now about how to lure Reth here. For him, I've personally arranged the forces here. Next time, he won't be able to escape so easily. Then the door slammed shut. That evening, Meliara stood by the window, gazing out. The blood moon rose just as she was captured and brought to the demon realm. She wondered if that meant Lunar was watching her. She fretted. Oh, if only I could speak with the god as I used to. Or is it because this isn't a holy temple, so the god doesn't hear me speak? Recalling Prody's words, in short, think carefully now about how to lure Reth here. Prody intended to eliminate Reth after using her as bait to lure him here. Therefore, she couldn't summon Reth. Suddenly, she realized something. She couldn't have summoned him in the first place anyway. She didn't even know where Reth was right now. And even if she did summon him, would Reth come? He doesn't like her anymore. Meliara sank to her knees. Reth, will I truly be able to see you again? Then the clatter of dishes could be heard.
Delicious dishes were also laid out on the table at this moment. Prody leaned in. Saintess, you eat better than I thought. I even imagined you wouldn't have an appetite. Meliara ate as if she had never eaten before, chewing as she handed her plate to a servant and said, Another plate. What's the use of starving? The more this happens, the more I need to fill my stomach. She thought angrily to herself. I've been kidnapped anyway, so I'll make sure your high-quality ingredients suffer a great loss. You know what? I'll make you chase me away while scolding me as a parasitic bug. Prody sneered. Have you changed your mind? Do you want to side with me? Meliara immediately froze. Never. Even if the sky falls, I won't side with you. Prody, you cannot become the Demon King. Upon hearing this, Prody sprang to his feet. It's only because of your title as Saintess that I've been lenient with you, yet you don't seem to understand anything, do you? If not me, then who is worthy of being the Demon King? Meliara calmly replied, Rhett is much more suitable than you, from his personality, talent, to his leadership abilities as a Demon King. Prody stepped forward. You are human, so you probably don't know that no one in the Demon Realm sides with him. The 8 great families of the Demon Realm are all under my command. Not a single noble stands with him. Do you understand what that means? It means he absolutely cannot replace me as the Demon King. Meliara immediately retorted, No, he can, because I stand with Rhett. Suddenly, the door burst open, but Meliara continued speaking calmly without hesitation. If I, the Saintess of the Lunar Faith, stand with Rhett, then how can Rhett not become the Demon King? At this moment, Rhett also entered, sword in hand. Prody was startled. That's a surprise. You arrived faster than I thought. Prody looked at Meliara and thought to himself, Is this woman really that important? Meliara called out anxiously, Rhett!
Prody sneered, utterly speechless. Meliara asked, Rhett, why are you here? Rhett said nothing, a slight frown creasing his brow. Before Rhett returned, I had no other choice. Even if I went back to the demon realm, Prody's subordinates would still be hunting me down, so it would be better to temporarily stay in the human realm. I absolutely did not stay because I cared about that woman. At that moment, the 2 children, startled by Meliara, ran off. What's wrong with that woman, honestly? Why did she suddenly interfere? Rhett was taken aback. Demons! I know the human realm is at war, so the situation was chaotic, but why are these demon kids here? Suddenly, what appeared next left him stunned. After capturing Meliara, Prody stepped into the teleportation gate. He immediately ran towards it, but it was too late. Lydia saw him and was surprised. Uncle,
Rhett's heart pounded. He asked, "That woman, where is she?" Returning to the present, Prody chuckled. "I didn't expect you to actually show up."
You secretly escaped from me to the human world to find a way to survive, my brother? Meliara struggled. Let go, Reth angrily said. That girl has nothing to do with me. Release her. Prody, of course, wouldn't comply. He said, No way. You escaped from here looking like you were about to die, and you immediately returned right after I kidnapped her. Do you think I'll believe your words? Anyway, it works out well. Although it's sooner than expected, I've already arranged soldiers to welcome you. The situation has returned to how it was last time. The soldiers ran over. Raven, Gorgon, Heron, the Reth we've been searching for everywhere, has brought himself back.
Prody flashed a triumphant smile. I'll make you regret coming back here, Meliara said worriedly. Rhett, I'm perfectly fine. Please get away. Rhett stepped forward. Prody, they won't come. No, it's more accurate to say they can't come. Prody, still oblivious, scoffed. Nonsense. But the quiet atmosphere made him pause. Wait a minute, he mused. Now that you mention it, why is there still no movement? As he was pondering, Rhett lunged forward, pressing a knife to his throat. Rhett glared at him and said, The soldiers defending the ramparts, including the nobles who sided with you, all the heads of the Raven, Gongo, and Heron families are dead. Prody, unable to believe it, yelled, Ridiculous! Don't you dare speak such nonsense. They are all high-ranking nobles of the demon realm, yet they fell into a hopeless situation just because of someone like you? Rhett replied, It seems they didn't expect my arrival. All three of them were so drunk they couldn't even control their own bodies. Trusting them so confidently, I guess that really shows your standards for choosing people, doesn't it? Prody angrily gritted his teeth. Fine, that's exactly what I wanted. Do you think I can't deal with you myself, you wretched, incompetent fool? Suddenly at this moment, someone approached and stopped. Both of you, please stop. I apologize for the interruption.
Meliara approached, asking curiously, Who are you? The priest kissed Meliara's hand and said, Greetings, Saintess of the Lunar Faith. Rhett angrily said, Now you are, the priest continued. He wishes for the Saintess to immediately come and meet him, God Lunar. A moment later, at the shrine, Meliara walked up to the statue of God Lunar. God Lunar immediately frowned. Why are you only arriving now? Thanks to you, the blood moon has risen for 5 days in the human realm, and with war ongoing, people will become even more chaotic, you'll see. Meliara closed her eyes tightly. I couldn't help it. I was kidnapped, you know. Besides, you didn't tell me to come to the Lunar Faith's holy temple in the demon realm. Lunar stammered. Well, it's just that only here can you hear my voice. Prody approached. So, what's up? Why did you call us here? God Lunar angrily said. That brat, so annoyingly impatient. I've disliked him from the start. My dear daughter, from now on you just need to relay my words. Tell them that, having said that, God Lunar disappeared.
Meliara cleared her throat. So now there are only 2 candidates left, and God Lunar will personally choose the Demon King, and I, the Saintess of the Lunar Faith, will represent him in speaking. The first competition, Prody immediately interrupted. Wait, regardless of Lunar or whatever, none of us can hear any sound, yet you're telling us to follow the Saintess's decision. The Saintess of the Lunar Faith is his lover. Who knows if she'll choose the Demon King according to her own will or not? Rhett was startled when he heard him say Meliara was his lover. Prody, she and I are not lovers. Meliara continued. Of course, I understand why you have that question, but the competition to choose one of the 2 Demon King candidates has been a traditional method passed down for nearly 1,000 years. I swear on Lunar's honor, no matter what the outcome, I will honestly abide by it. Prody said bitterly. I don't trust you much, but I have no choice. Since it involves Lunar, I can only comply. Rhett continued. From what I know, the theme changes after each competition. So what's the theme this time? Meliara stammered. That, God Lunar spoke again. My dear daughter, wait, I haven't finished speaking. From now on, the competition topics will be personally decided by the Saintess. Meliara flinched and turned around. Oh, come on, you should have told me first. I was just loudly swearing to be impartial. The goddess chuckled. Well, you decide what the competition is, and I decide who wins and who loses. And if the competition categories aren't decided by you, it might only benefit one side. Meliara asked, Won't Rhett become the Demon King no matter what? Luna replied, Because you have returned to the past, the future can change. Time and space are closely linked. Meliara froze. The future can change?
Prody, unable to wait any longer, grumbled, How long do you intend to make us wait? Meliara said to the god Lunar, I've decided, Lunar, the competition category will be the theme of this trial. The god Lunar asked doubtfully, Is that really okay? Meliara immediately nodded confidently. Then a scroll flew out and hovered in front of her. Meliara took the scroll and said, Because only 2 candidates remain, the winner of this competition will be recognized for the legitimacy of the Demon King and will ascend to the throne. The theme of the competition is to present the Saintess with a holy artifact containing special power.
The preparation time for the competition was 1 week and 3 days had already passed. Immediately after the competition topic was announced, I asked Rhett why he had come to find me. Rhett handed her the bracelet that Prody had left behind and said, Take it. Meliara was surprised. This? Rhett explained. That girl took it. You dropped it when you were kidnapped. Meliara choked up. I see. Thank you for bringing it to me. Rhett interrupted her. I didn't just come to save you. I had already planned to ambush Prote's associates when they were off guard. Meliara was deeply moved and thought to herself, so that means he came here partly to save me? Rhett continued, although quite weak, the magical aura in the bracelet still remains. Was the first time you used this to summon me? Who gave you this bracelet? Meliara recalled the advice of the god Lunar. Time and space can change, so it's best to hide as much as possible the fact that you came from the future. I wanted to explain to him immediately, but what if Rhett doesn't become the demon lord because of it? Then she stammered, that... Seeing her stammer, Rhett asked, is that person so important that you can't answer right away? Meliara immediately replied, ah, yes, that's right. Seeing Rhett's face harden made Meliara anxious. Oh no, I've been misunderstood as a strange woman who already has someone in her heart but is still flirting with him. Then she awkwardly said, although that person is indeed important, would you believe me if I said it's only a matter of gratitude? She thought to herself, Rhett of 100 years from now, I'm sorry, but to avoid suspicion, I had no other choice. Rhett turned away. Enough, I don't intend to press you further.
Meliara tried to call him back. Wait, I can't explain anything to you right now. Wait until after the competition ends. I really want to talk to Rhett. Rhett stopped short. After the competition, candidates eliminated in the competition for the Demon King title will die. There's no way you don't know that. Unless... Huh? Meliara flinched. What, die? I can't believe it. Prody only had his horns cut off. He didn't die. Meliara asked. Rhett, were you planning to get yourself eliminated? Rhett mumbled. I've come all this way, haven't I? Besides, you don't want to marry Prody. Meliara couldn't help but smile. She said, so does that mean it's okay if you marry me, Rhett? Rhett's face flushed red in embarrassment. When did I ever say that? Meliara burst out laughing. Haha, if it's marriage, I think you're quite all right, Rhett. Rhett felt as if he had heard a breath of fresh air, his heart pounding. Meanwhile, Prody still hadn't left. He was hiding to the side, eavesdropping. His eyes narrowed, but he said nothing. Back to the present, 4 days later. Stand over there, Saintess. Why are you walking so fast? Meliara, annoyed, walked even faster. Because I don't like you, that's why. Prody chuckled. Seriously, isn't this competition too unfair to me? What do I know about the Saintess's preferences? Meliara stopped short, spun around, and said loudly, Rhett doesn't know anything about me either. The number of times we've talked so far can be counted on one hand.
Prody retorted indignantly. How can I believe that? You two have been living together all this time and you claim there's no relationship? Fine, I don't care what that Rhett fellow is like, but it seems the Saintess has feelings for him. Not to mention, he gave you that bracelet, didn't he? Meliara raised the bracelet and said, someone else gave this to me. I dropped it and Rhett merely returned it to me. Prody grabbed her hand. Who are you trying to fool? Let me tell you, when it comes to detecting demonic energy, I'm a prodigy in this demon realm. Meliara struggled and cried out, what are you doing? You're hurting me. Let go. Prody snatched the bracelet. Though faint, this is the scent of Rhett's demonic energy, and with such an outdated design, he definitely picked it out. Meliara shouted, trying to get the bracelet back. Give it back to me! Prody snorted as he looked at the bracelet. Then he threw the bracelet away. The bracelet fell into a lake. Meliara's face darkened. No!
Prody smiled gleefully. Its magic almost depleted and no longer effective. She should throw that outdated item away now. Meliara rushed over, startling Prody. Without much thought, Meliara directly jumped into the lake. Prody was also surprised. She jumped into the water just for that tiny bracelet? Rhett was stunned. The Saintess, Prody asked in astonishment. What is she doing? Does she know how deep this lake is, yet still jumped in? Damn it, and she's the Saintess too. What a hassle, but I have to save her. Before he could finish speaking, Rhett rushed forward, then he plunged into the lake. Meliara was now underwater, searching around. Where can it be? The bracelet clearly sank here. Fortunately, Meliara spotted the bracelet on the other side. She then quickly swam towards the bracelet. Meliara reached out her hand, just a little more. But at this moment, Meliara was almost out of breath. Fortunately, Rhett appeared just in time and grabbed her hand. He quickly pulled her to the surface. Both of them coughed violently as they emerged. Prody turned and asked, Are you alive? What on earth were you thinking jumping in? Rhett also spoke up. Just by looking, you can tell the lake is very deep. A slight mistake and you could have died. Meliara smiled and said, Are you worried about me, sir? But seeing Rhett's grimace, she also flinched, realizing he seemed genuinely angry. She then quickly said, I was looking for this, and held out the bracelet. Rhett's expression also darkened upon seeing it.
Prody approached, mocking. Risking your life for a bracelet? You're so frugal, Saintess. I'll buy you a new one, so please throw away that cheap piece of junk. Meliara's veins throbbed with anger as she thought to herself, whose fault is this in the first place? Prody flinched when she saw Rhett glaring and quickly found an excuse to leave. I'll just leave you two to argue. It only benefits me anyway. Then Rhett turned to her and asked, Is that item so important that you didn't hesitate to dive straight into the lake? Meliara clutched the bracelet tightly in her hand and replied, It might look old-fashioned, but this isn't just a piece of jewelry.
She recalled what Rhett had once told her. This is also a device so that no matter where you are, you can summon me. A sense of unease stirred within her. The gift Rhett had given her out of concern didn't just carry that single meaning. Previously, when Rhett passed by a priest, the priest had told her that the strained relationship between the two of them was probably unavoidable. In the demon realm, position and power are determined solely by strength. Although I don't wish for Lord Rhett to become the Demon King, because of that immense power, he was subjected to assassination attempts from the age of 3, so perhaps becoming a candidate for Demon King is his destiny. Meliara asked in astonishment. What, 3 years old? At an age when he should have been showered with love, how could they do that? There was a reason why the current Rhett didn't trust anyone, because for Rhett, death and betrayal were all too common. The bracelet allowed her to summon Rhett, anywhere, under any circumstances. It seemed that only now did she truly realize the sincere meaning of the bracelet. It was as if he had entrusted his very lifeline to her. Returning to the present, Meliara said, "Because I know all too well what state of mind he was in when he gave me this bracelet." Rhett looked at her, thinking to himself, if that thing is so important, if she already has someone in her heart whom she cherishes enough to risk her life for, then why did she say she liked me? Meliara handed him the bracelet and continued, "Therefore, I will give it to Rhett." Rhett was stunned. "Huh?" Meliara said, "You just saw it, didn't you? This is a lifeline that I cherish even more than my own life." She thought to herself, on the other hand,
Thanks to this bracelet, I was able to reunite with Reth from 100 years ago. Then she placed the bracelet in his hand. How should I put it? It was like an amulet. Even if the future might change, as Lunar said, due to going back 100 years, I believe that as long as the evidence of Reth loving me and the evidence of me loving Reth still exists, then no matter what happens, we will eventually reunite. Because I don't want Reth to get hurt. I'm returning to the Holy Land now. If I spend too much time with one candidate, Lunar will scold me. Good luck in the competition. Reth, I don't know if it was due to preparations for the competition or what, but for a long time I didn't see either Reth or Prati. Time passed, and the 1-week deadline after the challenge was set had expired. A priest holding a scroll in his hand said, "From now on, the Saintess representing the god Lunar, and I, the supervisor, will preside over and conduct the competition to choose the Demon King. Please show us the holy artifacts you two have prepared, and simultaneously explain the special abilities within those artifacts."
Prodi stepped forward confidently. "Then I'll start first. I have prepared this necklace. When used as an intermediary, the Saintess's power and my power will connect. As you know, my power is temptation, making it extremely useful. That means what's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine, because we will soon become partners." Meliara turned and thought to herself, his true intentions are all too clear through this gift. He covets the Saintess's power. Next, it was Sir Rhett's turn. Rhett was not in a hurry. He spoke slowly. "The holy artifact I have prepared is a shield. This shield is not physical. It is designed to be absorbed into the body. Once absorbed, it will immediately activate its protective power for its owner when danger arises. Because if one becomes the Saintess in the demon realm, even living under the protection of the god Lunar, many dangerous situations are sure to arise."
Prodi sneered. "A shield? What a bumpkin. Compared to that, my necklace is much more valuable. Isn't that right, Saintess?" When Meliara saw this gift, her heart pounded. She stared at the shield. Meliara pondered, recalling the past. The first time she saw the shield, for some reason it didn't feel unfamiliar at all. It felt as if it contained a deep, fervent affection, a complete devotion to someone. At that time, the intense emotions of the shield's creator had touched her. She recalled what she had said to Rhett, "Because I don't want Rhett to get hurt." The two of them shared the same sentiment. Rhett was just like her. "Lunar, it seems you know now, the reason you traveled back in time 100 years. Although the gods said that space-time is tightly woven, even a small thing can easily change the future. But the shield Rhett created while thinking of you is the intermediary connecting our past and future. We are destined to meet again." Goddess Lunar asked, "Looking at your reaction, it seems you anticipated Rhett would bring this shield ever since the competition's theme was announced." Meliara replied, "I only had a hunch. I wasn't certain. Perhaps it was an obvious matter, because even though I only absorbed the shield in the future, it is already within me in the present."
Very well. So she gently spoke. "Now we must congratulate the new Demon King." Not long after, the welcoming party for the new Demon King took place. The atmosphere was incredibly lively, with toasts raised to the new Demon King. 2 days later, I didn't even know what I had gone through. As soon as Reth was chosen as the new Demon King, Prodi immediately objected, saying he couldn't acknowledge it, but Reth cut off one of his horns and he hastily fled. After that, he took in the orphan Muso to live in the Demon King's residence. Lydia decided to continue staying in the human realm. Meeting all sorts of new demons, many trivial things happened. Reth was too busy, so I couldn't talk to him for long. At this moment, Reth also arrived. "So you're here." Meliara smiled brightly upon seeing him arrive. "You said you didn't want to be the Demon King, but no matter how I look at it, this is clearly the demeanor of a Demon King, isn't it?" Reth said, embarrassed. "My subordinates advised me to wear it, saying it was necessary for the coronation ceremony." Meliara chuckled. "I was just saying, Reth will become a good Demon King." Reth pondered for a moment, then said, "I have something I want to ask you."
You know, the tradition of the Saintess marrying the Demon King has existed for a long time. The first time I heard about it, I thought it was hard to believe. How can someone who holds ultimate power like the Demon King not be able to choose their own partner? The person who bears the name of my father also married a Saintess because he was the Demon King, and in the end, he relegated my mother to being a mistress. Meliara was stunned. Rhett continued, "But if it were you, no, if it were the Saintess, I don't think it would be bad. You once said you didn't want me to get hurt. I feel the same way about you. When I learned you were taken by Prody, my heart stopped. I've never felt that way before, and I don't want to experience that feeling a second time. Miliara reached out to him, then placed a passionate kiss on his lips. Her face flushed. Thank you, Rhett, for confessing your feelings to me. And I'm also sorry. Rhett immediately asked, Sorry? Do you want to reject me? Miliara replied, No, I like you very much too, Rhett, but... Going back to the previous day, when Miliara had a conversation with the goddess Lunar, what did she say? Rhett only became the Demon King yesterday, so what does it mean that he's about to leave? Goddess Lunar replied, It's unavoidable, my dear. Just as your journey 100 years into the past was a preordained path, so your departure, leaving Rhett to wait for 100 years, is also destined. Miliara choked up and asked, You said the future can be changed, so can't I just stay here? Luna replied, That's precisely the problem. If you stay here now, the person who originally summoned and discovered Meliara's holy power will no longer be you. The starting point will vanish before it even begins. Meliara thought to herself in disbelief, No way. It turns out that if I hadn't transmigrated into Meliara's body, traveling back 100 years in time would have been impossible, and the encounter with Rat could not have been established.
Back in the present, she squeezed her hands tightly and continued, Reth, I'm sorry to say this so suddenly, but I have to go now. Reth asked, bewildered, Leave? Where are you going? Mediana replied, To a very distant place. Her eyes welled up with tears. We will definitely meet again, I promise you. Although I will have to make Reth wait for a very long time, you will have to endure a period of time alone that I cannot even imagine. But I promise, when we reunite, I will never leave you alone again. The goddess Luna urged, My daughter, let's go. Mediana's tears streamed down. So, I love you. I will always love you, Ref. With that, she gradually departed before Reth's eyes. A moment later, in a dark place.
I've returned to this place, returned to a world where nothing remains. Lunar, where must I go now? In the original timeline, the world was already destroyed, and my body was also dead. Lunar replied, I had originally intended to exploit a space-time rift to send you back 1 week before the welcoming party, but after hearing you speak of the two of your destinies, that you would surely meet again, I also came to a realization. Follow the light and go, my daughter. Though there may be worries, there may be doubts, but I know that the evidence of his love for me then and the evidence of my love for him will endure as long as they stand the test of time. Back to the moment Meliara was slashed across, Rhett was crying, his face bowed down. His tears fell onto Meliara's face, causing her to slowly open her eyes. She reached out her hand towards Rhett and said, Rhett, don't cry. I told you, didn't I, that I wouldn't leave you alone again, that we would surely reunite. Finally, the two lovers came together after 100 long years. Thank you for watching today's video, and so we have reached the conclusion of this captivating story. See you in the next video, which will feature an even more dramatic and engaging story. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel to support us and not miss any new videos. Thank you sincerely for watching, and we wish you a happy day.